Chanda, was that not the most Elena Svitolina point you could ever see?
Classic, and that should be part of...
And there's the all-court game on display. Particular on that match point, first serve nearly hit the back fence, and she still able to find a way.
How she got that second serve in, I just don't know. That was probably the most impressive.
Give it to me now. Drop that.
A warm welcome to everyone joining us here for the Australian Open animated, and it's an earlier welcome for day number 6 here, as it is going to be just an early start for our games. If you're wondering why, or if you haven't, known about Australia for very long, it is, of course, what was eventual to happen. Extreme heat forecasted for today, and so we're shifting the games in some arenas half an hour earlier, for some of our other arenas an hour earlier. And maybe you're wondering, if the heat does get extreme enough, what is going to be the play out? Why are we having all of these open roofed arenas despite the fact that they can close? Well, if the temperatures get high enough, closer to the 40 degrees Celsius mark, we are going to look at closing the arenas, but for competitive integrity's sakes, we love to have that open roof. The change in temperatures and the change throughout the match eventuates into sort of competitive integrity. Sometimes players get an advantage in warmer climates. Some players like to play in a little bit of a colder climate. We're going to be starting off here at 10:30, looking at 26 degrees Celsius already. So the fact that we're up to that, you could only imagine just how much warmer it's going to get. And if you haven't jumped on and had a look for yourself, yeah, it really is forecasted to get extremely hot. We're looking at about 2 to 4 p.m. hitting that 35 to 40 degrees Celsius mark, and that's where it's going to come to the question: is there going to be a halt of play later in the day? Are we going to see the roof close on some arenas, potentially even see some of the matches shuffled around to be played in the same areas and make everyone is going to be comfortable about, not getting too hot because tennis already is so demanding on the body. You got to make sure that you're not pushing anyone, including the spectators, too far there. But we are going to look to see exactly what's happening because what's very different compared to other days is we're having all of our matches start at once. So Cain won't be the only arena that's having matches on Forest, and they've scheduled a couple of games here with the men's singles there. Fifth seed Musetti, going to see how he fares up against his opponent there in Tomas Matek. Women's singles will continue. There is a chance for a break there, and then in the evening session, more men's and women's singles continue our action there for the third round. Margaret Arena gonna have a lot of women's singles matches. They already have 3 matches scheduled this morning, 2 later tonight. And it's back-to-back women's singles with Jess Pugula there up against Oksana Selikhmetova, and then Peyton Stearns there too against Anisimova. Yeah, there we go. There's that Margaret Arena evening matches that we talked about there. So it's jam-packed. It feels like anyone who's going to be at Margaret Arena here down in Melbourne Park has definitely got their money's worth in terms of games that they're going to get to see at the Australian Open and the Rod Laver Arena. We can look at their schedule and see what we're going to be following very intensely here as well. Starting off with women's single, Karolina Pliskova and Madison Keys, the defending champion there, having to start a little bit earlier because it is forecasted to be such a hot day, and it makes you realize just how lucky those playing yesterday really were. Men's singles continue with 2-time defending champion Jannik Sinner. So we're getting our defending champions back-to-back there in the evening, looking at our men's singles and our women's singles, where we're going to see Madison Inglis up against Naomi Osaka. Madison Inglis being our last remaining Aussie woman here in the women's singles. So it's going to be a tough battle for her, but very excited. She's going to be able to bring off the intense round number 2 for herself. But yeah, making it here round number 3 as a wild card already. But that's going to be ending the day, so we can save that excitement there and focus up on what's going to be beginning our day. And that is, defending champion Madison Keys up against Pliskova there. Looking at them arrive at the arena, walking out there. I don't know if they're already feeling the heat just stepping out there, Rod Laver, or if they're like, it's not so bad. Yeah, let's open the roofs. Let's see how hot this can really get there. But I'm sure they're very aware of just how intense it really is.
And that will allow this blistering heat through the roof. And that's going to be part of the challenge for all players contesting their matches today. Round 3, this one, a place in the last 16 at stake between these two players who have been up at the top of the women's game for a very long time, but Karolina Pliskova trying to work her way back into some form that saw her top the women's rankings back in 2017. The injury, the surgery that's followed has seen her fall out of the world's top 1,000. She plays here at 1,057. But you have to remember, she's a 2-time Grand Slam finalist. She's a semi-finalist here back in 2019. And she is back playing Grand Slam tennis. And it's great to see her return against the defending champion today.
Same conditions. If you can be blue for the towel box, please. Blue for the towel box, please. And you will be white for the towel box. A reminder that you have the time in all 4 corners. Okay? We're going to do a photo that way after the coin toss. So Arya wanted me to ask you, Madison. AO? So you can flip the coin. AO? Receive? Good match.
So Keys
the photo.
Winning the serve and electing to receive the serve of Karolina Pliskova first. Pliskova, of course, famous for that big serve from her 6'1" frame. Louise Azamar Engsel is the
There you go. I always love seeing the adorable photo opportunity at the end there with our coin tosses. But we're going to see the girls warming up, getting ready for it. And while that's happening, we can swap to looking at the bracket, seeing how they made it to where they are and what is on the cards for them if they are one of the players to move forward here from their match. So yeah, we can see here that the match being played on Rod Laver with Pliskova and Keys. The winner will be going up against the winner of the current match going on over at Margaret Arena. So playing at the same time means when they finish, if it's about the same similar sort of end time for themselves in their match, they're going to be knowing exactly who they're going up against then. Maybe we can give a bit of an insight too as to how each individual wants to take a win away in this match and what's going to help them take that one step forward. Oh, sorry, we're going to look at some of the recaps here of what happened in the past few days.
Her 12th appearance at Melbourne Park, this time as the defending champion.
Ayo, serve, say, don't worry about the coin, turn around and smile. And over here, just go back a little bit.
I watched Maddie practice actually on Rod Laver Arena before.
Belek of Czechia, totally different proposition.
Perfect timing.
First set point negotiated, a triple break.
By 6 games
in the
to
opening
1.
set, 6-1
New balls,
to the defending
please.
champion, and it's all happening a little bit too quickly for Ashlyn Kruger. Well, that was the most different rally of the whole match. Ashlyn Kruger, who now faces match point. Really a stunning turnaround by the defending champion. Down a double break in the second set. She's shown her Grand Slam picture.
Yeah, so a bit of a refresher or a reminder in case you had forgotten what occurred 2 days ago for Madison Keys getting that win for herself over Kruger, and definitely some things of what we can expect to see from her here. We know that she doesn't like to have those elongated rallies for herself, really wants to get in there and have an aggressive sort of start for herself, going for those strong, fast-hitting ground strokes. And honestly, the rise in temperature, I think, is going to help her gameplay a little bit more than her opponent in Pliskova, who likes to go for those longer rallies. That's going to be the avenue she's hoping to take, to be able to take a point game match here off of defending champion Madison Keys. Yeah, she wants to go for that longer play line, stay on the baseline as well, maybe try and have a couple of drop shots for herself to break up the rhythm of Madison Keys, but it feels like there's a lot that has to go right for her, and that's not impossible by any means. That's definitely on the cards for her here, but yeah, it's more about how is this early heat going to be affecting and influencing her compared to Keys, who we know has been able to really thrive in those higher temperatures for herself there. And as we've been yapping and talking about a lot of Rod Laver Arena, hopefully we can also have a bit of a check-in and see the progress of what's happening on our other two courts now that we have everything occurring simultaneously early on this Saturday morning. Looking at Cain Arena first there, we can see it's already started for ourselves. The men's singles straight on into it, no time wasted for them. And on Margaret Court as well, we can always see Selik Metbia taking the first couple of points in game one there for herself. But yeah, let's focus up on JCA a little bit, and we'll come back over to Rod Laver when our women are ready.
Quite low, he's quite wristy, looks perfect for the slice, but then comes over the ball beautifully. The forehand is world class. Can do anything with it. It is heavy.
Yeah, he was hot on the clay last year, wasn't he?
Yep.
And to do well on the clay, you've got to be able to hit through it. Got to be able to force the issue, and Musetti certainly can. He's off to a flyer here. Well, I think that's what Mahach has to do, isn't it? Because Musetti's giving up a fair bit of territory. He's got those long, languid swings.
Can you pick up that leaf, please? Thank you.
An errant leaf on the court. Not sure how it made it there. It's not a tree within a kilometre of this stadium. But I think that's the way forward for Mahach. Play tight to the baseline, take the ball on the rise, take time away. But that's the point structure right there, isn't it, for Mahach? That's the way forward. Obviously on his serve it's easier. He can hold that baseline after the serve. And today, it's not just a tactical and a technical battle. You can win by attrition today.
Yes.
Can you imagine Rafa today, what he'd do to his opponent? He'd work them into a state of non-belief. Today's the day. If you can just make one more ball and just keep making your opponent work, eventually they might start to suffer.
Advantage match.
How important could a hold be here?
Just thinking, Robbie, you talk about the win in Adelaide and of course his first 2 rounds here. There's no substitute for winning matches, is there? Confidence, down love 40. No panic, fights his way back into the game. Well, that time it was Musetti that was controlling proceedings. And with his weight of shot, very hard to turn defence into attack. And Mahach, he ended up playing a slice back from the shadow line. That's not going to cut it today.
Advantage Musetti.
Struggling with that first serve. He's only made 1 out of 10 now.
Well, he's at the southern end, so he's looking into the sun, whether that's a factor.
arm wrestle here early on. Just wants to get out of this game. A couple of players from Czechia in the mix. Between Mahach and Minshik. The hopes in the men's draw resting on their broad shoulders. New coach, of course, there, Jose Perlas, helping out Simone Tartarini on the road. Perlas comes adorned with all kinds of experience, having coached the likes of Carlos Moya, Carlos Costa, Correa, Almagro. Speaking of him, Tartarini, of course, coached Musetti since he was 9 years of age. It's like a second father to him. Musetti said he'll pretty much be with him for the entirety of his career. But I think just to ease the workload, Jose has been brought in. Of course, he comes with all kinds of experience too, so it's a double benefit.
Advantage match.
Está todo bien. Estás entrando en el partido. Sí, sí.
Well, boy, can you pick that up, please? Thank you.
Well, that's a hard hat hold on a hot day. It's well done. Just over 9 minutes in his first service game, but he's got the right result.
Looking on, but able to get the placement right, and it creates a whole lot of open space.
Juice. Coach and husband Bjorn has his box croissant. Saw him picking it up. He said he had breakfast at 7. He was worried he may not get lunch till 2, so just nice to have something.
He was rumbled, wasn't he, during the second round match? Spotted on camera, stuffing his face. What is rumbled?
Advantage.
Caught out. English phrase, caught out, yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't want to ask, but I felt I had to.
Fair enough.
This one's just an interesting choice, though. It's quite crumbly. A lot of flakiness there.
Yeah, superb strike from Keys. Pliskova was looking dangerous.
Juice. Footwork looking very crisp from Keys in that rally. Getting into position early, using the forehand. And that's the shot she's got to work to get as often as possible. See, in these early stages, Pliskova just trying to test the Keys backhand a little bit more.
Long first service game for the defending champion in these hot conditions.
Advantage Keys.
Keys working very hard to maintain the advantage, that early break. She can hold on to it, keeps the set on her racket, but still with a little work to do here. And there's the kick. Worked pretty well there, and Keys consolidates.
Plotting her way through that service game, Keys. And opens up the 2-love lead.
And I think this match, I mean, you know, you're going to see, I think, just enough variety from Keys on the serve. She can't just go hard and flat all the time. Pliskova is going to get a read on that, and she is clean when she starts connecting with the return. So using the slice, using the kick, maybe the body serve. It's going to be, I think, something important for the American. This is like a cross-court down-the-line practice. Both of them just connecting so beautifully. Pliskova in the end just not quite getting the legs into position.
She said her ankle feels very stiff and will never really improve on that front. It's just something she's going to have to learn to adapt to, this new limit to her movement.
She sat down, had a nice conversation with Ben Rothenberg, kind of talking about contemplating her tennis mortality, Pliskova, and, you know, after the injury and the surgeries, didn't know if she would get back, if she would be able to have her career. So she's taking it as it comes, not putting a lot of expectations on herself.
She sounded super relaxed in her press conferences after both round 1 and round 2, taking out former Grand Slam champion Sloane Stephens, who came through qualifying in round 1, and then young Janice Tien of Indonesia in round 2.
I can't imagine her ever being stressed all the way. It's just not her personality. One thing with the ankle, though, that I've noticed in her first few matches is that it doesn't seem like she wants to play the open stance onto that side. So, especially in these first few games, choosing to go semi-open or close stance. And it is just one of those adjustments that she's obviously had to make. Never played it too much in the first place, but it just seems like that's even more limited on that side now.
Yeah, that would affect the movement. So many players use that open stance now on the backhand to get to balls just a little quicker. You don't need that extra step forward to set up. It's got to be difficult, either stance for Pliskova with that left leg. I mean, that's your loading leg on the backhand, open stance or closed stance. So you feel a little less mobility. That shot will get affected. And you also have to be careful of overcompensating with something else, maybe becoming an issue. Pliskova had a bit of a calf strain first couple of weeks of the season on the right side, and perhaps because of compensating for that left ankle. And it's all part of what you got to deal with when you've had an injury like hers.
Juice.
And like you say, you can come in, can't you, with low expectations of what you think you're going to achieve. So 2 main draw wins, a bonus. And down the other end of the court, there's a woman with a whole load of expectation on her shoulders, the defending champion.
Advantage, Keys.
There's so much to manage that is outside the actual X's and O's of hitting the tennis ball. Madison Keys doing a very nice job in these early stages of staying calm.
And Keys has the double break now.
Keys leads by 3 games to none.
Best possible start for the defending champion.
Look at how Keys has started this match. There's a clarity there. Obviously the first game, getting the early break, that allows her to relax a little bit more. But the forehand is her weapon. That's the shot she wants to set up with as often as possible. Starting with a good contact point, her body under control, but there's a lot of coiling to uncoil, and that's partly how she gets so much power. And she still has a good bit of spin, considering you would think that ball is just going so flat through the court, but she has enough spin to give it a little bit of safety when she needs it. It's one of the biggest weapons in the women's game.
Time.
So out to an early 3-love lead, the defending champion. Looking to get through to the last 16 as quickly as possible on current form. Try and avoid the worst of the sunshine expected today.
Love.
You could just hear Bjorn say, love that, and I think that was to do with the placement of the serve, trapping Pliskova up in the body, making her play too close.
Keys' first round, she started out a little shaky on serve, some double faults. It wasn't flowing in those early stages. Laura, do you see any differences in how she's been serving these, first few games of the match?
Yeah, to me, the ball toss looks, I guess, more consistent would be the right term, because she's still kind of mixing up the placements of the serve, mixing up the spins, but it just looks like a more fluid motion. And we forget that there was a fair few changes. I'm trying to eavesdrop as I'm saying this. Fair few changes towards the end of the season with the motion. So she went to the half motion, really split up the initial stage of the swing, and has now gone back to a more extended version of what we saw back in November. And it just looks way more fluid than it did in the first round.
And with Keys' serve, that was on the heels of her changing previous season, off season, changing from kind of the platform position to bringing that right foot up. She's one of those players that has not shied away from tinkering with the serve. Her husband, Coach Bjorn, has been encouraging of that, and she's bought in.
Let's first serve.
Pliskova under some pressure once again. This opening for Keys. She's played a couple of matches, a couple of wins for Pliskova. First wins at this level in over a year, and you can imagine it takes a toll.
Oh, yes. Beautifully timed. Strokes it down the line.
It's almost like just trying to get your body used to playing at this level and recovering and getting another match. And that is what is being tested along with everything else for Pliskova. That forehand cannot hit it much better.
She said she didn't feel great after round two.
Now, sometimes, you know, that gets overlooked, but the body gets used to playing matches and playing under pressure, and you can't replicate that no matter how much practicing you do, no matter how good you feel in practice. And it's a big step if Pliskova can get on the board, get the service hold, and at least feel like she's into the match.
Only winning 50% of points on first serve at the moment, Pliskova.
Yes, it's a quick footwork there. Keys quickly onto that return, and it was back on Pliskova before she fully came out of her serve.
Yeah, I think Pliskova's got to be careful with the placement because she's just kind of rolling it in, and a few times out to Keys' forehand where she's cutting off the angle, and like you said, the return comes so quick. So if you're going to go with a little bit of slice to the forehand, make sure it's moving out the court.
And even that
Advantage, Keys.
rally ball to Keys' forehand didn't really move her very much, didn't get her off balance, and Keys can put her full force behind it.
Another break point for the defending champ for a 5-love lead.
Took a little more risk on that serve. Pliskova had to go for it, and it pays off to keep her in this game. That's part of the problem, the challenge for Pliskova. 44% of points won behind the first serve. That needs to be much higher.
% of points won at the net. It's come in a couple of times.
It's a good start, and you build confidence in this situation just little by little. You can't take it all as one big chunk and look at what the score is and what it would take to come all the way back.
Oh, it's tremendous from Keys.
If I'm Pliskova here with the way Keys is hitting her forehand, I would just be throwing everything to the backhand side.
Well, it seemed like initially the first couple of games she was trying to do that, and she kind of went away from it.
Advantage, Pliskova.
Because there's times when you go fast to the Keys backhand that she can get a little high on the legs and play it too straight up, and that's when you see the shots missed in the net, and that's what we saw especially in the first round.
Well, she's got to move the ball, Pliskova, but again, that shot is not well placed. It doesn't require Keys to take enough steps, and it leaves a lot of open court.
Keys is really feeling that forehand. 7 winners.
I mean, that's just big time hitting. Not a lot you can do about it if you are on the other side of the court.
All to the Keys forehand. Breakpoint number 2 for the American, the 9th seed.
And she got up and after that serve a little bit bigger, 177 kilometers per hour. Excellent pop with that angle out wide. I almost feel like the challenge for Pliskova, if she gets too much into the backhand to backhand rally, you know, she's struggling a little bit planting and getting the push on her backhands. I mean, that has been throughout her career, you know, one of her stable shots, but right now she's kind of behind in terms of standing up to it. She's got to figure that out over the course of this match.
3rd break point come and gone for Keys. Pliskova doing a really good job of saving under pressure.
Advantage, Keys.
And as hard as Pliskova is battling to hold on to her serve, it is coming upon 9.5 minutes for this game. It takes a toll. It's a lot of serves. It's a lot of pushing up, a lot of stress on the legs. She's up against it again.
Oh, yes, right on the line. And Keys is denied for a 4th time in this game.
Advantage, Pliskova.
Put this much energy, this much work into a service game. You do not want to come up empty. Another good serve for Pliskova.
Juice.
You can see the photographer next to you, Laura, has just put his bucket hat on his camera to try and keep the sun and the heat off the camera.
I still think it's quite pleasant, you know.
Oh, you're an Australian. You're born for this.
High-level athlete as well.
Yeah.
I'll be the first one to complain, don't you worry.
Advantage.
If anything, what I'm interested in is, as the court heats up, how that changes the conditions for both players, because it will start to fly off their racket a bit, and whether we see some change in tensions.
And Karolina Pliskova does hold serve. Over 10 minutes on that game. But the former world #1 on the board. Keys leads 4-1.
Leads by 4 games.
So it would have been a real blow, wouldn't it, to have lost a 10-minute-plus service game for Karolina Pliskova, so that will feel good. And she looks so relaxed, sitting there with her legs crossed.
And I think, you know, she has a great mindset. Her approach to all of this, she's been through so much. It's been a long road for her to even get back to playing these matches, these kinds of matches. And, you know, you've got to be kind to yourself. You've got to be realistic about what the goals are, but at the same time, be ready to accept if you are at a higher or better place than you expected. And I think that can be a challenge, but she seems to be approaching it in the right way, getting on the board. That helps. And you know, she just has to keep testing herself here, trying to see what she can do a little bit better. But this is the ultimate test against a player who's coming in as the defending champion.
Those 2 first-round matches for Pliskova, her first at main draw level since Nottingham in 2024. She lost the final there to Katie Bolter. Was putting together a pretty good 2024 until the ankle injury at the US Open. It was horrible to watch that moment, wasn't it, when she went over in that match against Jasmine Paolini.
It was a traumatic injury, and you know, even just the emotional kind of recovery from having that happen on court that way. I also think there's a certain amount of time that it takes to be able to trust your body again, to be able to trust that particular area. And you just need to get more matches under your belt to do it. Hopefully you can get some wins in. A match like this one where Pliskova's got to move, she's got to cover the court. That will help her at least know what her body is capable of as she continues, you know, through this season.
It's a huge difference, isn't it, at the test of your body in a match to training.
It is night and day difference. And that's a good move for Pliskova.
15-13.
That kick serve, as to Laura's point earlier, that doesn't give her as many problems, and she was able to get on top of it, put a little pressure on Keys.
Yeah, where she makes contact with that ball is so far in front of her body that she can just play down on the shot.
Like that, again, cutting that return off at an angle. And Pliskova now some opportunities to get one of the breaks back.
She can. Pliskova cuts the arrears.
Keys leads by 4 games to 2.
Asserting herself on this first set.
When it just puts even more context on why Pliskova fought so hard for that last service game. You know, you think 4-love, down a double break, the set's over, but all of a sudden now she's right back in it. It's just the one break, and even if she doesn't win the set, now she's got something to work with for a second set. And all of a sudden, Pliskova just tightening the scoreline up a bit. It puts a little more tension into the match, into these moments. And maybe for Keys, she isn't swinging away as freely because of it.
I was just about to say it feels like some pace has come off. But also the difference that it makes when Pliskova gets that serve to the backhand in the right spot, deep in the box, and then is able to take advantage of the point.
A hold to love for Karolina Pliskova. Had to fight for over 10 minutes for her last hold of serve. Still trails by a break. Keys in front 4-3. So from 10 minutes to hold her serve to straightforward hold to love for Karolina Pliskova.
It's opposite swings of the pendulum there, but sometimes that's how games go. That's how, you know, a match ebbs and flows, and fighting the way she did, competing the way she did, Pliskova, to hold on to that service game. All of a sudden, this is a new match, a new set.
Plenty of rehydration going on for everyone, athletes, spectators, officials across the ground here. And if you fancy a little bit of Australian Open merch to complement your viewing, then there's the QR code in the bottom right-hand corner. You can order a t-shirt like that chap has, or a hat.
Time.
So Madison Keys still with the break, but Pliskova fighting back to take the last 3 games on the bounce. This feels like much more of a match-up now. Oh, that was a zinger of a return from Pliskova. Whistled across the net.
Yeah, Laura mentioned that it seems like Keys isn't, you know, swinging as freely. The forehand speeds are down right now, the last 10 points compared to the rest of the match. At 16 kilometers per hour slower these last 10, 11 points now for Keys. That's significant. And that is exactly what Pliskova was looking for. Just Keys to come off the pace a little bit. And she's got another opening in this return game. 9 of the last 10 points have gone Pliškova's way.
15-13.
33 points apiece so far in this first set.
It's an
impressive bounce back from Keys in this service game.
Yeah, this is where Keys just taking a few extra steps, calming the mind, slowing things down. It can start to get very quick when it's going against you. Fantastic serve, and the wide serve has been valuable so far today for Keys.
It was a brilliant change of pace, and it just opened up the racket face from Pliškova. She had to get further out into the court, get a stretch on.
And Keys comes through with another ace, her third of the match. And she's a game away from taking this first set.
Leads by 5 games to 3.
Well, it just goes to show how important it is to get it out of the strike zone for Pliškova when she has to reach for it, and it's easier said than done because she does have those long levers, but when she's pushed wide on either side on the return, it just allows Keys to go for that +1 shot that much more.
Love 15.
It's always been fascinating to me, the varied styles of players from Czechia. You don't just have one way to play, and Pliškova, very different style of game. She hits the ball, one of the cleanest ball strikers in the women's game. She's got those long levers. It can be difficult to get the ball past her just because of how rangy she is. And it's just a beautiful game to watch when she's at her best. But so is Madison Keys, and she seems to be right back on track.
Oh, 3 blistering backhands on the bounce from Madison Keys. And that opens up 3 set points for the defending champion. And it's another backhand that seals the first set. 4 in a row of the very best from Madison Keys. She takes the first set 6-3. 43 minutes as the temperature cranks up outside.
Well, this was a good level, especially once Pliškova
An eventual win in that first set there for Madison Keys after such a strong start. It is great to see Karolina Pliškova there fighting back a little bit more, being able to get a couple of games for herself in this first match, because it feels like, sorry, in that first set, because it feels like there is something going into set 2 for her, a little bit of momentum, but there's time between now and then of set number 2, and so we're going to head on over to Margaret Court Arena, where we're already seeing our round 3 women's singles between Jessica Pegula and Selika Mateva here into set number 2.
Aussie dollars. That's a 13% increase on last year. Biggest check that she will have collected by a distance. to be said these days for playing well at the right weeks, aren't there? Particularly at the majors.
So? I know, it's true. She's going to be able to allow herself to invest in herself quite a bit this year.
One thing she hasn't been able to do, though, so far is find a way to break this lady, who remains very strong on serve. 2-1 she leads in the second. Yep, those fans that are releasing a lot of water are going to be well in demand today. There's a lot of them around the grounds. I suspect there's been a few more added overnight as well. Thankfully, here at the Australian Open, the one thing they have done is they've put a lot more shade in the last couple of years. They've covered a lot more areas to give fans a little bit more protection.
It's so tough, actually, just sitting in the heat all day, and it's just baking down on you. It's
15-30.
This is where Pliskova can get off to a better start than she did in the first set. It could completely change the complexion here. Made a match of it. Got a bit of momentum at the end of the first.
Awkward bounce, wasn't it, for Pliskova? Moving away from the backhand.
I still think, you know, after you've been away for as long as Pliskova has been, you know, it can take, you know, several events, if you're playing consistently, several events before you start to get more of that instinctiveness back, if not a few more. It's been a long time for Pliskova.
And Keys comes through. Pliskova just building a bit of pressure there. And Keys will know she needs to keep a focus on this. Moved to a 6-1 first set against Ashlyn Kruger, which was a nice, easy start to her second round match, but then fell 5-2 behind in the second set. Had to come back from 5-2 down. Madison Keys.
Yeah, she's had to play through some pressure moments, Keys, so far, but this tournament, this has been the happiest hunting grounds for Keys. Hard courts gives her a stable base. Ball bounces up just enough for her to have time, be able to hit through the court. There are a lot of things that suit her game about this venue, this surface.
Laver 15.
Pliskova's team, her husband, Michael Hrdlicka, in the middle. He's had coaching duties at different times in her career. I also think for Pliskova, just managing kind of the ebbs and flows of matches. She's played a ton of matches. She's been in more situations, has probably forgotten more of the situations she's been in just because of how experienced she is, but it still takes a little more getting used to. Kind of going through that again, trying to maintain a level, adjust. He's in such a good rhythm overall, and she has been able to withstand a lot of these tough moments of late.
As Laura says, you never see Karolina Pliskova looking stressed, do you?
I mean, I wouldn't know what it looks like. It could very well be what she's looking like now, but you cannot tell. She does not give anything away. You would imagine, you know, this is a different situation for her. Trying to build the confidence back, trying to get back to a semblance of what she's used to as a player, but also knowing that you're not going to ever get back to that. It's going to be something different, and you've got to work through it. It's a new normal.
I don't know if you agree, but it just feels like the game has evolved slightly as well from when Pliskova was at her very best, and she is still such an incredible ball striker. I think you could get away with not being the greatest mover because the conditions were a little bit faster, the balls were faster, and as that has slowed down, I think she's been a little more exposed.
And would you say as well, Laura, that her kind of power game, baseline hitting big serve, you know, that used to be so effective, but now you look at, you know, Arina Sabalenka, she's got the big serve and the power game, but she's also adding all this variety and nuance into her game.
Yeah, I think it's the ability to defend that, you know, I can't think of many players in the top 30 who aren't able to do that. And Pliskova's options on the defensive shot is she opens up the racket face and she can kind of dip into this fast slice at times, but quite often it's a slow slice and it can really get some height over the net. So I think she's just a little bit limited when she's pushed really wide compared to, you know, the top 10 and maybe top 15 at the moment. So I think that's always going to hold her back slightly.
Yeah, and I also think, you know, the biggest challenge for Pliskova is, you know, when you come back and you know you are not going to have your full physical fitness, for lack of a better word, as we see the points won by rally length, and anything extended, more extended, that is in Keys' favor. Pretty even on those shorter length rallies. But when you know that, you know, your ankle or your leg, you can't quite get the 100% of the push you're normally used to getting, that's a big challenge. How do you approach the game mentally then? How do you almost compensate for what you don't have in that area? And that remains to be seen. How much can Pliskova kind of compensate for not having all of the mobility in her ankle? And maybe she gets more of it back as she plays. There's some unknowns there.
(15-30).
Well, she's opened up a half chance here against Keys.
That's so good from Keys. Pliskova was expecting the forehand cross court into the open court. And Keys switches it up and goes behind her.
40-30.
Again, a great change-up of pace and spin on that serve, and Pliskova went for the same kind of return, tried to play down on it because it's moving away from her. She just couldn't quite control the ball.
Let's first serve. Game Keys.
It's on serve in the early stages of set 2.
By 2 games to 1.
Keys leading 2-1.
He's got there in the end. He's at his desired destination, which is 5-4 in the first set. Okay, so tournament doctor and Stefan Vervier, who is the physio. That was a pretty short and sweet visit. They have both left after having a quick conversation with Thomas.
Was 1 hour on the clock in this third round match. And the error has given Pegula the first break in this second set, and it may be a decisive.
Yeah, if temperatures get hot enough, they can close the roofs on the show courts, but then matches have to stop on the outside courts without roofs. Make sure it's all still fair for all the competitors.
Yeah, that would be stage 5 on the heat stress scale. Only implemented with the highest temperatures. Which is what our forecast this afternoon, but Laura says very comfortable side of court, and the Keys box looking very cool, still in the shade.
Yeah, the side of the court that the coaches' boxes are in is still pretty pleasant. I wouldn't say it's uncomfortable yet. I feel like a weather reporter today. That's a great service. So I was actually reminded last night, though, I think it was 2010, Pliskova and I were playing in the juniors, and there was just a ridiculously hot day where we played one set at, I think it was 9:30 a.m. they started matches, and then they took everyone back to the hotel and brought us back to finish the match at around 9 p.m. It was that brutal.
They've had years where water bottles have melted. Didn't affect Pliskova that year, though, did it, Laura? Because she won the girls' singles title in 2010.
Unfortunately, beat me in the final.
I didn't want to say.
I've moved past it. It's fine. It was actually a Pliskova double. I played her twin sister in the semi-final.
She was a Pliskova too far.
Too much.
Yeah,
Pliskova reacting to that miss, trying to create a little something here, sneak away with another break. A little too much pace for Pliskova to handle off that return. Combine that with the angle. Madison Keys continuing to be very effective behind that first serve.
Fault.
It's the backhand return, isn't it, from
14.
Pliskova when it gets up too high, and it just looks like she can't control it enough, and they are missing long more than anywhere else.
Yeah, it seems like that shot becomes a bit more arm, not as much leg as she needs. That ground force kind of reaction that gives you the stability.
Right through the line, and look at that, he doesn't really have to move. It was not a bad angle from Musetti, but you have to go line, and that's where he's pointing. Yeah.
Thank you.
And how well has Mahuch done to absorb all this pressure and finds himself at set point? Found one when he needed it most, 2-10.
Deuce.
It's a pretty flat first serve. So he went over the lowest part of the net, paid dividends. And I tell you what, Robbie, there's quite a discrepancy between the pace of the first and the second serve of Musetti. I mean, he's hit, that's 210, he's hit a second serve at 124.
Of course, it was last year after his loss against Benjamin Bonzi at Cincinnati. Musetti said he didn't feel okay with his service motion. Felt like the toss was getting too much in front. Didn't feel well balanced with his legs, so that's when he just tinkered with it. He's struggling today again.
Gee, I thought he might have pulled trigger line there. He hit a great return. He had Musetti backpedaling, and he was up inside the baseline. That's when he tends to pull trigger line effectively. Just went for power down the middle of the court.
Advantage, Musetti.
And the problem for Musetti that he felt back in the summer was that he was leaning too much forward when he was rocking Wally.
Game, Musetti.
Got his forehand rocked right there.
No kidding.
So Robbie,
5 games all.
people's service motions don't really change unless they make a drastic change.
Yeah.
What changes over time is the ball toss. We just have a look at the hit point of the forehand.
Put the match away. Get a break at this stage. So close to the finish line. Difficult for Pliskova to recover.
Superb defense from Keys, but Pliskova is there.
40-30.
That was maybe one of the underrated parts of Pliskova's game, her comfort in moving forward. Very simple, textbook volley to put this one away. And behind her big ground strokes, she gets a lot of floaters, as over the course of her career.
In she comes again, Keys to claim the game. And here we are at 3-all in the second.
3 games over.
She's won 7 of 8 net points won, Karolina Pliskova, you say? Underrated strength of her game.
You know, I think you don't think of her necessarily as a supreme volleyer, but she's got good feel. She's got good technique.
She's got long levers. That helps when you're trying to cover the first volley.
It does. Difficult to get the ball around her.
Over on the Margaret Court Arena, Jessica Pegula is just giving her post-match interview, completing a straight sets win against Oksana Selekmetova with the loss of just 5 games.
30 love.
%92 of points won on her first serve in this second set, Madison Keys.
I think this forehand, she didn't mean to make it quite as close to the line, but she had given herself some good margin. She had enough spin on it. She gave it a hard look afterwards, but no chance of missing it.
And no chance of Pliskova getting a look in that game. Commanding hold of serve for the defending champion. She leads on serve in this second set. But this is the point, isn't it, of the match, like this kind of tipping point in the match, midway through the second set on serve. Pressure's building.
Well, and there was a half chance for Keys in that last Pliskova service game.
You would have heard it just there, yeah, over at Margaret Court Arena. We had done a check-in with them a little bit earlier when they were beginning their second set, but now that match is all done and dusted. 6-3, 6-2, the way of Jessica Pegula there. So 6th seed, now advancing to round number 4. Only one more that stands between her and that final week of the Australian Open. And we could see just how much was going in her favor here with her serves, unforced errors. Everything just felt like a pretty good game for herself, and that's obviously reflected in the scoreline and the end of that match for her.
So on serve in this second set, but this is a game you would say that Karolina Pliskova can't afford to lose. Keys ahead on the scoreboard.
Love 15.
First couple of points of these kinds of games, these important pivotal games, are crucial. Pliskova splitting the first 2, just keeping herself on even keel, give herself the best shot to hold serve.
15-30.
That ball toss was just too low for her to go for the serve down the tee that she was looking for.
Came off the speed of that serve a bit, trying to make sure to get the first serve in. Using a little less energy, not having to serve more than necessary here.
(30-14).
Mighty forehand from Keys. She was locked in during that Pliskova service game.
Keys leads by 5 games.
Wanted to set herself up with a chance to serve for the match.
Yeah, that game felt almost inevitable at the end. You could just see the energy dip for Pliskova. I mean, she has played an intense match against a player hitting the ball as big as Keys, trying to defend. I mean, it takes a lot out of you. Still trying to work her way back fully. And
So
Keys just smartly doing exactly what she needs to do to keep pressure on Pliskova. I think right now it's just become a little too much.
And it still feels like Keys is playing within herself. Sometimes we see these matches from her where she's going for lines and going for broke all the time, but even that +1 shot there, the backhand cross court, it has a lot of margin to it.
Sailing serenely through her service game. And to 3 match points.
Oh. 40-15.
Tense moments with the match in the balance.
(40-30).
But that is job done for the defending champion. Keys blazes her way into the last 16 on a scorching day in Melbourne, stepping in the footsteps she left last year. When she won her first Grand Slam title, she's through to the last 16 once again, and for the 6th time in her career. Well-timed break of serve at the end of the second set.
Yeah, we expected a lot there from Madison Keys, defending champion for a reason. She really stepped up and showed it today, winning straight sets, 6-3 in both of them there. And we knew that the weather was going to be a factor for her too, a livelier ball with just how warm it's really getting down in Melbourne. She was able to make sure she closed out a lot of those serves, a lot of those points for herself there as well. And you can see it really shows reflective in the numbers there of just how strong she was. And Pliskova, we thought that maybe the way that she ended set number 1 would have had a little bit more oomph in set number 2, but it is really tough to come up against the defending champion when she is on her A game like this right now at the Australian Open. And with the conclusion of this women's singles, we know now that Madison Keys is going to be going up against Jessica Pegula, who just completed her match, winning it in straight sets as well over in Margaret Arena. So coming up against each other in the 4th round, they can prepare, whether that's physically or mentally, to come up against each other when it does happen. And we can also give you guys a little bit of an update on where the weather is right now. So we're just hitting midday, not necessarily the hottest part of the day. It is 31 degrees right now, but in a couple of hours, it is looking to get warmer, and that's where we could see the impact of having to close the arena roofs. Or, you know, we won't jump the gun. We obviously have to monitor what it is, but yeah, that's what it's forecasted at. Forever growing heat here down in Melbourne. And over on Cain Arena, what is now been well over an hour, we've just seen them conclude their first set, going the way of Maciek there, 7-5. A small break before they jump on in and continue their match in set number 2. Well, look, of course it is. We check in, hoping to try and catch that last point for them. But we do get the conclusion of that set. And while they are both having a reset here, Maciek up against a 5th seed Musetti, we can maybe talk a little bit about their journey coming in to meet each other at round number 3. Musetti had a bit of a crazy round 1 where he lost that opening set and was able to bring it back in set 2 and 3. And then an unfortunate and untimely retirement from his opponent. Round number 2 was much cleaner for him. So maybe the ball is starting to get rolling here, I say, as he didn't necessarily win this first set. So maybe it's just something he likes to do. Maybe the heat isn't something that plays in his favor. Whereas his opponent here, Tomasz Maciek, he also had a bit of a crazy round number 2 where it went to 4 sets as well. A lot of tiebreakers forced out for himself, and maybe they were the learning lessons that he needed to be able to get cleaner second serves there. We can see in the percentage that the first serves aren't necessarily bad for him, just only slightly favoring his favoring him, only slightly favoring Musetti there. And now we can wonder what is going to be brought out in set number 2, and if they're able to make a couple of changes now that the day has gotten a little bit hotter.
I found, Robbie, clay quarters, and Musetti is a great clay quarter, obviously, from Italy. They spend a lot of their formative years on clay. Of course, they get the benefit in winter of going onto faster indoor surfaces, so it's a great blend. But the majority of their years, developing years, are spent on clay. And they have a great ability, in my mind, the clay quarters.
15 all.
They really understand the nature, the sine wave of a match, the highs and the lows. Clay, you've got to work hard for your points. You tend to spend longer in each point. You develop a shot tolerance, and they just tend to become very good match players. So he won't hit the panic button just yet, Musetti.
Well, of course, Italian tennis has been very much on the up and up the last couple of years. They've won the Davis Cup 3 consecutive years. Of course, this past 2025 Davis Cup final without Jannik Sinner. So big props to Berrettini and Caboli for getting the job done.
All.
79-minute opening set. How important could that prove to be in the context of this match? The heat of today that's expected.
Well, Musetti, we know he's a great clay courter.
40-30.
Beautifully produced shots from both wings, but he's played particularly deep in the court today. It's one thing to start off the return from deep, but it's almost like you want to play a series of shots to try to give yourself a better court position throughout the rally.
There is no slowing down what is happening here at the Australian Open, because whilst Margaret Arena only just finished their opening matchup, we've already got our next players ready to walk out onto court there. It's going to be Stearns up against 14, Anna Samova, hoping to see a lot delivered by these two women when they're ready to get on into their match.
Between the two of them early, highlighted that early on in the match. 40% of the balls from Hutch taken inside the baseline, only 10% for Musetti.
The 3 best shots Musetti has hit in this match have been forehands, where he's stepped inside the court, taken the ball on the rise off forehands. And we just haven't seen enough of that attitude, that willingness to play a variety of shots to get yourself closer to the baseline. He's very much played a clay court style of match, Musetti.
And part of that reason as well, Wally, certainly on his own serve, is not making enough first serves.
No, he's gone the flat bomb more often than not. I mean, he served up at 210. That's impressive.
So there's 2 heavy kickers that you requested about 10 minutes ago.
Well, that's 177, but close to the line, body serve. And Mahachi's returning from relatively close to the baseline, and he then had to backtrack and retreat, easily wrong-footed. So I would go with this style of serve for a little while until he finds a better rhythm. So there it is again. Robbie, that's just 183.
Yep.
40 love.
So serve within yourself and hit your spots. Use the square. Use all parts of the square. Keep your opponent guessing, and then when the rhythm, when it starts to feel right, and you're up in the count, you can go for the 210 bomb.
Game.
Good second serve, 145, close to the line, had his man backpedaling. So I just wonder whether he's got the word from his coaching corner. We've got to think about what we're doing with his serve.
And much more static with the movement before.
Could see there just that little grip change, more of a slice grip just to come under the drop shot. Much better service game, wasn't it? Clinical service game from Musetti there, and he didn't pop one serve.
Yeah.
It was all placement.
I guess my only question to you was, is he not figuring that out towards the tail end of that opening set? Why is he still persisting with it? When he's missing so many first serves, is he not feeling it? Because surely, for us, it's so simple to see the moment he goes with that 3/4 serve. You know, it's no problems behind it. Easy hold, playing off the front foot.
There's no question Mahach is playing a better style of hard court game. He does have simpler swings, particularly on that backhand wing. It's very uncomplicated, easy for him to step in, take the ball on the rise. But what's impressed me most is his willingness to come to the net. And Musetti's just offering him so much time and space. I mean, he's returning, that's got to be 4.5 metres to 5 metres behind the baseline at times. So there's that time and space I'm talking about. Crisp game from Mahach.
He's shown us a full set of tennis skills to go up 2-1. We often think of Lorenzo as the one who's got a lot of skills, but I tell you what, today he has been outskilled. This guy's been braver. He certainly made a lot more forays forward. Aggressive intent, the odd serve volley he's attempted.
He's playing better hard court tennis, isn't he?
Yeah, as you said.
A little bit of frustration there for Musetti. That was a pass that he went cross court. He knew he should have gone line. That was a big point. He's not playing badly, Musetti, don't get me wrong. He's hitting the ball beautifully, but
time.
Just a little negative with his court position.
I want you to have a good look at the grip that Musetti plays with. Do you know which over grip that is just by looking at it, Wally?
Well, I'm going to say it's a Torna grip.
How do you know it's a Torna grip?
Because it's blue and it looks felty.
Yes.
Robbie, I'm completely neutral.
There it is there. Okay.
But
you noticed it straight away, but
it is
there's a story behind it.
It is the best over grip.
Okay. There's a great story about the company.
Love 15.
And it is one of the very few colors in the world that is trademarked. And there's a couple out there. UPS Brown. You'll know that from the packaging company in America. Tiffany have their own blue. Cadbury's purple could be one of my favorites.
That's impressive, isn't it, from Mahach? We even saw just the little change up with the slice backhand.
Love 30.
And look how direct he plays. I mean, this is great hard court tennis. Robbie, I wouldn't have thought you could patent a colour.
Trademark it.
Trademark
You
a
can.
colour.
Yep.
Let for serve.
Robbie, I was reading an interesting story the other day that the Maasai tribe in Africa, they have 32 words for the colour green, none for the colour blue.
Wow. I think that's because all the words for the colour blue have already been trademarked.
Maybe
Wally.
they're worried about, infringing.
Tell you what, he's in trouble now.
There's a collapse on the second serve.
Stark contrast to the previous match against his fellow countryman Lorenzo Sonigo, where he was so good. The service really let him down today. On the brink of going down a set and a break here.
Game match.
Mahach has got his tail up, hasn't he?
New balls,
not taking a backward step.
Match leads.
And what I love, and I mean I see it so often, calmly doing. What I love about Mahach is he's played an expansive game and he's made a few errors.
Some battle, as I mentioned, the
player
only other time they played on the clay. Different conditions, very different conditions in Madrid. We know the altitude there obviously changes things somewhat. Stearns winning 5 in the third on the dirt up in the Spanish capital.
Oh. It's one of the few occasions we've seen Musetti come to the net, but Robbie, Mahach should trademark this leaping forehand. It is brilliant.
Love 15.
He's certainly not vanilla to watch.
Can we see that on replay? Well, we don't see the ground, but he gets some elevation. Pretty good to time it in the air like that.
Yep. He's been doing it for a while. That's not something new.
And Robbie, you know when you've got a really tight jar of Vegemite and you use your opposing hands anti-clockwise and then clockwise. Do you think Mahach thought that ball was going out? Is that why he played it the way he did?
15 all.
Yeah.
He just paddled it back.
Yeah, I think he was so compromised as well. But again, a lot of players might have been too aggressive on that. He's just asked the question. As you said today, getting the ball back in the court one more time was going to be so important.
Oh, he's growing in confidence, isn't he?
30-15.
And I think wisely taking a little bit of additional time here, given the importance of the next couple of points to try and cement the break. Okay, this is familiar territory though
40.
for Thomas. He saved 10 of 11 break points in the opening set. Gonna have to try and save another one now. And he has indeed finally converted as Musetti.
3 games to 2.
The Italians are delighted. It's been a long time coming. We're back on serve. He'll be feeling a lot better about himself on this change of ends.
Yep.
once you get to 4 in a set, you always feel like you can see that finishing line if you're Mahach. Suddenly to be pulled back here by Musetti, it could be a tipping point in this match.
Yeah, a couple of nice changes of pace from Musetti in that final rally there. Just high looped backhands and then one stinging backhand drew the error. But Mahach maybe just breathed a sigh of relief being up a break there.
Melbourne Park in all her glory. Of course, that is the Amy Arena in the background. Which footy ground is that, Wally?
Well, it's actually a training track, a training field for the Collingwood Football Club. So that's AFL or Australian rules.
Yes.
So that's their training paddock.
Yeah, I read about one of their most famous captains in a great book called The Captain Class. Sid somebody.
Okay.
15 months.
Well, I'm from Sydney, so Melbourne is AFL, Sydney is rugby league.
Okay.
So I'm not well versed in the game of Australian rules.
Sid Coventry.
Okay.
What was his name? One of the great leaders, 1927 to 1934.
It's a very storied football club, Collingwood. Okay, so there was Musetti there trying to step up to the baseline, make something happen. That hasn't been the case thus far. He pulled it, dragged it long, but we wonder whether that's going to be a feature of his game going forward, that he's a bit more aggressive with his court position.
$30-15.
How intelligent is that?
30 all.
He'd probably like that final forehand over Musetti. I think he had enough height on the bounce to play a more aggressive telling shot. Just pushed it into the corner of Mahach, his forehand corner. And that, as you say, that is a clever shot. The high backhand volley, it's tough to do much from there. Well, he's definitely gotten the nod, hasn't he, from his coaching corner to be more proactive, to be more aggressive. And let's hope that he doesn't go into his shell,
40.
having missed that volley. There was nothing wrong with it, but it has created another breakpoint opportunity for Mahach. But that's one of the few forays we've seen where he snuck into the net after a telling ground shot. Now, does he go for the heat on the serve here, or does he go for the placement and the good first strike? Went heat, missed it by a good distance. Just keeps coming, Mahach, doesn't he? Just keeps coming.
Wave after wave of attack. He's such a good disruptor. He attacks intelligently. We've seen him come into the net, what, 15 times in the match. He actually hasn't been in at all in this set, but was such a key ingredient to him winning the opening stanza.
Well, Musetti's played, the last few games definitely has played closer to the baseline. And we know he's taken a little bit off his serve.
We're going to check in with all of our arenas at the moment as each one of them has an ongoing match. We've obviously been closely following John Cain Arena there, seeing Musetti up against Mahach. And Mahach seems to be taking the lead here. Is he able to close out the second set? We'll have to check in later because over on Margaret Court Arena, we've got our women's singles round number 3 continuing with Anisimova up against Stearns, with Anisimova taking a 2-game lead in the first set for their match there. We knew she would be an explosive player, but a great start for her. And what has just begun on the Rod Laver Arena right now is our 2-time defending champion Jannik Sinner, second seed at the moment, up against Elliot Spizzirri.
Maybe is a plan to start the match out so that he can make some balls, but spread the court out, and he gets an error from Jannik. Gain a little bit of a sense of confidence that hey, I can play. I can be out here with him.
Love 30.
Couple of errors and Jannik going to the towel. Found a first serve that time. First 2 points gave Elliot looks at second serves.
They both come to play. Spizzirri with a wonderful point, but a great counter from the Italian.
30 all.
Elliot looking quite comfortable so far. Moving the ball around. Jannik found a way to finally get him on defense there. He spread him out with the forehand cross court, and Elliot had to stretch for 2 backhands to try and just keep the ball in play. Another first serve to the tee.
Jannik Sinner.
One of the most improved shots over the last couple of years, the Jannik Sinner first serve, and it bails him out of a little bit of trouble at the start of this match, still yet to be broken at this year's Australian Open. Someone who may get broken by the sunshine, I think, is courtside with us. Colin Fleming.
I am indeed courtside. And yeah.
How's it feeling out there?
It's hot. It's hot, but it's not extreme.
Yeah.
You know, the forecast for the really hot weather to come in maybe 2-3 hours time, towards 3-4 p.m. So look, there's maybe a chance for Sinner to try and get this done in relatively quick fashion before it gets too extreme, but I get a sense this is actually a great day for Spizzirri to play Sinner. I think with their backgrounds, which I'm sure, you know, Brad can lean into a little more, I think he will actually sort of thrive a little more in the heat than Sinner might. So if we were playing in a sort of 24, 25 degree day,
Elliot,
I think he would have less of a chance. But there's that question mark. Can Sinner handle the heat? I know he had a bit of a struggle last year, didn't he, against Rune? So I think that's a fascinating dynamic here. It's hot, but it's not extreme just yet.
Yeah, the round of 16 match against Rune last year, he actually wasn't feeling well before he came on the court. I don't think we ever got to know exactly what was wrong with Jannik before that match, but it was one of the rare occasions when a tennis player doesn't even warm up before the match. When he went out to play, Rune had that 11-minute medical timeout, managed to come back, and actually Rune ended up getting a little bit of a problem towards the back end of that. The Greek sport one probably a little bit more interesting. Ended up having to retire in his last loss on tour in Shanghai last year, 3-2 in the final set against Talent Greek Sport. That was a 2.5 hours battle, but it was about 90% humidity, which we're nowhere near at today.
Yeah, that's a very pertinent point. It's going to be very hot, but it's very dry heat. Yeah, almost no humidity, which will help these two players.
When you talk about being aggressive in tennis, that's the perfect example of it. It's not about going nuclear with the forehand every single time. It's about quick footwork, grabbing the ball before it arrives over your baseline.
Elliot's done a great job so far in this game. First point was a perfect point from my standpoint. Him attacking, coming forward, finishing at the net. He wants to try and find a way to impose his game as much as he possibly can on Sinner, which obviously we know is not easy. But he's got to be a bit disruptive. He can't just be comfortable to sit on the baseline and try and exchange ground strokes for the entirety of the match.
Because that's what happens. And let's not forget his last full season on tour in 2024 when he didn't have the ban. He closed out with the 3rd best season ever on hard courts, 55 wins and just 3 losses. Only person to get better seasons on this particular surface was Federer in 05 and 06.
Big moment here already for Elliot. The key in any of these matches when you're ranked where Elliot is, where you're as inexperienced as he is and you're playing someone like Jannik Sinner, is you got to hold serve. That's the first and most important factor.
Game, Sinner.
And a sentence, Brad, that is a whole lot easier to utter than actually achieve.
100%. And where he's getting hurt there is that Sinner's obviously spreading the court and putting Elliot on defense, and Elliot's having to cover a ton of court. He's got to do a little bit better job from those defensive positions with his depth. If he can't get the ball deeper through the court, it gives Jannik all kinds of time. And we know how accurate it is and how heavy his ground strokes are, and it's going to be hard for Elliot to keep up.
Yeah, first impressions, you know, the ball speed for Sinner from the back of the court a lot higher. You know, let's be honest, it's higher than most players, but Spizzirri, I think he's made a pretty good start. A lot of balls in play. You know, he doesn't look overawed by the occasion, but
that was a lovely backhand from there.
yeah, he hit that well. impression I get from courtside is that there's no doubt he is fit as a fiddle, isn't he? And you can sense the industry from him, but it looks a lot harder work than watching Sinner strike the ball. He looks a little more tense in his body. He's muscling a bit. Sinner just loose as a goose, and it's noticeable the ball speed a lot higher for the Italian.
Brad, just looking at the kind of initial skirmishes here, the backhand to backhand rally looks as though something that Sposiri's going to come off second best with. Doesn't look as though he's got the same wrist lag as Jannik does on that backhand to be able to generate the same amount of pace.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things, as Colin mentioned. I mean, I think that when Elliott first came out on tour, the book on Elliott was that he wasn't a big ball striker, and the question was he going to be able to pick up his pace enough to be able to do damage at this level? And we see that against Jannik. As Colin mentioned, that there's going to be a variance in ball speed. There's no doubt about it. I think from both sides. From both sides, I don't think that backhand to backhand is necessarily the one to just pick on. I think it's going to be from both sides, and that's where, from Sposiri's standpoint, depth becomes so important. You can hit the ball a little bit slower. You can hit the ball with a little bit less power. If you're getting great depth, it's going to make it difficult for anybody to be able to exploit and hit a lot of winners in what's going on out there.
There's that depth that Brad was talking about, and for the very first time, Jannik Sinner is broken at the Australian Open.
Sinner leads 2-1.
And the serve was the one thing that he took away from New York that needed to improve, and he had done an incredible job of that. Broken just 7 times across those 3 titles at the back end of last year in Vienna, Paris, and the Tour Finals. This is what the ball toss looked like in AO 2025. It was drifting a little too far forward, a little too far to the left in many ways. AO 2026, as he's come in here, and he's kind of just made...
I like the former. I know he's lost that point. But I think from the tougher end, serving into the sun, first serves are premium.
So there it is, that's 168, that first serve. So he has certainly tried to adjust his first serve percentage, which was in the 30s for a period of that first set.
(30-15).
What a time to make a meaningful first serve with pace.
Modeled his serve in the off-season.
Brad, I just wonder, knowing Elliott and his team as you do,
Lap 15.
You know, fascinating insights tactically. I just wonder how much do you think he and his team will have discussed the conditions today, the heat, and possibly Sinner you know, a little question mark. Will he be uncomfortable in this heat? Do you think that's part of the plan? Maybe trying to lengthen the points?
Well, I think that's part of Elliott's plan in general. He's a bit of a grinder, counterpuncher. He relies a lot on his legs. Great point from Elliott. That was exactly an example of what we were talking about there. He hit a backhand that landed within about 8 inches of the baseline and actually got a short ball from Jannik. Was able to attack and put pressure on him there. But yeah, back to what you were saying, Colin. I mean, I think Elliott goes into the majority of his matches feeling that you know, he's going to tough guys out. He's gonna make a lot of balls, and he's not going to overpower too many guys. But he's very good tactically at spreading the ball around, creating openings, looking for opportunities to attack. And I think, as most guys are that play that style of game, he's a tough kid in the mental area. He doesn't back down. He'll dig really hard on big points and won't give you too much.
He looks like a pretty good guy for Tommy and Ethan to have done their preseason with.
Yeah, the boys all get along quite well. They spend quite a bit of time together. Ethan and Elliott have had a bit of a That was a great backhand from Jannik and a really good job by Elliott to defend there and make him have to play another ball.
14-15.
Yeah, Ethan and Elliott have had a bit of a rivalry through college, even though Ethan was only in school for 1 year. They played, I think, 4 or 5 times while they were in college. And Ethan got him the first couple times they played, and then Elliott got him the last 2 or 3. And so they've always had good battles, and they respect each other enormously, and they're very good friends.
So Tommy's the peacekeeper.
Tommy tries to beat up on both of them in practice.
I bet he's pretty good at doing it.
He's got to keep his advantage as much as he possibly can.
Nice. Keep the little guys down, eh?
He had, not this last year, but the previous offseason, the end of 2024, he had Elliott and his coach, his development coach, Patrick, out on his boat fishing, and Elliott didn't bring anything in. He was pretty disappointed.
That's because he's got bigger fish to pull in. Jannik Sinner today.
Right out there. Petch is on top of it every time.
Patrick's been a huge part of Elliott's development, hasn't he? Grew up in Connecticut, but spent most of his kind of time training at Flushing Meadows at the USTA facility there.
Good ripping.
There is Christopher Williams. He's worked with a number of players. Zachary Schreider, Luisa Chirico. He's been TCU women's tennis assistant coach. He's been Tennessee's men's tennis assistant coach. Ryan Williams' cousin. The other person in the box, Mac Kiger, who's from University of North Carolina. He actually signed in with doubles with Mac, but as alternates, but didn't get in.
I like what I'm seeing from Elliott so far. You gotta give him huge kudos for coming out here, being prepared, not being overwhelmed by the situation. Down a break, breaks back, gets a good hold there. It's got to settle in. You're starting to feel like I'm out here for the competition, and I can play with this guy. I forget a little bit about his aura and his history.
Guys already there. Sinner.
Yep.
He was looking across. He ran the clock all the way down pretty much to 0 before serving. So
if we're being picky, it was past 0.
Yeah, I think you could argue that for sure. You know, he's definitely trying to manage the conditions already.
That's what he's looking to do. It's a little serve +1. I wonder whether some of the unforced errors that we've seen already from Jannik's racket, he's up at 6, is because he is trying to keep the points a little bit shorter because of the conditions. If I'm being honest, it hasn't hit the kind of heat yet, and I know it's probably coming, that players would be too concerned about in general.
Good return from Elliott. I mean, to be honest, Petch,
40-15.
tennis is played in these kind of conditions quite a bit throughout the year. It was sweltering in Shanghai this year. Cincinnati is always really hot. The U.S. Open can be really, really hot. I mean, it's hot, but as you said, I mean, I don't think it's incredibly hot at this point. Like Colin said, it may get there later this afternoon.
Game Sinner.
But we're definitely not there yet. Jannik is where he would like to be, and
Sinner
that's
leads
in front,
3
but
games
it's
2-2.
without the early break that he had, 3-2.
Well, I think it'll be back to where it was at the start of the match, right?
50-50 at the start of the match.
Yeah.
I think it's nudging towards Musetti now.
Do
I
you?
think Mahatch is showing signs of impatience.
Okay, let's wait and see. Torched that backhand.
It's not bad, is it, to be that accurate when you've got no target? Just a wide open court and you hit the line. He's got a little anger, hasn't he?
30-15.
He thought it was out.
Caught the line.
What's he looking down the court with that sort of attitude for?
Well, he's agitated, isn't he? He really has to get a grip on his emotions.
Yeah, so he had that, but then obviously spent 2020 to 24 back in Austin at the University of Texas, and he's done it really by the stairs, hasn't he? Rather than the man that we're looking at here has done it by the elevator. He's just gone straight to the top of the game. Elliott has literally done it from college. He's then gone and won 3 futures. He's won a couple of challenges, and now he's making the inroads, as we saw in Brussels and Auckland, on the tour.
That was a little careless there.
Club 15.
Absolutely.
Didn't get his feet, his legs engaged, did he?
Yeah, the first ball that he did the damage on was a good play, and then he tried to create some space away from the bounce, but I thought, if anything, he should have come over that last ball. Maybe couldn't create quite enough space.
Fifteen all.
I just love the Aussies. They've got a nickname for everyone and everything, don't they? I've heard already, Spizza. and Spitzy. So
it's never longer. It's never longer than the actual name. It's always shorter.
Everything.
Yeah, Brizzy, Melbs.
There's certainly a few characters in here that want to try and encourage him and get him into this match. I like Spizza personally.
Yeah, we all call him Spiz.
Okay, even shorter.
That point was really well played. It was interesting, Pets, because you had brought up earlier the backhand exchange, and he was doing a pretty good job there because of the depth, and then didn't like that geometry off the forehand here. Maybe thinking that he was going to surprise Sinner by going back that direction, but that was definitely more of a cross-court ball. Sinner able to just stand on that one and hit into the open court for a winner. Saves the first break point. He's got to dig here.
30-40.
This is the same thing we were talking about before. If you're in the Spizeri camp, it's all about holding serve. Got to get through these break points and find a way to stay even.
Game, Sinner.
A little sizzle from Sinner. And a special delivery from the world #2. Puts him ahead 4-2.
Jannik's rally pace is so big to start with, and then he just stepped on the gas on that last forehand. Absolutely crushed this ball.
Caught that at the perfect moment, didn't he?
Yeah.
Look at that, a lovely little sort of replay there. I'm not sure if that was animation or it was the actual vapor trail that came off. Once again, Spizeri just plugging back into whatever he can do.
You know he's going to have to play a fair amount of both neutral and defense. His defense has got to be extremely good in this match.
He should have a good slice forehand, of course, because he grew up playing a fair bit of squash with his brother, Nick Spizeri.
Yeah, his brother Nick is trying to make the Olympic team this year.
Correct.
I think he's been named to the U.S. national team.
He has.
And yeah, real blue blood sport. Those guys come from Greenwich, Connecticut. We don't have a squash club where I live, I don't think. We used to. I don't think we have one anymore. Tough game, squash. Tough game. I'm sure Elliot must be pretty good. Well, that was exactly the point I was talking about there. Elliot went defense, defense, got to neutral. Actually had a forehand there in the middle of the point that he could have found some offense on, that he just kind of rolled cross court, and he ends up getting an error.
He just doesn't quite have control of the ball yet, Sinner, you know, complete control. I watched him in his last tournament of 2025 indoors in Turin, and it was remarkable. He looked like he could swing as hard as he wanted, and he would never miss. It's not the case so far today. A few uncharacteristic, unforced, a couple in the net, a couple long. He's just a little off.
we all surprised? Yes,
very.
A little bit, without a doubt.
Sinner leads 4 games to 3. You've always been.
Great effort from Sposiri. Really good effort. It'd be easy coming out on here and going down an early break and getting overwhelmed. He hasn't been at all.
13-15.
That was a case of almost such a lack of pace. It didn't come through to Anisimova. Good numbers from being in a front-running position, 41 in a row. Years worth of being undefeated when she does take the opening set.
Full seeking team.
Well, that hopefully from her perspective might be something of a platform with which to build, because she still finds herself a long way behind here down a set and a break.
Obviously through very different conditions at night when it's cooler, particularly in Melbourne. The other night it was not that warm at all against James Duckworth, so you get used to those conditions, a little heavier, having to swing a bit harder. You come out here today and it is a warm day and suddenly the ball's flying a little bit on you and you've got to make that adjustment, whether that's string tension or just pulling back a little bit.
Brad, I heard Sposiri, the sit-down, send a racket back to the stringers and ask for it at 56 pounds. Is that his normal tension, or maybe go up a pound or two on a hot day like this?
You know, I don't know what his normal tension is. So, but on a hot day like this, it's kind of normal for the players to go up just a little bit in tension. I think what you were saying before also, Colin, and that's a relationship to Jannik maybe not finding his range quite yet, because the molecules inside the ball get expanded with the heat, put a little bit more pressure on the ball itself and make them a little harder and make them fly longer. That's about as much science as I know.
That's good, the Stein science.
Yeah, I was going to say the Australian Open physics lesson by Brad Stein.
Daily science segment from you, Brad.
Yeah. Grab it on YouTube later.
Just wanted to use the word molecules.
Molecules. That's a first for me.
First arm.
But we do know the ball does fly a little bit more. The hotter it gets, the harder the ball tends to feel coming off the strings.
Yeah, the forehand has definitely been errant. It is usually obviously the shot that's going to go on and win him the match, but at the moment, 13 unforced errors, and he's missing at the moment 1 in 5.
Yeah, that's not a normal stat, that's for sure.
Sinner, not too worried about games, just points right now.
Yeah, that was the best offensive ball that we've seen Sposiri hit, other than coming forward and knocking off volleys. But from the back of the court, that was the best offensive swing that we've seen come off his racket. And this is the key. This is exactly, if you're in the Elliott Sposiri camp, this is exactly what you wanted. You find a way to stay even 4-all. Got a little bit of scoreboard pressure now. Already broken twice. Got to be feeling pretty good right now.
Temperature's really starting to climb out here. You know, when they warmed up, I would say the ambient temperature probably 32, maybe 33. I think we're already a couple of degrees hotter than that, and it's climbing.
Yeah, just saw the the heat index now for the players that they use is at 3.2. I think when they started it was at 2.1.
I just think if Sposiri can somehow win this opening set, we could have a really interesting story in our hands here.
Jannik definitely doesn't look angry, but he also doesn't look happy. Looks a bit inside his own head in my mind with his body language and where he's at right now. Whether that's about Sposiri or whether that's about the heat or whether that's about himself. Obviously not striking the ball the way he would want to be striking the ball.
And the most impressive thing about Sposiri getting to this stage in this opening set with a couple of breaks is the fact that Jannik has delivered almost 80% of his first serves.
Yeah, with that, Elliott to have created 2 breaks. Good effort on his part, but also Jannik giving him some help for sure.
What a return. That is absolutely brilliant. Hasn't played a lot of really sort of world-class players on big courts, but he did have a warm-up with Federer back in 2019 at Arthur Ashe.
He's practiced a few times during the US Open with Novak as well. When Novak goes up to New Jersey sometimes.
And he's got that as well. He cannot miss.
Great tennis from Elliott Sposiri right now.
30-40.
Highlighting his skills.
That is a brilliant volley from down low.
That was that replay and the camera angle was fantastic to see where he was and his movement. Calm, quiet, great racket work.
World class, absolutely world class from the American. He'll serve for the first against the world number 2. Wow.
Everybody here in a bit of shock.
Well, in shock in some respects, but also, yes, he's missed a few more, Jannik, but this has just been absolutely brilliant from Sposiri. What another awesome return of serve. It was a change-up serve. He caught up with it, he saw it, he knocked it back to the baseline. And he has been so deadly at the net. And apart from anything, it's difficult to get to the net against the long rangy shots of Sinner in general, but he's already been up there 5 times and he's won 4 of those points.
Yeah, and it's like you said, that started with the return.
It's hot.
Incredibly deep on that return, got a short ball and was able to attack out of it. Pet's not sure exactly what he was commenting on there, but Elliott was stating the obvious on the sideline. He said to the umpire, "It's hot."
Well, his tennis has been hot. For somebody last year that won the category of most service games won, Jannik, 92% on his second serve. He was at 60% virtually. He is won 1 out of 7 today, the Italian. He held serve 92% of the time last season, Sinner.
Everything going Spizzirri's way right now. That court sat up for him perfectly.
15 love. And sitting beside the court, as I am, we get a really nice look at the depth of Sinner's shots, particularly from the end he's at just now. And I can't remember in recent times seeing him like this. You know, a couple of balls clipping the tape, some flying long. Normally he's so dialed in, you know, within a meter or two of the baseline, isn't he? Consistently, he's really off with his ground strokes at this moment.
You know, often though, and this is where you've got to give Spizzirri credit, a lot of players come out here and almost offer up a set and a break because they're so overawed. They try and overplay, hit the ball harder than they probably need to or can, and Spizzirri's given him nothing.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Petch. Especially, this is Elliott's first main draw Grand Slam. Drop shot came out as almost a short lob off the racket of Sinner.
40 love.
Crowd's loving this right now. Underdog story.
Triple set point.
First serve. Let second serve. Again in the first set, Spizzirri.
Certainly Philly deserves. Stunning. The tennis world is stunned.
Games 2-4.
Spizzirri 6-4. Doesn't change too much yet, Brad, but it changes a little bit in Spizzirri's mind now that he's managed to grab that opening set. He has something very tangible.
No doubt. And I think the bottom line really from Sinner's standpoint is that he's got to raise his level. This is not a level that we're used to seeing when we watch.
Again, too much pace. Not time to recover out of the serve, and even if you do recover, you know that you've got to do something with the ball to keep the ball deep. Otherwise, you're going to be continuing to be defending. Little width. Hasn't been able to employ that.
Nick, aren't you surprised that Stearns hasn't used that one more often? We've seen her, particularly on clay, but in general, she has that heavy forehand. It really bounces off the court in the heat today. It's interesting for me that this is the first time we really see her use it to open the court like that.
Let's go.
Guys coming out of college.
It continues to go the Americans' way.
Finding ways to get forward, keep attacking. Be the disruptor out there.
Really noticeable after a point like that, the body language. Sinner has that sort of hang-dog, you know, like the conditions are really bothering him, whereas Baziri just, he's an animal, isn't he? He's a machine. You know, as you said, Brad grew up in Connecticut, went to college in Austin, Texas, trained in Florida. He loves the heat, doesn't he? He's thriving here. And Sinner, if he isn't enjoying the heat, he's just used 45 minutes of battery power in that opening set, and the task is the same, isn't it? Still got 3 sets to win. This is a big test for the defending champion.
Yeah, and Colin, Greg Sharko, our resident stats and information guy, just said that it's only 18% humidity out there. It's like you said, it's not crushing out there really.
No.
I almost feel like Jannik's, he's making more out of it than maybe there is, or maybe we're just feeling that he is, but. Nicely done. Baziri finding more and more confidence as this progresses now.
I just wonder, Brad, I mean, you would be able to speak to this, and, you know, players preparing for matches. I wonder if he's walked onto the court a little nervous about the heat. Because of last year, you know, we mentioned a couple of matches that were tricky for him. He did his preseason in Dubai, so some heat in the air there, but not as hot as this. And yes, it's not humid, but it is very hot. It's easily the hottest day of the tournament so far.
Absolutely magnificent to watch.
15-14.
To me, tell me if I'm wrong, Colin, but to me, Baziri looks like he's freeing up even more. It's like he's swinging with a little bit more aggression and creating a little bit more of a physical ball right now.
I thought he started the match very well, but there was a little bit of tension in his body as he was producing his shots. That seems to have gone now. Yeah, there's a little bit more on his ball. It doesn't feel like he's getting bullied in these exchanges.
Was really trying to be the disruptor there. That was the first time we've seen him try to attack and come in behind a second serve. The crush and rush.
He's got a very modern looking two-hander. The racket head doesn't go up. There's no kind of C shape. It kind of just slips into the pocket in the same way that Jannik has changed his now and Carlos has.
I think that's a progression that Elliot and his team also made, Patches, that they made a few little adjustments in his backhand. It used to be a little bit more circular, and he created a little bit more shape and rotation on the ball, and his swing has become much more simple, The racket head stays very steady, and he hits a flatter, more penetrating ball now than he used to.
And he's the one that's changing direction so quickly. It's usually Jannik that loves to kind of quickly take you down the line and open the court up.
First game, second set.
Honestly, I would expect Jannik to hurt him on that ball a little bit on that last point where he takes that backhand. And Elliott's at or even a little bit outside the singles line there and defending down the line, and you would expect Jannik to really snap that off cross court and do some damage with the ball, but not finding the timing. You see where Elliott was right there, kind of straddling the sideline when he makes contact with this ball. That was a different one from earlier. The last one in the last point was a little bit more central in that down the line area.
Just a quick one, guys. We heard Spazziri telling Fergus Murphy it's so hot at the end of the first set. He's referring to the water coming out of the fountain courtside. Yep. That's what they get the refills, don't they? I think it's coming out hot today, so they need to figure that one out.
Yeah, Colin, was funny when I said that. Patrick Hirsch messaged me and told me that was exactly what it was. But you know what? Tommy complained the other day because, you know, we're Americans. We're used to getting a lot of ice in our drinks, and those dispensers just feed the water out. And Tommy was having trouble in his first round match finding ice on the court. I actually spoke to Craig Tiley about it a little bit, and he says there's ice available on every court. So the canisters that the guys use, there's two different sections that you can unscrew. You unscrew the second one, and there's a bigger opening that you can fill and put ice in there. But we Americans like our ice, you know?
He is going to have to find a little more patience, Sinner. That was the perfect point. It was another great point from Spazziri in terms of depth. Look at the depth from the American in this rally. I mean, that's 3 perfect balls. That's just too good from Sinner. That's what we expect from him. Fast, long-rangey, flattish shot.
That was absolutely spectacular. That's what the people come to these matches for.
30-15.
Through the middle portion of that point, I was just thinking to myself, Elliott looks so comfortable.
So comfortable.
So comfortable. He's just finding his timing is right on. Contact point is so perfect on every ball. Not getting lost with his feet on anything. Little bit of a turnaround
30-all
from the first set where Sinner broke first and then Spazziri broke back. Huge point right here. Sinner obviously looking to get back even. Didn't really do enough with the ball coming forward. Center of the court there, pretty much.
Sinner finds a way back quickly into this second set. That is a rare mistake off that forehand side. I think that number from Sposiri is just 4 missed forehands in the entirety of this opening 56 minutes. I believe he's hit 100 forehands and he's only missed 4. Against somebody that you have to inject a bit of pace in. You can't just roll it in. That is rock solid tennis from Sposiri.
Sounds obvious because he broke, but that was a better game from Sinner. It was noticeable. You could hear it, you could see it. He was starting to find his range again on the ground strokes, hitting with more authority.
First time I saw Elliott play live was actually in Indian Wells last year. He was playing Lloyd Harris, who was coming back from injury, and yeah, I mean, he impressed me in terms of how tough he was. Lloyd from South Africa, I lived there for 12 years. He was good friends with my daughters, and I thought there's a guy that doesn't miss too much, but I mean, he has really impressed me today with how quickly he has changed his backhand line. It's like a different player, and that's not even a year since I last saw him live.
That's one of the first second serves we've seen Sinner play to the forehand. Thinking a little bit now, trying to find some ways that he can exploit what's going on with Elliott, because I think from the back he's not quite sure yet where he can find a hole. Elliott's not really giving him much of anything from either side of the court right now.
Just starting to see better body language from Sinner as well. Almost like he's kind of, if he was struggling slightly, he's almost stabilized physically, but mentally much better from him. Heard a couple of forzas, a couple of fist pumps, and just a little more spring in his step. The sort of hangdog look is gone for now.
People are on their feet.
So they should be. It was a brilliant response from Sposiri, but even better from the world number 2. He is having to find his best tennis out here.
Yeah, I think that body language also, Colin, maybe a part of that is that, you know, you come out on the court and look, there's one of 3 scenarios every time you walk on the court. Either you're the favorite, you're the underdog, or you know it's an even matchup. And Jannik walks on the court virtually every time he plays as the favorite. And maybe his expectation was a little bit that it was going to be a little easier than what it ended up being in that first set, and he was getting a little bit irritated with the entire scenario, so his body language was a little bit worse.
Time violation here, and he's not happy.
They were speaking up there, and I waited. Do you think that I should take time violation 40-15? Well, no, just let me know if there's a problem. No, it's fine. I wasn't ready.
Wow, how nice was that from Elliot? He has just walked up there and said, I wasn't ready. Take away the time violation.
You got to love that, don't you?
That is
sportsmanship.
Incredible. Yeah,
come on.
Fair play. Brilliant. You know, I like Fergus Murphy a lot. I thought that was unnecessary after the amazing point. Didn't need to give a time violation there.
What a clever little shot from Spizzirri. Yeah, I agree, Colin. The umpires are generally quite good at kind of managing the situation. You don't have to start the time clock instantaneously when there's a point like that where the crowd is going crazy and the players are kind of waiting for everybody to settle down. They tend to hold off on starting the clock.
Well, on the ATP Tour, it starts automatically, doesn't it, when they input the score? But here they have complete discretion.
Yeah, absolutely, exactly.
Deuce.
He's always had that DNA in him, though, Spizzirri. Talked about that little Mo competition. He didn't win it, that national championship, but he did win the sportsmanship award there. Came third. It was a big week for him.
Where do you come up with this stuff, Petch? How do you know he won the sportsmanship award?
Advantage Sinner.
That is a determined looking world number 2. Having to fire his best to get past the American. 2-1 Sinner, second set.
A really close game there for the side of Sinner. Being able to get it still isn't enough, though, because it is a very close set between the two of them. We're checking in, though, with what's happening across all of our arenas. Rod Laver we're pretty up to date with, but what's happened over at John Cain Arena is the third set has concluded between Musetti and Mahach. They're going the way of Musetti, so right now he leads 2-1 in a 6-2 win for himself in that third set. And in the meantime, at Margaret Court Arena, whilst we checked in with them, quite infrequently, it's updated and concluded now to see Anna Samova win in straight set 6-1 and 6-4 here, getting it done in just over an hour. And it's pretty impressive for a multitude of reasons here. The fact that she hasn't yet dropped a single set in the Australian Open, so she's 6-0 for herself here, but also the way that she won. We knew that balls would be a little bit more lively with the heat, but able to close out and win a lot of points within the 0-4 shot mark for herself. So not even going for the extended rallies, which we know she's been able to prove herself before in other matches there. And as you can see, 34 degrees. So ever so hotter than it was just a moment ago, and will be increasingly warmer. We're going to head on back to Rod Laver Arena and see the continuation of this second set and the tight race between Spizzirri and Sinner.
I think it's 90 seconds. And they used to have some pretty good battles. Then eventually he gravitated towards tennis, Nick towards squash, and I do love all those sort of like little backstories. We wish him well as he tries to make the US Olympic team in LA in 28, and also shout out to the Solaris Racket Club in Connecticut where Elliot trains.
Brad, I think we're finding out why Petch's golf handicap isn't lower.
Yeah, I mean,
these are incredible stats.
I told Patrick Hirsch I'd mention his club and academy, and Petch already did it.
Bravo, Petch, excelling yourself today.
But these are the you know, the heartbeat of tennis. You know, that sometimes I think are unheralded. They're not spoken about enough. But without them, there's no Elliot Spizzirri. And I love the fact that he stayed with his development coach, Patrick. I think it's so important to understand where strokes have come. Brad's talked about the little tweaks that he's had on the backhand. Oh, I love this sport. I love this sport more than anything else.
This is something special right now, the way that both of these guys are playing. Elliot's pushing Sinner to play the best tennis that he can. Really impressive.
15 all.
Brad, let me ask you a question. Do you think, you mentioned the book on Elliot, certainly when he was coming through, could he generate enough pace? Do you think it's actually a case today that he's enjoying Sinner's pace? I get that impression now.
I think there's a component to that, 100%, Colin. He's able to feed off of that pace, and once he finds the timing and the contact points correct, he's using that pace to generate his own.
And he's so quick, he can still get behind the ball, and he looks like someone to me that is enjoying redirecting pace rather than if he was having to generate it all himself.
15-30.
It's the first one of those. Let's just take a little look at some of the numbers in terms of what these two are producing on the court. And you can see it there. That is stunning. I wouldn't have put him in the same stratosphere of Jannik off the ground. Unbelievable effort. And that's got to have bothered Sinner as well, because coming into this, he would have been told that he's going to dominate a lot of these baseline exchanges through sheer pace and depth. Just hasn't transpired.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was my point before, that I think in the first set his body language was maybe based a little bit on the fact that he was sort of frustrated that Elliot was playing at the level that he was playing at. And I think now he's building a sense of respect for what's going on, and he's recognizing that he's got to produce his best tennis. I think both guys finding an impressive level right now. Jannik generating another break point now. But Jannik's, just like you said, Colin, his body language is so much better right now. And I think a part of that is that he's starting to recognize and realize that he's got to produce his best tennis right now. And I think that you produce your best tennis as a player generally when there is an air of respect between the players on the court.
Oh. Sensational from Sinner. Absolutely sensational, but it takes Spizzirri to be playing the way he is and moving as well as he is to produce this kind of tennis. The creativity that Sinner is having to dig into, that is a gorgeous response from the American, but you just can't cover everything.
And that was set up from Jannik also based on depth of the ground strokes. Just before that, he penetrated a backhand that was probably 3 inches from the baseline. Elliott wasn't quite able to get enough depth back, and you got Sinner standing inside the baseline with so many options, played the drop shot.
It's the problem when you play Jannik when he starts playing well, is that when you open up the court, if you don't do it effectively, he has got a lot of options. And you've got a lot of baseline to cover.
Oh.
He just robbed the ball of the bounce. So soft were his hands.
15 all.
Yeah, there's no easy points today.
And that's what Elliott creates in general for the vast majority of his competition. No easy points. He's going to grind. He's going to battle.
Both players making use of the shade at the back of the court. One of the benefits of being on Rod Laver Arena, and they're smart with the roof, aren't they, to shade the stands as much as they can, but give the players a bit of respite. It's definitely getting warmer out here. I think could be 36 in that sort of range, degrees Celsius.
Well done. I just looked, Colin, and we're at 35, and the heat stress scale is at 4 right now, which when it hits 4, there's a required 10-minute break after the third set.
The other thing to add is at this time of day, the end Sinner serving from the sun can still be a bit of an issue. So he's definitely, you know, the players are having to manage the sun from that end as well at this time of day.
Let's first serve.
You get the sense that Sinner changed in the second set once he went down that break. He was almost playing to allow Sposiri to lose to him. And now he's recognized that he has to get out here and win.
100%. That body language after that serve, 30-all, trying to consolidate this break, looking over to his team, little fist pump. He's engaged. He's fully and completely engaged because he knows he needs to be. Elliott's giving him everything he can possibly handle right now.
Well, it may be red hot weather-wise, but he is so cool out there. How was the composure as he was running to that ball, held it to the last second. Watch this. Jannik makes his move. Sposiri slips it past him.
He set his racket. Watch how quiet the racket is here. Where am I going to go? Where am I going to go? Cross court.
Oh. Advantage, Sposiri.
That's how hot it is. All kids can't even put their hands on the surface out here on the hard court. And we get the ambient temperature, but of course there's the court temperature as well. Jim Courier played out here, wasn't it?
Yeah, I actually spoke with Jim this morning when we were talking a little bit about the heat scale and talked about that 1993 final. And the air temperature was at 40, and they actually checked on the court, and the temperature just rising off the court was actually 150 degrees in Fahrenheit, which I think I looked it up is 65.5 in Celsius.
It's important, the 0.5, when it's that hot.
100%. That 0.5 is what really put it over the top.
Deuce.
Can Sinner shake off the challenge in this game? He's had to adjust. He's had to try and impose himself, Jannik. And the good thing for the world number 2 is that he has an extra gear. Look at that. Opening set, as we said, he was trying not to lose, was trying not to throw in double faults. Well, the good news for him, he's gone up 11K, still hasn't served a double. That is a lot less time on the second serve for Sposiri.
Yeah, that's a clear indication that he was feeling a little bit more pressure and that he had to do a little bit more.
And on that number alone, there's been a huge shift. Sinner won just 1 point out of 7 on his second serve in the opening set. He's at 7 of 12.
4 games to 1.
And he extends his advantage in this second set, 4-1. Yeah, that is kind of terrifying, I'm not going to lie. I mean, it's a good job it's done in daylight, because I think there could be an arrest in order if it was at night time.
That's the actual size of them in Scotland, chasing the fish and chips. Animals they are, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I remember a few summer vacations on the beach where my kids' hot dogs got stolen. If you turn your back for 1 second, they're aggressive.
They comfy in Scotland, I'm telling you. Don't just take your food, they take your arm as well.
I'll tell you what, whoever's in there is tough as nails. Are you kidding me? On a day like today?
Yeah.
Time.
Unless the tail's ice. Opening couple of sets, opening sets, Sposiri did a great job of performing kind of CPR on his own scoreboard. He was down a break 2 love, down a break 4 to overturn that. Jannik did not want that to happen again. Once he had got that break, he had to work hard to consolidate, but he did so. And a little period now coming up here, Brad, for the world number 2, where for the very first time, really, he has an opportunity to really explore the court, his pace, and what potentially could hurt Sposiri. Doesn't have to break here. Virtually the rest of the match, you feel as though that was the case.
Yeah, he all pressure back on Elliott at this point, and Jannik has the freedom to play a little bit looser and maybe attack his shots even a little bit more. See if he does so, or if he's gonna, you know, there's the old saying, never change a winning game. He's 4-1 up right now. He's producing his game pretty close, I think, to where he would be satisfied. I think if you talk to him right now, he would say, you know, second set, I started finding my range and felt a lot better. And
First serve.
maybe just want to stay right there and keep asking questions of Sposiri now that he's down a break. Definitely went after that one.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's the final piece of the puzzle that he needs to really kind of force Sposiri a little bit further back to defend, but the forehand down the line hasn't been as reliable as it usually is.
Dirty love.
A little bit loose. A little bit loose in this game, really.
40 love.
You know, it's funny, at this juncture now, a set and 4-1 in, Elliott serving here, 1-4. As well as I think I understand the game sometimes, I'm not sure I've picked up on any real patterns that Jannik is trying to play.
Again. Sposiri.
More of a feeling that he's just kind of receiving whatever comes from Elliott and then looking to see what part of the court is open and what feels comfortable and just kind of reacting to the balls and playing his shots.
It's interesting you say that, Brad. You've got a much better view than me in terms of patterns of play, but just the overall sense and feel of the match. I get, you know, Sinner's obviously done well to get ahead in this set, but I don't feel like he's sort of home and dry in this second set by any means. I think if Sposiri can really dig in, make things tough again, you know, Sinner's looked a little vulnerable on serve. He's been broken a number of times already. I still think Sinner has to keep the foot down here to get this set across the line.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, the one thing he's going to be wanting to do for sure in a service game like this is try and create a little bit more serve and one opportunity for himself.
I guess what I'm trying to say, and maybe not doing a great job of it, but you know, sometimes you see a top player, they'll lose a first set and it looks like a bit of a slow start, but then once they get on top, you think, okay, there's an inevitability now about the rest of the match. I don't get that feeling. That's what I'm trying to say. You know, even if Sinner were to win this set, it doesn't feel like he's dominating the match. Not yet, anyway.
Nice pass. We understood you, Colin, even with that accent.
Hopefully subtitles for the viewers at home. I'll never forget coming to America and the great Sir Alex Ferguson being interviewed, and there was subtitles on the TV, even though he was speaking the native language. I thought that was incredible.
Good serve there.
40 love.
some authority about his tennis. Game away from a set apiece here on Rod Laver Arena.
Games 2-2.
Lovely look at some of the athleticism from both of these two players. Ziri's done a great job of just holding the baseline today, not getting lost on this vast court. That was one of the shots of the day. Old school grip.
Time.
Two of the powerhouses in men's tennis currently. Italy continuing their dominance of the Davis Cup. It's been a good time for American men's tennis in terms of quantity of players getting up inside the world's top 100 this week. There are 15 male players inside the world's top 100. I see Italy have had a lot of success with Jannik's wins at Grand Slam, but they are sitting with just 8 at the moment. This, though, has just been pure quality.
Love.
Ziri doing a great job in that point, absorbing pace. Had 1 or 2 balls there that he got pushed to his heel on a little bit on the forehand side, but still absorbing.
Love.
Just a little more perceived pressure perhaps coming off the Sinner second serve return, and maybe that's why he's coughed up a couple of doubles in this second set.
If I'm in the Sinner camp right now, you know, you love the fact that you're up a break, but I don't want to be giving away free points. I want to be maintaining my rhythm, my consistency, sense of focus, that I'm not missing balls.
A bit like that.
Yeah. Very makeable volley. I do like the play. I like him coming forward. He started coming forward a little bit more. But I mean, you look at the Sinner right now for the match is at 26 unforced errors and Sposiri only 12. I think that's where you cut down on that number from Jannik's side of the court and you start to really separate yourself. But if you can't do that, and I think that game right there is a game where you continue to establish that. A couple of loose errors there, I felt like. Forehand from the middle of the court that he missed was not very characteristic.
Love. Oh.
Yeah, this is an untidy couple of minutes here, really, from Jannik, and you can see he's frustrated with his own kind of level. The forehand you picked up on immediately, Brad. He looked over to his camp and kind of shaking his hand out as though something got lost in the swing.
Yeah, and even that backhand, you know, it's not an easy shot, but it was sort of mistimed. The ball just popped off the strings. He's still operating at far from his best level.
And Sposiri has found some of his best level. And that's the problem for top players. Often, the lower ranked players never get close enough to make them human.
15-30.
And that is something that Elia has done magnificently well. And then suddenly, Sinner plays a relatively conservative point, and that just brings him right back to where Sposiri wants him.
Yeah, I think what you said there at the end is so true, Petch. Relatively conservative point there. Hit the majority, basically every ball through that point, kind of in the middle of the court. Elliott didn't have to move more than a step or so, and then it's Sposiri who steps up and takes the risk and finds some offense.
30 all.
That's one of the things right there, though, in the men's game. Serve is always going to be able to bring you back. Huge moment right now for both guys. Elliott read him like a dime store novel there. I'm in your head. I know where you're going.
30-14.
And then he executed the shot as well.
I was going to say, it's one thing to be a savant, and it's another thing to be able to be a shot maker as he is.
Well, there was a look to his team there from Sinner. A bit of annoyance. It looked to me like he should have gone line, but maybe they've made a plan to target the forehand. It would be understandable. He's maybe caught off guard how well Sposiri's hitting his forehand today. Targeted it again there, didn't he, and got the missed return.
Opportunity for a fifth break in the match for Sposiri. Last year, on the way to winning the title, Jannik only dropped serve 5 times in the entire tournament.
Ball. Left. Second serve. Advantage. Spazeri.
Last time Jannik was broken 4 times in a match here in Melbourne was in that epic final with Medvedev back in 2024.
Deuce.
How we needed that.
Found the line with an amazing angle there. But this battle, it's giving hope, creating confidence for Spazeri, I think. Expect him to attack this second serve. He's going to be aggressive here, I think, especially if he gets a forehand.
Oh, what a shot from Sinner. Spazeri thought he had the upper hand. He was misinformed.
I think Elliott was actually looking to take a little bit of space there and didn't expect the depth and the pace that came back from that backhand off of Sinner's racket. Just got caught a little bit, didn't have time to make the swing.
Sinner looking to close out the second set here.
Set Sinner.
Almost an hour it's taken for the world number 2 to get back on level terms. Let's roll through the credits as we...
A second set win there for Sinner, so 1 apiece. And the biggest change between set 1 and set 2 was the fact that Sinner was able to close out a lot of these points within the first few back and forth hits there. And so that's something that's playing into his strength there. Spazeri, though, he wants a little bit of a longer rally for himself. So big props to Sinner being able to close that down, shut it out, and not opening the door up for himself there, despite having a few hiccups along the way in set number 2 there. But it either way is now tied up 6-4 for set number 1 in the way of Spazeri, 6-3 for set number 2 in the way of Sinner. And over on Cain Arena, what is still going on, their first match of the day, men's singles round number 3. Musetti leading with 2 sets to Mahak's first set, 7-5 there, and now in set number 4, just slightly favoring Mahak.
Game is set.
Well, at this stage of the match, that is a very good game. You don't expend any energy on the service game, and you've got plenty left. That's 1 minute 21. That's a rapid-fire game. We've seen some of the service games 9 and 11 minutes. So now, if you can jag the first point, it's good momentum. It's a good feeling. And you've got plenty left to give in terms of energy to try and make a break. Let's see how this first point plays out for Musetti. Well, that's the point. If you want to build pressure, you've got to try to get that first point. A lot more complicated from 15 love. As a returner, you're desperate to get that first point, so he'll be disappointed just lifting that forehand long. Gee, that's a slice hit with a bit of venom.
15-all.
The slice is no different than the topspin. It's varying amounts of slice. Sometimes you'll see him play the floating slice with less revolutions just to get depth, but that one was a little knife. That was like a knife through butter, Robbie. Ambitious, half volley. Changing the line of flight. So he didn't get the first point, Musetti, but he is building pressure here. 15-30. Let's not forget he had a break point in the previous game. Done that well throughout the course of this match. Has Thomas Mahach found some of his best serves when he's needed them most.
I can tell you the weather is, temperature's getting close to 36 degrees out here.
The only thing in the player's favour is there's not much humidity.
Uh-oh.
30-40.
So there's that first ball strike. There just doesn't seem to be any recognition of the score in Mahach's game at the moment. Great serve again.
Surprised he's gone.
Yes.
The topspin return, they're normally so good at the end of range, just chipping that ball back into play. That is magnificent. A work of art.
Musetti.
And Robbie, you're focusing on the brilliant flashing backhand to win the point, but how is the scramble?
I mean, it's one of his greatest assets, Wally. We'll start with a chip returner serve off a good first.
Robbie, I'm going to throw a word at you.
Okay.
Which I feel sums up Mahach's play throughout the course of the back end of the third and the fourth, and it's insouciant.
It's a great word. Sounds good. But I have no idea what it means, so hit me with a definition.
Showing a casual lack of concern.
Insouciant.
Insouciant. So he has played a very up-tempo match. He's made a lot of errors. 68, in fact. He has not played to the score. Fortunately, he has served well in the big moments. Otherwise, he'd be in the locker room.
Well, he was on the brink there of being in a world of trouble. But he's managed to escape unscathed, and it's 5-4.
Brilliant defense.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Petch, you know, I mentioned before that not seeing a specific necessary pattern of what Jannik's trying to do, but right there, I think we mentioned it earlier, he's targeting the forehand. He's definitely trying to break the forehand down, but it's not breaking down. And Elliott, he stood on a ball in the middle of that rally, and Elliott sent it back just as fast, if not faster. That's an incredible pass. That was a pretty dang good approach shot from Spizzirri. Deep in the court. Sinner gave absolutely no ground off the baseline there. Watch this how this is almost a half volley the way he picks it up.
Yeah, I'm sitting pretty close to that shot, Brad.
Perth is the one where the natural resources, all right.
Well, Perth is still going in terms of gold and iron ore and natural resources, but the Ballarat Bendigo area of Victoria was a big gold rush in the late 1800s.
I hope you've hung on to your gold and silver coins, because you'll be pretty happy now with commodity prices where they are, Wally.
No, I have a portfolio that you would not want to follow.
Okay.
Whatever I do, Robbie,
do the opposite.
Do the opposite. Got a nice calm way about him, hasn't he?
He's been around for a long time, has Jose.
Yeah, he's seen it all.
Yep.
There's no sort of histrionics from him, or speaks very calmly to his player. And hasn't his serve picked up from that first set?
40-15.
Not casting a shadow, Robbie. We're not on the equator, so there'll always be a slight shadow. But coming down, beating on both players. Mahach has found the shade to return in. Some solace. And that's a little wild. Now, for me, Musetti's in complete control of this match. But Mahach has the firepower. And he's in a mood where he's going to go for it, that anything could happen. And he is serving well on the big points. See if Musetti, who's had another very quick service game, can build pressure. You kind of get the feeling that it's a break is looming if he can get himself into the game. So that's what he's going to do. He's just going to see the ball and hit it as hard as he can to the corners, in or out by millimetres. Just rolling the dice, Mahach. Very awkward to play against this style of tennis. And he has the firepower to do it. That's the troubling thing for Musetti.
It's so unnerving, isn't it? I just feel that things aren't in your control.
Well, you play the ball back like Musetti did there, thinking, okay, well, I'm going to start the rally, and then he's in this mood bang, bang, 30 love. So then you try to play a little bigger and you start making some errors.
But the bang bang could also be 2 unforced errors, right?
Totally. I mean, the first one I think was on the line.
Mm-hmm.
The second one was a little safer. Now this is it's very hard to play against this mentality. So there it is. In or out by millimeters. Have a look at this. Probably 2 or 3 centimeters. But he's basically hitting his ground shots like passing shots. Hard, flat, direct, close to the line. Probably the greatest possibility for Musetti is depth. Even if he doesn't hit the ball particularly hard, I mean, that's great depth there on the approach, but the return was deep, and it's very hard for Mahach to play that up style, that up-tempo style if he is faced with depth. Done it again. Big point, big serve.
And literally on the line.
30.
Some serious work on it. Adorned with all manner of spin.
He's tried that a few times, hasn't he? The second serve, it's worked for him. But I think he saw it this time and probably had a play on it. Maybe just took the racket away and it dipped very sharply. It's a fine return back to deuce. So Musetti just needs to watch the slider wide. He's taking chances. Mahach. Now Robbie, the law of averages, the odds. Third game he's had a break point. Third consecutive service game he's had a break point. Mahach has hit very accurate first serves on every occasion.
Thank you.
Can he do it again?
Please. Let's for serve.
Big-time tennis on the big-time points, Wally. It's stunning in anyone's books. Musetti's done nothing wrong there.
You get the feeling if Musetti got a look at one second serve on any of these points, it'd be his.
Well, he continues to defy the odds, as he did in the opening set. 6-5.
Just an example here of the firepower of Thomas Mahach. Look at this. I can tell you, he's hit 50 winners. 50 winners in this match so far.
Yeah, he doesn't need to adjust his game, which is honestly against the best players in the world. When you can play your game as he is right now, what an advantage.
Absolutely. Confidence level has to be at a peak.
Thanks, ladies
I'm
and
fine
gentlemen.
out here.
Voices.
In that service
Please.
game again, opportunity to break.
So aggressive on the return for the first
Love
time
15.
ever last year. Jannik Sinner not only led the service games one category, but the return games one category. It had never been done before.
$15 all.
Trying to take this fourth set to a tie break.
Love 15. $15 all.
So herein lies the trouble.
15-30.
Another stinging approach, and Mahach has 15-30. And the last few service games have been relatively simple for Musetti, but now he's serving to stay in the set. It gets a little more complicated. And there's a subtle difference. When you try to extract maximum power, when you're just on the run, you're not actually set, you can't really engage ground force. It gets a bit harder, and that's where he makes the errors, Mahach. But when he's set and he can stand and deliver, look out. Great return. That was a good return. The serve not good enough at this level. High and heavy.
40.
Oh, how often have we seen this? A player has all the chances, doesn't take them.
This is just a second break point in this set for Thomas. Remember, set he's had 5, hasn't converted. For now, Czech does not convert.
Yes.
Gives Mahach a dose of his own medicine. Big flat serve down the tee, 200 kilometers an hour.
Advantage match.
Second set point. It's a smash and grab set from Thomas Mahach.
7 games to 5. 2 sets
He had
all.
no business winning it whatsoever. But the upshot of that backhand is that we're going 5.
Robbie, you could feel that coming, couldn't you? When he couldn't grab, when Musetti couldn't get his teeth into those break points, you just knew this mood that Mahac was in, something was going to give, and he has come up with a couple of cracking winners to break the Musetti serve. We're going 5, and that is going to be punishing for both players. Look at the winners, 21 winners in a set of tennis from Thomas Mahac. He's pushing the envelope, and in that particular set, he only made 15 unforced errors to do it. Musetti, if he doesn't win this match, he's going to go.
You know, an EV on a supercharger, you might get up to, I don't know, 60, 70%, but what about a tennis player in 10 minutes? How much can he recover?
Yeah, 10 minutes is not a lot of time with, I mean, if he's starting to cramp in his hand and he's already been looked at for the hamstrings.
Yeah, he's in all sorts of trouble here, guys.
He is in some serious trouble.
15 all.
Marton Vucevic and Novak Djokovic were one of the first that had that heat break, weren't they, back in 2018 at the US Open. That was an opening round match, 38 degrees. They went off after the third set for a nice bath. Novak was potentially in big trouble, but then rolled through the 4th-6 love after the break. But, I mean, Jannik doesn't look as though he can compete in rally. He's got to just hit winners.
I'm just surprised. Well done, Elliot.
And I'm not sure there's anyone else you would rather want, if you want the win, than Elliot Spazzeri, because he looks as fresh as when he started this match.
And this is where, for Sinner, losing the first set, being a set all, is a problem. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but Sinner could essentially concede all the way to the end of the set, couldn't he, and take the 10-minute break. But being a set all, you know, if he was 2 sets to love up, that might be more of an option than a set all to go 2 sets to 1 down. He's in real trouble here. Struggling to drive up on the serve. Hands look like he's close to full body.
He's cramping all over the place right now. I mean, he's feeling twinges in muscles all over, stretching in his arm there, in his hand. Had the physio out to look at his hamstrings. He's not going to be able to hold the racket here pretty soon, the way this is looking. He's got both sides, I think, just below the elbow, the forearms. This is reminding me of shades of back at the US Open with Shuzo Matsuoka when he went into full body cramps on the court. I'm just surprised, given, I mean, we've been out here for 2 hours and 5 minutes. It's not like there's nothing that's been going on, but it's a little bit surprising early in the 3rd set for him to be dealing with this degree.
You could hear Darren Cahill talking, asking, I guess, Humberto Ferreira and Alejandro Reznikov, who worked on the tour for 15 years. What can we do if he gets through to the end of this set, even if he loses it in the 10 minutes, to get him better?
Just to throw another plot twist, I think I'm right in saying that the heat scale is getting close to 5.
Yes, that is definitely a factor as well, Colin, because if we get to 5, they potentially stop and close the roof.
And you get 30 extra minutes.
And you're going to get, that's going to take some time, yes.
Wow.
And that amount of time is enough that they could potentially get some fuels into him that might make a difference.
So the heat skill could determine the outcome of this match. Almost. That could save him.
I mean, it could save him, but I mean, he's not far away, as you have both been saying, from full body cramps here.
And I think that even if you had that 30 minutes, I mean, they're gonna do everything they possibly can. But the fact that he's in this kind of distress right now, take 30 minutes off and you come back out here and have to put in the level of effort and energy that he is, and I just don't think that you're not going to be at 100%. There's no chance you're at 100%. Question is, how diminished are you? And if you're on the other end, if you're Elliot Spizzirri, you want to just keep making him play. And it's tough sometimes, but Elliot needs to stay inside his own mind right now and keep playing his game, keep producing the kind of tennis that he's been producing.
We're at 4.9 on the heat scale.
Yeah. And it's been rising relatively quickly. It's going to hit 5 here in a relatively short period of time. You can see it now. You can see it from where we are. We're down here at court level. You can see his quads. They're contracted right now.
Advantage.
They're tightening up.
Spizzirri.
And he was looked at before for the hamstring, but I think it's all over right now. Not all over as in the match, but I mean all over his body. I think he's feeling it everywhere. And I'll tell you what, as nasty as it sounds, that drop shot from Elliot, that hurt.
And it's the perfect shot.
Yeah, it's the right shot. But that hurt. That
going to get a code violation here as well.
Time violation.
I don't know what to do. I'm
Yeah, okay. We just have to get through to the end of the third set, mate. So even if you walk around, don't worry. We take the break.
You heard him clearly say to his team, I don't know what to do. And I think Darren sounded like he's very cognizant of the heat rule and the potential that they're going to have to give him time to close the roof. The question is, can he get through even this game?
No, he can't get through this game. I mean, perfect shot. There's a time for compassion, but it's
not now.
Not now.
Not now if you're Spizzirri.
No.
Absolutely not.
3 games to 1.
You have to stick the knife in and turn it.
Sort of to pop it a little bit more. You know, it's a long match out here. It's going to go in and out. So keep trusting it.
Really good coaching there. This match is going to go in and out. He's going to find some potential high spots in terms of how he feels physically, Sinner, for a small period of time, and maybe he can light it up. And he's certainly got the firepower to do so.
Wait, please.
Oh, this is it. Is this the heat index at 5?
I have a feeling.
The tournament offers now, because of the heat, we're going to stop. So we're going to stop now.
Unbelievable.
That is incredible.
We'll close the roof. Just stay, and well, better to stay here and we'll find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, the extreme heat rule is in effect.
Wow, Elliot Spaziri.
We are stopping play for now. Are we going to close the roof? Yeah. Close the roof. And we will close the roof.
And that happened at an even game. And I'm under the impression here, reading the rules here, and Colin, Brad, come in if you think this is wrong, but I was under the impression that during a suspension of play, the referee will review the conditions, the AO HSS, the heat stress index, will determine when play can be resumed. Once the referee has decided play can resume, each player will be given at least 30 minutes notice prior to the resumption of play. And the announcements are going to be made to the crowd here via the PA. That's as I read it, as we see Craig Tiley and Darren Cahill coming off the court. They'll obviously be trying to figure out what they can do. I am under the impression and that this is a substantial break. It's not just about shutting the roof.
Yeah, I read the heat rule this morning, Petch. I looked over it, obviously in preparation for this, because we kind of knew that this potentially might happen.
Oh, Robbie. Now, sometimes when it's hot and your brain's a little scrambled, it's hard to think clearly. But what a second serve, 167, and for the first time in the match on a second serve, he sneaks in. That is clarity of thought. Well played, Lorenzo Musetti.
This could be far for the biggest points that Lorenzo wins in this match.
Oh, the heat coming off the court. That is
the mirage.
Yeah, you'll be seeing palm trees soon, Robbie.
First serve.
You'll be seeing an oasis.
Let's hope so.
Well, that was clinical, wasn't it? Big serving. He pulled trigger on a couple of serves in excess of 200.
Confirming we're closing the roof.
Okay, here we go.
Hey guys, come on, Lorenzo.
Does Lorenzo want the roof closed?
Doesn't have a choice.
I think this suits Mahach.
You can mean. So we cannot play in between. I mean, if you. Thomas, we can play also.
Well, if I'm Thomas, I don't want to carry on playing.
No, he should take a break. But Lorenzo has said we can keep playing.
Yep.
Lorenzo's on a roll. But I think Thomas, take a break. Within the rules.
Of course it is.
Yeah, Lorenzo's right. It is Thomas's call.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to the extreme heat,
I'd say if it was 2-all in the first set, they would continue on.
As soon as possible.
Thomas needs a break in momentum.
I don't think it's going to take 10 minutes. You can see how far across the roof has already come in barely 60 seconds. So I imagine the break will be at best.
We're innovative down under, aren't we, Robbie? We were the first slam to have a closing roof. We ended up with 3.
Yeah.
Well, we talked about it at the start of the day, just how hot it really was going to get in Melbourne, especially towards the late afternoon, which is what we're hitting right now. And the Rod Laver Arena match we were following decided that they're going to suspend the gameplay for a bit, close their roofs now, heading over to JCA. They've done the same. They're going to conclude that, yeah, the roof needs to be closed, and we can only now infer that over at Margaret Court, a similar sort of story is going to happen before they bring their players out and begin their third match for the day. So right now, a lot of play being suspended, a lot of solutions trying to be found. So we're just going to head on to a break. When the players come back out, we'll be back to with the tennis action here at the Australian Open Animated.
Could save him. Could save him.
Good job, the player, Alexander. Receive. Okay. And that side for the photo. Just stay here with a big smile.
Recovering from the brightness when he tossed the ball up.
Well, after a combination of ref and players' decisions, the roof's closed, but the play is already back in here over at Rod Laver Arena. Sposiri and Sinner back on the court, having a couple of points already between them in the continuation of their third set.
30-15. But I just don't see him magically, all of a sudden, we're going to go like, oh, he's fine again. He's back competing. This doesn't seem to me to be one of those. A lot of times guys cramp because there's tension in their body. There's nervous in the situation. I don't see this as one of those.
Interesting to see what happens, not just here, but also with Jannik, as you kind of throw it forward in the course of his career. The last time he was actually broken 5 times at this particular event was against Tsitsipas back in 2023, and that prompted him to reshuffle his entire team. Cardo Piatti was on the bag at that particular time, and then he decided that he needed to change everything.
Wow.
And I just wonder, Brad, like, I know he went to Dubai, but I've been in pre-season in Dubai back in 2018. It's not that hot
Yeah, I've done a pre-season there as well. At that time of year, it's not nowhere near as hot as it is here today.
No. Huge point right now. Elliott does not want to throw him a lifeline.
Stuck now on the line and somehow is stuck to his task here in this third set and recovered the break of serve.
Yeah, back on court and back in action for Rod Laver Arena. Similar for Margaret Arena, as we're seeing right now, two players taken to the court here, getting all their gear on, ready for their coin toss and warm-up. It is Shelton, 8th seed, up against Basharot, 30th seed. Going to see what's on the card for them. Roof already closed, so they don't have to deal with what's already been going on this morning between the other men's singles rounds.
No doubt he played a lot of indoor tennis in his early days, so all good. They'll understand these conditions. Play stopped outside because of the heat. I remember these days clearly, David. They were difficult. You know, on this type of surface, best of 5 sets, it could be a tournament-changing day.
Yeah, always seeing that around Melbourne Park at the moment.
With us, you'll do the coin toss. And hi Ben, we have Poppy. She'll do the coin toss. Hi. All right, guys, so for the match, 5 tiebreak sets, 6 ball, 7-9 ball change. I call the let. 25 seconds between points. There is the serve clock all around. For your towels, the boxes are all around. Please use the one with the blue sticker inside, and please use the one with the white sticker, okay? After the coin toss, some photos with Poppy over to that side. Any questions before we start? Who is going to choose? Valentin or Ben? Okay, you choose. We have AO or Mark Edmondson. AO, all yours. Is Mark Edmondson? Serve? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Stay there.
On these days.
Yeah, it's let's not. The off season in Boca, it's not that hot.
No.
It's nice.
August it is.
It's yeah, but the guys are there training the rest of the year, and throughout the rest of the year, through basically from about late March through October or so, it's pretty brutally hot there.
It's so much more comfortable out here already. It has not taken long to close the roof, but not long for the air conditioning to kick in. Yeah, a lot more comfortable, and Sinner just feels like he's starting to stabilize. Step by step, slowly but surely.
Oh. Oh. 15-30.
It's not easy for Spazzeri either, is it, here?
No.
With so much going on to play his own game.
Yeah, Colin, exactly. That's exactly what we're doing. What we were saying before. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to get out of your own head. You know, I think it's important for Elliott at this point he needs to almost turn his back on the court, like during the in-between point time, and not really be looking at Sinner. He needs to just stay in his own head and play his game to the best of his ability.
And he's a classy guy, isn't it? We saw him with the time violation earlier in the match. He didn't complain when the roof was closed, but he must be thinking it.
And we've seen here just his game has dropped off. His execution, his game has dropped off right now, and he's got to try and find the level that he was playing at before. Don't let your level drop as Jannik's level drops. Don't let this this whole entire situation bring your game back down to a different level.
Interesting sort of moment in this match. If he were to kind of hold on to this game, and as Colin's saying, it's getting a lot cooler in there, maybe he is going to get recovery. It is one of the strange things about cramps. When it does get cooler and you do kind of get out of the funk that you're in, you do get a period in the match where you actually do feel okay. People think you were maybe bluffing it before, but that isn't actually the case. It's a tough watch on both ends right now, because there is no doubt that it has had a massive impact on the American in terms of his concentration. And I feel for him, because he was going toe to toe with the second best player on the planet, and a lot of times coming out on top. Certainly not the type of point that Sinner wants to play, but it's so difficult, Brad, for Elliott to find that balance. Knocking balls in play, don't miss too many, but allowing Sinner to line up potentially for a point-ending winner.
Yeah, that is exactly the point that Elliott wants to play. Keep grinding. Try and extend the points. Make them as physical as you possibly can right now. You have to do that without getting passive. I just feel that Elliott's lost a little bit of his swing pace, and he's got to try and maintain and keep control of getting after balls.
Advantage Sinner.
So good, so good.
Great return to start the point.
Deuce.
Got to try not to play the man, not to play the situation, just play the ball.
Let for serve. Advantage Sinner.
And that's exactly the type of point Sinner wants to play at this particular stage. 9th ace of the match. Not the type of duration of game he wants to play.
Ball.
Way to spread the court there for Elliott.
Deuce.
Interesting. Mark, you and I had a conversation off the air earlier when it was very hot about Jannik taking extra time. while the heat is out there, but that just makes you stay out there longer. He's doing the same thing now again in between serves. Maybe he feels he needs that time to recover, but he's just keeping himself out there longer. He's making the duration of this particular game and or the match longer.
He's getting a little bit of help here from Fergus Murphy on the clock.
100%.
He
Yeah,
is.
real leniency.
Yeah.
And he's watching it actively, letting it count down.
And if he does get another code, it's a first serve gone.
Game center. New balls, please.
And he's going to get a little more time here as he wanders over to pull a new racket out. Spaziri a little more time to think about what might have been.
The other factor here for me, you know, with it being now indoors and cooler, you know, we were talking a lot about the number of unforced errors Sinner was making in this match, particularly first set, and now the ball's not going to fly as much. The conditions come that little bit deader that he likes, don't they? So it's going to help him physically, but I would think it would also help him sort of tactically in the match.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Colin. Closing the roof and playing in this environment changes so much, and that is definitely a factor.
If he does end up winning this, does this go on to his 31 match win streak indoors for Sinner?
Yeah. Certainly Saved by the Roof will be the headline if he does win.
He gets 0.6 of a match for this one.
One behind Lendl at 32. Johnny Mack, who had the most consecutive matches won indoors at 47. Djokovic second at 35.
That point exposed the fact that he's still struggling. And by the way, all matches on the outside courts have been stopped.
Till 5:30 local time.
Yes, any court that doesn't have a roof is has been stopped.
The interesting thing for me, guys, as well, I talk about tactically, we were praising Spaziri and how much he was liking Sinner's pace and redirecting it. He's now having to generate a lot more of his own pace because Sinner's ball speed's dropped. He's chipping some balls, and that's adding to the discomfort for Spaziri, I think.
Perfect timing from Elliott for me, because I was just thinking as you said that, Colin, that one of the things I think he has to do is with a little bit slower ball speed, he should get more opportunities to come forward and attack. And your natural tendency now is to think, oh, I want to lengthen the points. I want to make him struggle out here physically. But Elliott has to continue to be the disruptive factor that he was earlier in the match.
Just like that. Having said that, when he is kind of taking the longer route to success,
40-15.
Any rally over 9 shots in recent times has gone to the American. He's won the last 11 out of 12. Tennis is a game of percentages. Those are good numbers for the American.
Again, Brazilian.
And he'll be happy to see the number 4 on his side of the court in this third set. Spaziri.
4 games to 3.
Okay, so the rules as I understand them is that he can get a little bit of help in the changeover for the cramping. He can have treatment as he's having right now twice. They don't have to be consecutive, they can be consecutive, but twice in the match and then that's it, is as I understand it.
Yeah, according to the rule, Mark, it says there may be a total of 2 full change of ends treatments for the muscle cramping in a match, not necessarily consecutive.
Time.
If you weren't with us in the break, just to confirm that Sinner can get treatment in the change of ends twice in this match for the cramps that he's having. Doesn't have to be consecutive, could be consecutive, but just twice he can have treatment while the changeover goes on. You can't call a medical timeout for it. He's had at least one of those. Had a little bit of treatment on his calf on the previous sit down. I don't know where that's at.
Great return.
Love 15.
Deep.
The serve seems to be a real issue for him with the cramps.
Well, I think that's often the hardest part, isn't it? When you're cramping, is
driving up, isn't it?
Driving up, pushing up on that serve. It's amazing. It's so common when you see guys cramping. Once they actually get into the point, their body somehow allows them to move around the court. Great play from Elliott. We're in depth on the return. Your body somehow allows you to hit the ground strokes and you can move, and then the instant the point ends, you start cramping. When it gets really to the final portion of it is where during the point you're virtually hobbling to balls.
I think it's got to be something to do with once the point starts, the kind of subconscious takes over. But you're right, the split second it finishes, you start to think again, don't you? And maybe tense up slightly. But yeah, you see it time and again, don't you? You think a player that literally can hardly walk between points suddenly covering the court not too badly.
Wow. And he's doing this with a ball toss that's now 5 centimeters lower than it has been for the rest of the match. He cannot drive up as much with the legs, but arm speed's good, direction great. Set of tennis where he has not been there physically has still produced 7 aces.
Certainly can't question his willpower.
He's come a long way, hasn't he, already? From that moment, remember in the corner, I don't know what to do. He looked like he was done.
But I do think, Colin, he's starting to look a little bit more like he was at that point. He's shaking out the legs. He's hitting the back of his legs with his racket. He's stretching his arms again. To me, that's the biggest sign. When you start cramping in your arms, your hands.
Jannik Sinner.
And don't forget, we're at 4-all in the third set, 1 set apiece. He's got a long way to go to try and finish this match.
Indoors hasn't been a bad place for Sposiri in the past. Of course, one of his nice runs on the Challenger Tour in 25 started in Cleveland indoors there, got through to the final. Met another man that you know pretty well, Colton Smith, in the final of that one, before picking up his first ever Challenger title in San Diego. Brad, what would you advise Jannik to do in that moment there? Do you feel once it gets past maybe 5 shots, it's just all or nothing, rather than attempting to stay in the point? The cumulative effect surely has to build.
I mean, I'm telling him for sure to try and shorten the points. You got to try and shorten the points. That being said, once you're in the rally and you're out there and you're the competitor, I think the competitor in you takes over a little bit, and you don't want to give points away. But I think there, as soon as he gets pulled a little bit wide and he has a little bit of angle to work with, he's going to pull the trigger and try and make something happen to end the point. Ball pace picking up again a little bit.
No, we haven't seen any drop shots from Sposiri. He's always got that option to go to.
I like what he's done here in these first couple points of this game, and I think that he's getting closer to where he was before it, just playing his game. Elliott is a grinder. Now is the time to grind.
30-15.
Dig. Defend when you have to. Make him stay in the points as long as you possibly can. Yeah, the drop shot's a great play, but you can't play it from bad positions. You just get yourself in trouble.
Brad, you hit the nail on the head. The ball speed is increasing significantly again from Sinner. He's not out of the woods, but he continues to feel better out here on the court.
Great serve.
It was a great serve.
What a great serve.
Before Elliott tossed that ball up, I was actually in my own head thinking, where's he going now? Needs to open court. He needs to do something, and he came up with a great serve there.
Tricky situation here, as you say. You can use the serve as a setup play, but the moment he kind of goes wide, there's a bit for Jannik to work with if he reads it.
Sure, of course. There's so much going on right now at both ends of the court.
I mean, imagine if you're Elliott Sposiri right now, having come out to this court, your first thoughts were just, can I stay competitive with the two-time defending champion? You come out and actually you outclass him in the opening set with the quality of your tennis. Then Sinner hits back, and then all of a sudden you're having to deal with this. And the biggest match of your life for the first time.
Yeah, the match was always mental and emotional, especially from Sposiri's end.
Talk about clutch.
Can I say great job, Elliott? That was well done. Well done.
Good point, man. Let's go. You're good, man. You're good. Come on. Let's go.
You're on it. Let's go.
It's incredible shot making. And the strategy is just a collection of shots. That's it. There's not putting his opponent, if he sees a shot and he can find it, he's going to take it on every time.
good second serve there. He got a lot of bite on the kick serve. It really jumped.
I think that kicker on the ad side is something he can use a little bit more on first serves. Spread the court out and try and put Sinner on the run immediately after the return.
Advantage, Spizzirri.
Suddenly Sinner wins the longer exchange.
Duke. Advantage Spizzirri.
Every single point magnified at this stage.
I think it's worth making the point again that Sinner's feeling better, but he's still not hitting the ball anywhere close to full speed for him. So Spizzirri's having to really work to put a lot into the ball himself. Coming out of his comfort zone to hold here. And then suddenly a rocket return just catches him off guard. It's really not easy to beat Spizzirri in this match right now.
One thing that isn't cramping in his brain. He read that serve. Spizzirri's gone there numerous times in this game, and Sinner ambushed him.
More drama.
Quite unbelievable turn of events. Incredible.
Sinner leads.
Somehow Sinner
5
finds
games to
himself
4.
at the stage in this third set to serve for it.
What a crazy end to that game there. The set's still not over, just slightly favoring Sinner there. What has concluded is over on Cain Arena. They finished their first match for the day. It was 5 whole sets for the men's round 3 there between 5th seed Musetti and Mahak there. It was just a crazy amount of points played for them, games, and obviously going the distance in sets there too. And when you look at the stats here, it's just so evenly matched between the two of them. You can understand why it went for almost 4.5 hours. It did lead in the way of Musetti's victory there, being able to close out and win it in set number 2, set number 3, and set number 5 there. And moving on to the 4th round here, awaiting who is going to be his next opponent, either Wawrinka or Fritz there. So yeah, he's probably very happy way to have concluded his match there on John Cain Arena. As we continue back with Rod Laver in a moment, just giving you that quick update on Margaret Arena, where we did see both Shelton and Vacherot come out before. They're right in the middle of their first set there. Shelton just leading with 3-2, but the next game could potentially go Vacherot's way.
The problem a lot of time, Brad, and this is only the eye test, because he isn't getting so much from Sinner to work with, his backhand down the line is actually opening up the court for Sinner to unload with a forehand, and suddenly he's behind the 8 ball in the rally, whereas before he stayed in front.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what Colin's been commenting on is a factor that he's not giving Elliott as much to work with, and Elliott's not as good at generating his own pace. He's working off the pace consistently, and now there's a little bit less to work with, so his ball speed has dropped.
And I think at this stage, Sinner has actually realized tactically the effect that's having. So he's not trying to up the ball speed. He looks so in control here, just maneuvering the ball.
Still shaking the legs out as he's walking around. Don't forget, he closes this game out right now and he gets a 10-minute break.
The last time he lost, he was defeated by fatigue in Shanghai. He is desperate to not allow that to happen here in Melbourne.
Again, third set, Sinner.
A set of tennis.
Games to 4.
That takes him closer
Sinner
to the
leads
entrance of the 4th round
2
here
sets to 1.
in Australia once again, in a quite remarkable turnaround.
We got Spizzirri and Sinner. It feels like just such a crazy turnaround of what happened when that roof closed. Just a whole different sort of mentality coming into it for both players there, and what ended up being that set number 3 there. Jannik Sinner being able to make, I don't know if I want to say a comeback, but just great adjustments from what happened, considering how much the commentators were talking about. It felt that his body was really struggling with what was going on, and now they're going to have a bit of a longer pause, they mentioned there as well, before they do get into that 4th set. So Sinner right now leading by 1 set. There still is really so little between the two of them, and a crazy match to be on our hands there. We're going to check in with MCA a little bit more, as we haven't given them too much attention just yet. It's Shelton up against Vacherot.
Oh, it's a double hit. It's bent like you would not believe.
It landed on the line.
Have a look at the bend.
And it was like a googly. It was wobbling in the air.
And without any breeze whatsoever, it's caught the edge of the line.
And then he realises it's in.
Shelton was so composed too. He did a good job just to you know, he played the shot. Where did that come from?
That was a classic.
That was ridiculous, guys. And the reaction from Shelton over here looking in the corner. He couldn't believe it. And like you said, the roof's closed. It's not like that had a big gust or anything unless they turn on the air conditioning, which I highly doubt it would be making that ball move like that.
Maybe it was the echo. No, but it wrapped around the frame, Ron. You could see it. It hit one side and then sort of, as the ball was sort of coming off it, his racket brushed across and the frame caught it and made it turn like that.
Unbelievable.
That was a classic.
It looked like one of your cricket balls, right? Moving all over the place.
Exactly. A googly.
It's an outswinger for sure.
He's a cool customer, though. This is, you suspect, something that will develop into a very interesting contest.
'You mentioned the family ties in the box. Vachereau in that Shanghai final played his cousin Arthur Rindickneck, who was also coached by Steve Denton. We discussed that at the United Cup. It was a rarity, cousins playing against each other in a big final. Because a lot of tennis players live in Monaco, but very few of them represent Monaco. It's the first time in 78 years we've had a Monegasque player into the third round. Never been to the fourth round of a Grand Slam, male or female. Just joining us, we're on serve in the opening set.
40-15.
Shelton had a break point in his opening service game, but other than that, the server has been in command.
You know, he's already been into a semi-final of the Australian Open, Ben Shelton, and that's with a lot of improvement ahead of his young life. But the last 2 points are probably two examples of the way he can improve. He gave away a free point with a big swashbuckling forehand into the body. The serve went in the first point, and then just was loose with that chip. If he could cut those loose donations away out of his game, gee, he'd be hard to beat. There's another one. So 3 wasted points there.
Well, Fitzy, you hit the nail on the head. He misses a lot of returns, and the thing that concerns me is he's actually reaching down here at that strapping that he's got on the quad. I'm not sure if that's just the tape coming off, the stickiness of it, or if he's reaching at it to touch it if it was aggravated. I think just to reapply the tape, but yeah, you know, you've got to put good hits in the returns. Even if you miss it, it's got to send a message that you're able to control the ball, and sometimes his return misses, they're just out of the center of the racket and they have big margins of miss, and I don't like that.
And in contrast, this is magnificence. Just love that action, Dave. That is something special.
Interestingly, both players average first serve 204. In fact, Shelton there just a little slower at 193. His average has just dropped to 203.5 to Vachereau's 204.5. That's some heavy hitting. Shelton's got the edge on the fastest, 224.
Well, clever return and great percentage, making a player hit a difficult shot that he didn't come up with. Didn't try to overplay it. Vachereau just took the pace off this, had to reach for it, and just gets it low and slow. That's the return to an incoming serve volleyer. Low and slow, David.
Sounds like the way I should have played.
I wasn't referring to your movement.
40-15.
You used to fly through the air. I know you did. You're a legend at it. Did we mention to Ryan in Perth about your athletic ability? I love bringing this up. It embarrasses you, doesn't it? I think deep down you like it, or not. Sitting next to an Olympian up here, Ryan.
Yeah, you made me guess the sport. I'm not even going to say what I guessed.
That's a loose shot too. There's
40,
two.
13.
I mean, it happens on his own serve at 40-15. It's probably okay, and that's the percentages he plays, but or doesn't play in that case. But if he could cut that out of his game, that's what Sinner and Alcaraz don't do. Now, tough to compare anyone with those two. It's a tough comparison, but to get better, cut that out of your game.
Good serving though, and Shelton leads 5-4.
5 games to 4.
Okay, ladies, good afternoon. Just a few reminders for today. We have shot clocks, all 4 sides. For the towels today, please take blue. Please take white for the towels. We also have video review. If you want to video review anything, say it. Also, at the end of the point, you can say it, okay? After the coin toss, please have a picture with Chloe facing that side. And today the heat break is in. So if you would like to take that in case, also let me know, okay? Any questions? We have a special coin, AO and Edmondson. Nicola? AO or Edmondson? AO. Chloe, go ahead. Great job. Edmondson. Receive. Stay. Picture, please. Chloe, don't worry about coin. Turn around and look there.
So as you can see, the roof is closed, and you would have heard the umpire say the heat rule is in effect. So what that does mean is if this gets to a third set, the players are entitled to a 10-minute break. But I would imagine it's pretty comfortable now with the roof being closed for the best part of an hour here, Daniela, and the air conditioning cranking. But I don't think that really is required.
Exactly. I was just thinking about it. I'm glad you mentioned it because the conditions
Great job
for
coming in as the 30th seed. Up against Ben Shelton, the American semi-finalist last year.
I'm just trying to work out how you lift his percentage a little bit. Even that forehand, which is his weapon, it's a big ball from the back of the court, and he can hurt you and does with that shot. But even that one is one that you shouldn't miss. At least you've got to make the opponent play. I know it's sometimes hard to. There's a fine line between going for a winner and missing. He treads that line a little bit. That's the forehand at its best. And he does have this advantage, Shelton, against a lot of players where they know how scary he is on his own serve or how difficult he is to break. So then he becomes scary on the return. And at 15:30, this is one of those moments that Vachereau is really thinking about. Brian basically saying, keep the ball in, make him move a little bit, son.
15-14.
Vachereau got a little lucky there early in the rally to stay in it. He caught that first backhand late from the return. And because he sort of mishit it, it was heading out and dropped in on the line, but lost the point anyway.
So first break points, which are now set points for Shelton. So Shelton rises when it mattered.
By 6 games
Takes
to 4.
the opening set 6-4. Just the tiniest of tiniest openings.
An inch of daylight.
Yeah, that's all he needed. It's Vachereau will be a little miffed about all of that.
Gee, there's a lot of yellow there, isn't there, on the left of page. It was pretty close, though. Shelton winning 6 more points overall, 31-25. So he was, it's fair to say, slightly the better player. He just took his chance there at the end. He's dangerous because he does give free points away. And on the return, he doesn't get close to breaking a lot of the time. But because he serves so well and holds his serve so easily a lot of the time, it's a bit scary when he gets to 15.
Not everybody loved ice baths. Federer wasn't a big fan.
I'm not. Never been in one. A few cold rivers.
It's no problem finding the middle of the racket at times, though. And somehow Spositti's got to get that ball away from Sinner.
Tempo of the points is a little different, but
40
the overall tempo of the match is very different now as well, isn't it? Sinner, almost every point, just watching the serve clock, letting it count down. He's just taking the maximum time he can.
It's kind of a great sort of and very magnified use of the shot clock and what it's done to tennis. Slowed it down, because the players know exactly how long they've got and they get to the baseline, and whereas before they used to throw the ball up and just hit the serve, they watch it go to zero.
How much time might he be taking if we didn't have a shot clock at all?
That comes down to the umpire,
40,
and then
15.
I think it would have been very interesting. I think there would have been more codes.
Good job. Here we go. Try and manage that zone.
Beautifully done. That's what he wants to do, create space, break the sidelines, get Sinner off. If he can unload and hit enough winners from there, too good.
You can see the game plan. You can see the game plan right in front of you there. Spread the court, play open court tennis. You spread the court there, Jannik has to go for something big off that first ball. He's not going to be able to recover more than once maximum, it looks like.
Had a remarkable first serve percentage throughout the course of that third set when he was hampered with the cramps up at 74%. I'm interested to see whether he has to keep loading up for second serves, because he's down at 33% in this opening game. An opening game that saw an average time between points of 32 seconds.
Love.
It's a more sort of focused and intense feel to Sposiri now. I think it rocked him, the whole roof closing, the way Sinner was feeling, but he's back on the tennis now. I think the 10-minute break and the chat with his coach has helped him in that regard. Almost accepted where he is, and I like the tennis that he's showing again.
40 love.
Yeah, I think that whole span, he almost looked like a deer in the headlights, trying to figure out exactly what was going on and what he should be doing during that time.
Yeah, 0.
Perfect start on serve to this fourth set for Sposiri. More liquid needed for Sinner. You get the sense that he's just going to try and get through this fourth set early stages without any damage done.
We see Jannik not sitting down on the changeover.
Time.
He's not firing on all cylinders. You get the sense a little bit, though, he's not having that kind of huge drop-off. There's less valleys. He's plateaued a little bit, Sinner, physically, and he's kind of just idling the engines. He's going to be hoping that his serve and his shot-making ability can kind of just stay with Sposiri through the early part of this fourth set, and then maybe he can just raise the intensity at the back end of it.
Great shot, Elliot Spizzirri.
Love 50.
Sticking with this discussion about the heat, it looks like the current temperature inside is about 26 degrees. And it should stabilize and be consistent at about 25 ultimately. Pretty massive difference, that's for sure.
It's about 13 or so degrees cooler than it is outside right now, and you've also got the fact that, you know, we're in complete shade, obviously, with the roof closed. You know, with that sort of intensity of the sun on your neck, on your back. So a huge difference with the roof closed.
Big opportunity here for Spizzirri now at love 30.
Absolutely out of this world. There was a couple of shots in there to admire. Spizzirri's backhand down the line. You thought it was going to bring up some breakpoint opportunities. And yet Sinner scoops it to the baseline. And then has the wherewithal to produce that.
Impressive tennis. What a quality point. Spizzirri finding the offense here.
15-40.
He held that one again after going down the line the point before. And then that puts a strain on the body. And it's moments like that that just build the respect. What shot making?
30-40.
What heart.
How do you hit that angle at the end of that sprint, that point? That was deliberate. You just have the softness of hand, the presence of mind to flick that exceptional shot.
Spizzirri.
What a game.
That is back to playing the tennis that we were talking about he needs to get to. Put together one of the best games he's played in the entire match. That last point starting with the return. What a return.
And that has just lit the crowd up as well. It got a little soporific out here, to be honest. Everyone unsure how to kind of react. Glacially slow between points, Jannik, understandingly so. And yet suddenly Spizzirri with a game that was reminiscent of the start of this match. have to remember he was a breakdown, Jannik, in that third set. Turn it around. That's been a good play. The serve +1 backing behind him on the outside.
Great setup and balance on that forehand. Our angle to this was so good.
Well, what's going to make winning possible against Sinner, even in these conditions, is going to make it a little bit dangerous at times for Sposiri. He's going to have to accept there will be a little bit of roadkill along the way. He's unlucky with that backhand, but it was the right shot.
Same pattern again. You can see in Elliott's face now that he's so much more locked in again on just the tennis. Incredible.
Slide, glide. And the hand skills at end of range. He's the champion here for a reason. He's there. He's not going anywhere. Sposiri is going to have to take this from Sinner.
Sposiri leads 3 games to 2. New balls played.
Here. 15 0.
Yeah, you get the feeling it's just happening a little quickly. And when you play these matches, it's hard to stop the clock or your mind. Everything just feels like it's going too quickly.
And it's hard to calm yourself down when you're love for down, right?
Oh, yeah. This will help.
30 love.
Oh.
I think also the fact that they are playing under the roof, something that Alice would have been very happy with, because she's got such a beautiful timing. The roof being closed, that definitely helps it.
Yeah, some players really thrive, don't they, under the roof conditions. You got to remember, for most players who are growing up in Europe, they would be training 6 months a year indoors.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime playing under the roof, thank you very much. We take it. It just makes life so much more simple.
Yeah, that's right. The wind won't get into this court. It won't affect the ball toss. That's talent.
And that's the backhand we will see in the future. Very, very often.
Reverse commentator's jinx. Can you make a comment about my portfolio?
It's going down.
Perfect.
Obviously, the players can't get given the towels here, so that does add a bit of mileage to the encounter when you're out on these big stadium courts, when you have to wander over there all the time.
Yeah, it's a long walk. There's no doubt about it. It's interesting that here at the Open, the other events leading up here in Australia, they had little containers basically that the ball kids would hold the towels in and bring them out to the player. But here you have to make that walk.
First serve.
Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
Jannik threw the kitchen sink at Spizzirri in that point. And Elliott had the right answer on every single ball.
He found another gear there, Brad. They were like lasers. I mean, a few of those shots from Spizzirri could only have been inches over the tape, but he was crushing the ball.
Goes back to what you said, Flambeau, in that third set when Jannik was really at his worst and just sort of patting the ball over. That was what the time that Spizzirri struggled the most in many ways.
Yep. Yep. Spot on.
40-10.
Sinner serving bigger, hitting bigger, moving better. And in a weird way, Spizzirri prefers it.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's in Jannik's makeup unless he's in the middle of cramping to actually slow down ball striking.
You've got to admire this collection of brilliance from Sinner in terms of not having the physicality to be able to play the way that he wants to play, and then just coming up with shots instinctively.
Yeah, and also I think, you know, what Christopher Williams was saying to Elliott a while ago when he mentioned that he's going to go in and out. I mean, right now, this game, that level was as good or better than anything we saw in the match, and I think we saw some of Jannik Sinner's best tennis right there. That would have been against anybody.
And having been a break-up in the third set when Sinner was struggling and a break-up in the fourth set, this is the moment when you're not used to being in these situations, perhaps, that the doubt starts slipping into your mind like a crocodile into water.
Maybe whatever he did, whatever he took during the 10-minute break, it's taken this period of time potentially to kick in. He's starting to feel better. Goodness gracious. Spizzirri was doing some hard work during that point. Nothing you can do about that ball. Shot quality, accuracy off the charts.
It's a game of physics and chance, and Sinner took his chance. Saw the opening.
Love 14. Yeah, Sinner.
Absolutely remarkable turnaround in this fourth set, as it was in the third for the world #2. A break up 4-3.
Well, a great game where the win there for Sinner. Still a little bit to go there before that set or even the match is closed out. But over on the Cain Arena, we saw our women's singles walking out just before. And if you're looking down the left-hand side, you'll see that it's all leaning towards Mertens there, winning set #1 in their match here, 6-0. It felt like she was doing everything right there. And Bartenkova still having to figure out what is there on the court for her, as we're going to be getting into their second set very soon.
And the heart that he has to get through this kind of a situation.
Time.
Memories at this stage of the match can be a little bit more destructive than missed ground strokes. Elliot Spizzirri never been in this situation before, and all of a sudden finds himself trailing by a break in the fourth. He has done some remarkable things today, has the American. Can he do one more?
That pattern right there has become very common.
15 love.
Sinner stretches Elliott a little bit wide on the backhand side, and Spizzirri plays up the line virtually every time from that position. And Sinner is not biting on the possibility of him going cross court anymore. He's literally sitting there and just waiting for a forehand.
It's astonishing.
Going away from the court, finding a way to control that and find the sideline.
Still waiting, watching the shot clock taking as long as he can.
It's interesting also, Colin, as we saw that close-up of Jannik's face. Doesn't look like he's sweating much at all now.
Pulled the pin out and just detonated it.
Well, Brad, he's not the only one that's sweating less than before the roof closed. It's so much more comfortable out here. And just an example, look at this forehand. Sensational strike. This is an example of how much he likes the conditions now that it's cooler. It's not just helped him physically. His tennis, his ball striking has been so much better in this set than it was in the first set, for example. It's a huge advantage it's been for Sinner.
Again, Sinner.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Colin.
31 match wins under a roof.
Yeah. It doesn't count as one, Petch.
It doesn't count as one.
It's an outdoor match.
But he loves it. He loves these conditions.
But you remember the first set, he was missing in the net, he was missing long, he was mistiming and hitting wide. He just wasn't feeling the ball because it was that much livelier off the strings. It's deader now, and he just thumps it in these conditions, doesn't he? It's breathtaking.
He thumped that one forehand, as big as I've ever seen one hit.
All you can do if you're Elliot Spizzirri is just give Sinner more time on this court. You just never know.
30 love.
Could fall off a cliff in any instant. I don't know what he sent the racket off to get strung, Sinner, in the last change of ends, but maybe a little TNT, dynamite. Whatever's in there at the moment, he's just lighting the fuse.
Good serve, Spizzirri. I want to see a little more tennis out here.
40-15.
So do they. They're going to get at least one more game. Can he find a miracle?
Sinner leads 5 games, 2 points.
So at the back end of a set, which we're getting to now, a player like Shelton, with his style of game, he gets a little bit scarier. Because in the back of your mind, I know I'm repeating myself a little bit, but I tell you, it's right there, a sleeping hazard, really, in the back of your mind, thinking how hard he's going to be to break. And on your serve, you cannot make, or can't afford to make, any unnecessary mistakes. Here's some trouble brewing again, and there's the emotion again.
Strike one.
15 love.
There.
I'll tell you what, he may not win this match, but Elliot Spizzirri has announced his presence in pro tennis today. His heart, what I said about Sinner, but I mean, that point right there is the epitome of what Elliot Spizzirri is all about.
Well said, Brad. He's a good player, and he's a class act.
Destiny doesn't do home visits. You've got to get out there and make it happen. And that is exactly what the two-time defending champion has done here today.
Thank you.
He's not going to go away.
40-15. Game, set, and Rod. Sinner. 3 sets to 1.
Sinner survives.
6-3. 6-4, 6-4.
Handshake moment was where the respect was paid. Sinner to his opponent, and the crowd to the defending champion.
Look, Elliot Spizzirri might not be walking away with a win and a ticket to the 4th round here, but he's definitely made a lot of fans. What a phenomenal fight he put up, taking that first set away from two-time defending champion here, Jannik Sinner. 6-4 in his favor, battling through the extreme here, both of these men there, but eventually going the way the next 3 sets towards Sinner there, winning it 6-3, 6-4, and 6. court, putting up so much of a fight for both of them, and just under 4 hours being put onto that court in the heat. Jannik Sinner moving forward for himself there, knowing that he is going to be going up against fellow Italian Dardiri there, 22nd seed. Now we'll see what is to come now that we know their draw, what Sinner can be pushed to, what he can push himself to, the absolute extremes. It feels like he left everything on that court. Going to have to come back, bounce back in round number 4 there. And on Margaret court, we're continuing on with our men's singles round 3. First set concluded in favor of Shelton, and it's looking as if it's a similar story here being written for set number 2.
His way out. I think if you know, we're all watching there's been a lot of chatter about the closing of the roof and the timing and all of that, but we were all getting the updates on what the heat index, where it was sitting. It's based on temperature, air temperature, radiant heat, humidity and wind speed, and it was going from 3.8 to 4 to 4.5 to 4.8 to 4.9 very quickly, got to 5. Sinner was just about done. You know, Harry Houdini once jumped into the Yarra in a box in 1910, chained up, 20,000 people turned out to watch it, and he escaped, of course, because that's what Harry Houdini did, and that's what Jannik Sinner has done today, an escape act.
Well, I think there's been a lot of talk about the rules, and I want to clarify because I think a lot of people are kind of curious as to what happened. So once it ticks over that 5.0 index, they wait till there's an even number of games on the scoreboard in order to make the change. And the reason being, they also do this for a darkness delay. They wait to stop after an even number of games because they give both guys an equal opportunity to serve the same amount of games in each set.
So Vachereau again with the task here. The one break of serve came in the final game of the opening set. Vachereau was broken.
Love 30.
Do you believe in deja vu?
Well, not really, but I wouldn't be surprised here.
I believe in patterns. I believe in clutch moments and patterns of play, and I think that Ben's really good at learning how to pick up the energy and buckle down in these later stages.
Gee, that was pretty darn important, wasn't it? He kept his emotions in check here. That became a little awkward. He handled that beautifully.
His serve has been impressive in the big moments. It was a good one out wide. Needs another couple here. We haven't seen that many errors from Vachereau, but we have seen some in these big moments. In the first set and again here. And as we did see, concluding stages of that first set, 2 set points once again. Disappointing ending. Same result though as the opening set with Shelton. Just the one break of serve. Has a 2 sets to love lead. Takes the second set 6-4.
Well, look, Shelton being able to get back-to-back sets there, 6-4, 6-4 for himself. Pretty similar means in the way that he's able to close these ones out as well. Just likes to go for the quick end to it. No longer rallies on the card at all. You can see it there. It's clearly shown when we talk about the percentage of serve points, 1 on second and first there for themselves as well, and break points 1, 2, just a little bit there. So it's definitely not necessarily exactly reflective in the scoreline, just how close a fight Vacherot's putting up there, but it's definitely showing just how much Shelton is one step ahead of his opponent there. We're going to look over at Cain Arena. We still got some more tennis action happening there. The first set being won in a very clean 6-0 for Mertens, but the second set is not as clean for herself. All of the roofs are on in the arena. It's 37 degrees at about just after 4 in the afternoon for Melbourne. So the fact that we're still got a little bit of sunlight hours left in the day and it's that warm, yeah, we can expect to see the roofs stay on there just a little bit longer and could be helping out with what seems to be some fast games on the card. But either way, yeah, Cain Arena, their second set here, looking towards their game number 4.
Cain Arena here on what is a really warm day here at Melbourne Park. The heat rule in effect. The wet bulb has reached number 5, which is the highest level, so the roof is closed on all courts. And if this is to go to a third set, the players are entitled to a 10-minute break after the second set.
Lot 15. On. $30-15. $40-15.
Oh, that's classy. And I love how Batunkova was following that in just to close the net down. Even if Mertens gets that, she's done the right thing.
And what is impressive, Josh, that already at such a young age, she knows exactly how to cover the net, when to come in. It's such a fluent motion whenever she moves forward.
Yeah, I wonder her junior results, because when you come into the net and you're this aggressive as a junior, you don't have the strength. You quite often would get past. That is a good service game again here from Mertens.
Well, her father said it already around the age of 12. Because of the club where she grows up, it's called Stiavnice, something like this. That's where Fruhritova sisters come. That's where Bondrousova.
2023. Opens
First game,
with a hold of serve here. Lost to Tommy Paul in the quarterfinal.
Tommy Paul playing some good stuff here too in Australia. He loves these conditions. A tough man to beat.
Our commentary colleague Brad Stein in the coaching box. Pretty sure from memory I did the match against Alexei Poprin and Ben Shelton there, and it was just wonderful to see both of them. Pretty sure it was out on Cain Arena. Got my old scorebook here, Fitzy, but this book started halfway through the 2023 Australian Open, so I didn't bring the previous version with me. I should have. I will next time.
Not looking quite as ratty as I thought it might.
It's a little dishevelled, a bit like me.
15 love.
If you get 23 years of age, he's already been to 2 Grand Slam semi-finals, having a conversation. Reviews against the electronic line call currently operating at 0% in favour of the player. They haven't had a win yet.
No. Well, if the technology gets it wrong, you just can't argue against it, can you? He was adamant then, Ben, that the ball was wide. Well, it's a ploy he's tried earlier and had some success with. This time, though, Vachereau handles it well. Shelton tries to drop this deliberately short and bring the I nearly said Frenchman. Bring the Monegasque forward. Gee, that was not an easy shot. He made it look so.
Cain, Vachereau. 1 game.
Sur le retour en lui-même, c'est bien. Hein. C'est derrière, essaye de prendre ta chance dans l'échange. Dès que tu as un petit moment, tu vas. Hein. Juste que je vais manger à 50. Allez.
If you are just joining us, Linton Vachereau, dramatic rise at the end of last year, went from 204 to inside the top 30. Winner of the Shanghai Masters. Went there just on the chance that he might get a start in the qualifying, which he did as an alternate, and then went through qualifying and then all the way to the title. Changed the trajectory of his career. Former Texas A&M college student, 27 years of age, just his 2nd Grand Slam here, first Australian Open. It's a great story, and you can see why he's capable of pushing them. It's been tight in the last hour and a half. He's up against it here. Shelton 20-0 when he's 2 sets to love up. Hasn't been beaten in Grand Slam.
Do you think Ben would know that?
I think he'd know that he's a good front runner.
I think he'd know how good it feels to be 2 sets to love up with this serve. And Vachereau not making inroads against it much in recent times. Little double fake there. Clever racket work, actually.
Shelton.
Strange little ending to that one. It sort of just petered out. Shelton 2-1. It was just a sort of a pause, and
I'm not sure.
Shelton leads by
Maybe it was
2 games to
movement at the back of the court. I'm not sure.
Asher having a conversation with either Estaraki Moore in the chair, just of all of a sudden different. So let's have a look, see what happened in the last point of the previous game. So it looked like a pretty straightforward winner here for Shelton.
I've got a feeling there was movement at the back of the court, David. Maybe some patrons had stood and were moving and took his attention, but good, pretty clean strike, wasn't it, from Ben Shelton?
Time.
So the previous service game, Ben Shelton ended slightly strangely. Vachereau, we just saw, for those that weren't with us, was just motioning that there might have been a little bit of movement at the back of the court, but college players, Fitzy, they're used to a bit of chaos in and around the court, so it was a strange ending. Anyway, we're like we have been in each of the first 2 sets. We're on serve.
Guys, I wonder if the win predictor has caught up to our win predictor yet.
Well, yeah, I haven't seen win predictor. Might be a little sheepish if it's 50-50 at the start. We'll get one up. We'll get it. Here it is.
I don't think it's got feelings.
89%.
I don't think the win predictors can possibly get.
We need to tell these win predictors to get off the fence, you know, just 50-50, so neutral.
Well, win predictor understands that Shelton's never lost a Grand Slam match when he's won the first 2 sets. I'm showing a lot more sympathy this year to win predictor, Ryan. I used to have had some epic battles over the last 2 or 3 years arguing with the machine.
Oh, I'm still in that fight for you.
Yeah, I have no sympathy for something that can change the goalposts. Just, you know, someone wins a set, it changes the goalposts. If you make a prediction at the start, surely you got to stay with it.
Guys, I like the stats, but I'm a traditionalist when it comes to the eye test, you know, what you can see and what you can feel. So I don't want the whole universe to go to AI. I still like to watch it and get a feeling for what's happening.
You want it to be real, right? I'll tell you what was real, that forehand, that's a serious whack.
Cain, Vachereau.
Good serve. Good service game.
So we talk about Shelton's serve a lot, don't we? And he gets a lot of free points off his serve. But the first shot after the serve, particularly on the forehand, is what he wants. See the backhand? That's what Ryan talked about earlier. Vachereau's a little happier to take the backhand after the serve than Shelton is. He wants to get around and use that left-handed serve so that he can get into position, skip around and hit the forehand, which is his best aggressive shot.
He's operating at 14 forehand winners to 3 backhand winners. Both of them have got a very healthy .1 first serve percentage. 80% Shelton, 81% Vachereau.
30-11.
Oh, yes.
40-11.
He gets on a roll, doesn't he, on his service games? And, you know, Vachereau's probably thinking already about, gee, I've got to hold my serve again. He can't get his teeth into these Shelton service games at the moment. No real opportunities.
Game, Shelton.
So
New balls,
Shelton
please.
holds serve once again. He's up 2 sets to love and leads
Shelton
3-2.
wins by 3 games to 2. Time.
So Ben Shelton, the 8th seed semi-finalist from last year here at the Australian Open, in command in terms of the set count, but we are still on serve in the 3rd set. Just the 1 break of serve coming both the 1st and 2nd sets in the very last service game of Clinton Vachereau.
New balls. Love. Love.
Tell you what, he's not easy to break either. I mean, I know there's been one a set, but if these bombs keep coming down at you at 213 Ks and he's hitting close to the lines with them, he's got to believe in his own ability to continue that, Vachereau, and he can stay in this match if he does.
Service hold 3-all. There's just been a couple of points in those service games at the end when the tension's really rising, and that, you know, the serve has still been strong, and he got out of the 1st set point that he had in the opening set with a big serve. Double faulted, unfortunately, in the 2nd set to give it to Shelton. But it's just been 1 or 2 points, that's it.
Well, guys, Shelton has a reputation in the locker room for knowing how to play the big moments, and I think that lives in someone's mind when you know that he has that ability to buckle down.
Just the boa.
He brings the energy as well at the right times. You know, he has a good sense for understanding as the set develops. You know, this is a basic point, 3-all, first point of the game. and you can see an audible reaction. It's very intelligent, because what he does is he understands the accumulation of pressure and the feeling on the other side of the net. And so when he sends a message here, what would be a standard 3-all in the set, first point of the game, he knows that that accumulation helps him significantly.
That's why Ryan Harrison's a good analyst, because it's exactly, it's the unseen sort of nuance of a competitor when the big moments arise, and it is the accumulative effect of pressure too, by the way. And when but it's a bit easier with this serve to be able to build that against an opponent. If you don't have this serve, it's a little more difficult. A little bit of pressure of his own here. Just missed 2 shots here, but if he gets to the back end of the set, that's when that cumulative pressure starts to. Well, I hesitate to use the boa constrictor terminology that you like so much, but that's what it is.
That's what he does.
That was a big point, and that would have caused him a little bit of heart flutter of his own, I would think.
Well, for me, it's easy to stay aggressive, or easier when you're in a good frame of mind. A situation like that could be a very uncomfortable point if you're frozen. But the way he's pepping himself up, he's able to execute when it's a tough point, a tough moment.
Fortunate perhaps, but Shelton maintains the pressure at 4-3.
Shelton leads by 4 games to 3.
Well, Dave, I've got to say, the fortunate side is part of it, but it's also about understanding how to read the court. So watch how far out of position he is here. He knows that there's a likely chance that after this slice that he's going to have to cover the open court side, and he starts to anticipate. And the moment he gets to the position where he can turn that point around, he understands the risk calculation. I've got to take this chance to really inject some power into this forehand. He turns that point on a dime. So it is some fortunate to turn it around, but there's also some calculation and understanding the risk-reward factor.
Yeah, no doubt. It was interesting. It was hard to see whether it was a caught the net, or whether it was Vachereau let it go, and it was kind of he just missed his placement.
Well, it was a bit of an added strangeness about that point, because he could have reached that with his racket. He just didn't anticipate the speed of the forehand, I think.
So Shelton with the advantage of serving first and continuing to build the pressure here, leading 4-3. We remain on serve. Vachereau's serve has been so good. Only lost 1 point when his first serve's gone in this set. But as we saw in the first 2 sets, it's All of a sudden, the unforced error when the heat is at furnace level.
Gee, that's a big second serve. And it was the speed that beat the return. He wasn't quite prepared for one coming at 184 then, Ben.
Not up. Game Wasser. Four games old.
So that little interaction can change, can help change a momentum.
Well, I like it. I think that the crowd would like to see some more tennis. It's been entertaining for the last hour 50, but they'd be happy to see some more. So it's a good move from Vachereau. See if there's a little bit of love from the crowd, and there is, for all.
And a bit of luck helps, as long as it's good luck.
Love 15.
Wow, that is magnificent. He had Vachereau leaning to his left to cover the wide one there. Great disguise.
And the average first serve speed count. Shelton's edge back in front, 204.2 to 203.9.
Wow, that must have been perilously close. He caught that on the throat, that smash. He got a bit lucky there, Ben.
Right in the back corner of the corner.
I promise you, he didn't try to hit it that close to the line.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe that ball went in, and neither could Vachereau. We were sitting there, well, everybody courtside was sitting there thinking this ball was well long, and it drops at the last second.
That previous serve of 227, his fastest of the tournament, second fastest overall. And again, Shelton leads 5-4.
Time.
On the whimsical movie Top Secret, there was a scene where Deja Vu was a character and he said, "Haven't we met before?" And that's the situation we're in here because...
Do you believe in Deja Vu?
Well, I hope not for Valentin Vachereau's case here, because he, for the third consecutive set, is serving to stay in it. Been broken sets 1 and 2.
15-11.
He likes that one, doesn't he? Down the middle on the second court. And he's got some speed on that.
Love. Let for service.
That's got a vapor trail. It's still following.
Not dissimilar to the one we saw a few games ago
40,
where
15.
Vachereau was there, it seemed, but it was just too quick for him at the net.
The qualifier by Tunkova.
40-15.
Not done just yet.
And that attitude goes a long way. That's called locker room respect. Being there mentally until the very last end.
A professional performance today from Elise Mertens. The reaction says it all here on Cain Arena. She knows that she's played one of the best matches of her career today. And Elise Mertens progresses to the 4th round here at the 2026 Australian Open.
And Josh, this has been my favorite match on the women's side.
One of mine too.
And even the respect afterwards, when shaking hands and the applause afterwards that Elise is giving to this youngster, it's just pure class.
Yeah, there's no doubt she'll see her around in the locker room and at tournaments, given her rise in the rankings coming and also her ability. So a very good day at the office here.
They're trying to put his stamp on this 3rd set there. Shelton up to the task. Couple of unnecessary errors though. Let's put pressure on Ben Shelton here.
15-13.
Can't remember the last time he was down on the count on the scoreboard on his own service game.
Well, logic says he's still favourite to win from 15-30 with this delivery, but some pressure for him.
Maybe the opening service game of the match where he faced the sole break point that he's seen so far.
Well, he's rallied well in this game. The forehand's been invaluable. And that's the safer one. Back across court, he gets the big Monegasque moving the wrong way. He goes behind him. Great control.
Shelton.
So it's a little tighter, wasn't it? But Shelton prevailed and leads 6-5.
Time.
Hydration important for everyone at Melbourne Park today. A little more comfortable for the players. Umbrellas required outside play still suspended. They're pretty confident that they're going to get back in operation at 5:30 local time, which is a little over half an hour away. Roof will remain closed here for the duration. Vachereau once again serving to stay in the tournament.
Love.
So you mentioned right at the beginning, John Fitzgerald, that you would have paid good money for the serve of Ben Shelton.
15.
More or less money for the forehand?
The most money for the serve.
Yep.
By far.
Okay. But good money for the forehand.
Oh, that's worth a fair wallop too, the forehand. You know, he changes pace, David, really well. Like, he uses that slice. It's a natural slice for him, really. He's got the two-hander when he drives through the ball, but he changes pace on the ball, and that can be upsetting, a little unsettling for an opponent. And good depth there that gets back on Vachereau quickly.
And here comes the squeeze. Yeah, it was a difficult one. It wasn't hard to classify that as an unforced error in the true sense, because he was right on the line and squeezed, but it's because of Shelton's pressure that brings that on.
Vachereau there.
Didn't go to the forehand at all.
I tell you, wonderful point from Shelton, though. He asked a lot of questions there, and Vachereau stood up to it. A wry smile there. He knew that he played it well, Ben. Brian knew how well he played it. No cigar in that rally. Take some credit, Valentine.
Please.
Seriously good hold.
Deserves the applause. Sends it to a tiebreaker.
6 games all, tiebreak.
Now, no matter the result here, there's a lot to like about Valentine Vachereau. Newcomer on the scene, really, 27 years of age. Just his second Grand Slam, but he's got some game. Shelton will open proceedings in the tiebreak. Shelton vastly more experienced in this element of the game. 74 wins, 68 losses in his 142 tiebreakers. Vachereau's only played 16 of them, and he's 5-11. With too small a sample size to really get a gauge. Got a big serve, so that should help him.
Vachereau telling himself just to transfer his weight a bit further forward. He felt like he was a bit flat-footed there, and that dragged that forehand into the net. It's a fine margin. You get to a tiebreaker, all little small wins and losses mean a lot here. Good shots and mistakes have big effects.
2-1, Shelton.
Vachereau's support crew on the edge of their seat.
Let for service.
.226.
3-1.
Just short of his fastest of 227, which is the second fastest serve of the tournament.
Well, if you're in Ben Shelton's head now, he's thinking, if I hold this one and lead 4-1, I need one of the next two. He's not thinking about them yet, but that's one of Vachereau's after this. He wants this point badly. Doesn't get it. Even terms now.
1 apiece against the server.
3-0.
He's giving himself a fighting chance now, Vachereau.
4-3.
And momentum can change. If he can just take this third set, it can change.
Prends ta chance, Val. Allez.
Talk about defined margins. Shelton
4-0.
managed to scramble the ball over the net and then got himself back into the point. That's the reaction from everybody. Well, he missed it. That was a scramble.
So Vachereau is not convinced that Ben Shelton got his racket under that. That's the question he's asking.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vachereau would like to review whether the ball bounced twice before Shelton hit it back.
Incredibly important.
Yeah, it's fine. He's entitled to the review. Looked good on first inspection.
Bit of tension waiting for it. You think he got his racket under it?
Looked like it. You think so?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I thought the ball reacted in a slightly different fashion when it hit the court. Here we go. Yeah, you've got to pay that. Looks to me like he got it in the slow motion. What do you think, Dave?
So that's our version. The officials are looking at a different version, and the crowd in the stadium haven't seen any of that. So we're been able to have a look at our pictures. So from what I see there, it looks okay, but the officials are obviously taking some time because we still don't have a verdict. Video review underway. Zaraki Moore in the chair waiting for the video review.
Gee, it's taking a while, too long. This can interrupt the rhythm of play here.
If it goes Shelton's way, the score will be 5-4. It doesn't, of course. We reverse that, and Vachereau's got 2 serves. So it's a pretty big moment. Okay, so this is an interesting version.
Oh, there's no question. No question for me. It's still not the version. Yeah, it's still not the version that the officials are looking at.
It looks like his racket hits the ground, but
Valentin's, I think he's conceding from what he's saying.
He wants to serve. He said it's good. He gives me the point.
I know, but now we have to go through the process.
so they're now showing a different version in the stadium. That's that version there.
Ladies and gentlemen, as per the video review, the ball only bounced once.
So it took us a while to get there, but
5-4, Shelton.
5-4, 2 serves to come for Vacherot.
5-4 Shelton. Oh my goodness, he pressed. Wow.
6-5 Shelton.
He's been winning a lot of points wide there.
So it brings up the match point on Shelton's serve with the double fault. Double faulted to give the second set to Shelton on the second of the break points. And now the American got the match on his racket. And there it is. It's the finest margin sometimes, but Ben Shelton finds a way through. It's straight sets. It was a lot tighter than that. The American, for the third time, is through to the round of 16. Well, there's a lot to like about all of that. 2 hours and 17 minutes. The score will say it's straight sets. The memory will say it was tighter than that.
Yeah, well, we might be looking at straight sets there, 6-4, 6-4, 7-6, with the way that that last set played out, just how tense every point was for them, every game, all the way down to that tiebreaker there. It is, I'm sure, with great relief for Shelton moving on in such a fashion to that fourth round for himself, just over 2 hours. And so it feels like just a nice, clean game for himself, and he can get ready there to figure out who his next opponent is going to be in that fourth round, which is still up for us to see, as well as they yet to play. That's going to be later on Margaret Court Arena as well. So the same arena that we just saw Shelton win victory on for himself there. There is still a lot more of tennis to be coming up today. We can see it there, that Margaret Court Arena schedule for the evening. Silic and Rudd, that's the two players that are yet to determine who is going to be going up against Shelton in the fourth round, closing out the day for Margaret Court Arena. Women's singles will be playing just before that. Over on Rod Laver, they've had their 2 morning sessions. The second one was that absolute marathon of 2-time defending champion Sinner getting a win for himself. And hopefully what we can see is just that followed up in what is to come later. I know a lot of people are keen to see Novak Djokovic back on the court there. And of course, our last remaining women's singles player for an Aussie representative, Madison Inglis there coming up against Naomi Osaka. And John Cain Arena soon to kick off, not too long, with their men's singles. So Stan Wawrinka there and Taylor Fritz to be coming up in just a moment. So don't go too far. There is plenty more tennis on the cards for us today for day number 7 of the Australian Open Animated.
Injection of pace. Pegula was happy to trade. What an outstanding finish to the opening set from Jess Pegula. Has been extremely efficient.
Followed out under the lights here on the Rod Laver Arena by the defending.
So Arya wanted me to ask you, Madison. AO? You can flip the coin.
sweet. It's Margaret. Serve. Perfect. Now turn around and take picture facing that side.
Right on cue. There's that 2. Serve.
Give it to me now. Drop that.
Day number 7 of the Australian Open animated, and we're looking towards our evening and nighttime matches. The day is delivered on so many fronts right now, whether that's through the weather, through the matchups, and also some of the results. But right now, out on court over at the Cain Arena, we're seeing our men's singles round 3 happening between Warrington here, our wild card, having made it this far, such a feat in itself, up against 9th seed in the American Fritz. Both of them out on court. Looking forward to it. Roof is still closed right now, as you know, we've talked about it so many times, extreme heat happening in Melbourne. So both of our players are walking out now. They're getting ready for their coin toss. So let's listen on in, see who wins and what they're going to end up picking for themselves.
Right, so gentlemen, after the coin toss, there's going to be a picture behind, please, okay? I call the net, 25 seconds between points, you have the clock, 4 corners, also the main screens, okay? We have Live ELC, we have VR. You cannot challenge foot fault, you cannot challenge the ball hitting the net on serve, and you cannot challenge time violation and code violation. All the rest you can challenge, all right? Towel, you have white, you have blue, okay? Blue. Any questions? No? Sun is going to be your choice. Mark and Bunsen or AO? AO. Here we go. Perfect. Mark and Bunsen. Serve. Stay.
No hesitation from Taylor.
I remember, a couple days ago, one of the commentators making a comment about how everyone seems to be picking the AO side of the coin. And at first I thought, that's probably just cognitive bias, only watching one arena. But we've been covering 3 arenas, and it definitely feels like people are favoring the AO side of the coin. Not working out in the favor there at all. Not able to get to pick serving or receiving. And just very quickly going over our order of play on John Cain Arena earlier today. Like I said, it's been delivering on a lot of fronts. We got 5 whole sets earlier today with Musetti being able to just cinch out the win for himself there. Moved on to the women's singles. Mertens got a pretty dominant victory in straight sets for herself. A bit of a break to try and get the temperature down as then we look towards the evening and nighttime matchups, or talking about what one is going on now. But we can also look forward to the women's singles round 3 when it does eventually happen between Rybakina and Valentova down there too. So 2 pretty known names, I would say, in the women's tennis world. So going up against each other in round number 3 there. Looking at our men's singles draw and what is to come for either Wawrinka or Fritz is going up against Musetti in round number 4. So the competition does not get any easier from here on out, that is for sure. Our wildcard Wawrinka, we've been talking about him and what he's been able to bring to the table for himself. The fact that you go through as a wild card, you're not really sure. People aren't sure where to place you, but what we can place is exactly what Fritz is doing well. Is we're going to take a look back at his previous round up against Koprova.
Taylor Fritz. Please, Kathleen, let it up. And we'll have photo this way after the control. Well done. Yes, AO. You received photo this way. Photo, Kathleen. Photo.
As good as it could be for Taylor Fritz. Then Taylor's going to, as you say, he's going to shovel it through the middle of the court and just wait till he decides he can get the green light, or you give him enough width to the ball that he can just go wherever he wants. A boutique collection of serves from the American as he collects a second win at this year's Australian Open.
Yeah, straight sets in round 2 for himself there. 6-1, 6-4, 7-6 with a little bit of tie breakers to give him that victory. Move him on into facing up against Wawrinka here. And the conversation of today, something that it's really hard to avoid talking about, is the weather in Melbourne. And that's because we knew it was going to be a hot one. A lot of our games started early today, trying their absolute best to avoid the heat. Because with the heat comes the question, when do we close the roof on the arenas? When do we suspend play on the outdoor courts? And that's already happened, hopefully to resume pretty soon, but the roofs are still closed over Rod Laver at Margaret Court and here on John Cain Arena, where we do have our match about to take place. And yeah, it was just something that needed to happen. It was way too hot, no ifs or buts about it. And 37 degrees still currently. It's still going to take a little bit of time for us to see it cool down there, but you got to ignore that and you really have to focus on what is going to be some of the aspects that you're able to take a win. And for Wawrinka, we're talking about it. We know that he does like those rallies a little bit more. He has very good mental strength, probably part as to how he's made it this far in the Australian Open right now, and he likes a mixed pace between his backhand and his forehand as well. So a lot going for himself, except for maybe the rally part, because Taylor Fritz feels like the complete opposite. He enjoys having big hits on his first serves. He doesn't want those long rallies, and we know that in the cooler temperatures, that ball is not going to be able to extend for rallies as much if there's a lot of power behind it, which is something Taylor Fritz loves to do for himself. So yeah, it does beg the question, is Wawrinka able to put out those rallies that are going to get him points and have in the past, or Fritz going to be able to come out here and just have some really dominant openers for them? But either way, hopefully our men are ready to start soon, because I'm ready to see some tennis action. Wildcard Wawrinka up against 9th seed Fritz.
First set.
Fritz won the toss and
Taylor Fritz
had no hesitation in deciding to serve first. Ron Harrison alongside me and Robbie Koenig. And of course courtside we have Wally Masur, who we'll go to if he's ready. Wally, can you hear us?
And hear you, you've got me down here.
We've got you, that's good.
No surprise, bomb from Taylor Fritz, first ball, 208. And herein lies the problem for Stan. He's probably feeling the effects of his 5-set epic against R2 Gaya just a couple of days ago. And he'll need to be sparkling with his footwork to get hold of a lot of these returns, and the rally ball from Taylor's so heavy. It's going to be a difficult assignment for him. We expect him to get better as the match goes on. Let's give Stan about half an hour to work that lactic acid out of the muscles.
It's like a good old diesel locomotive, isn't he? Well, how about that? That's not a bad way to start. Almost a quad squad of aces there.
Not even a minute on the clock yet. Just hit a minute, so under a minute for his first hold.
I'm a big fan of his service motion. It's so simple. We can talk about that as this set goes on.
Well, it's been good to see him finding form here throughout the Australian Open. If you go back to the end of last year, when he had Carlos up a set and had a lot of chances there in the ATP finals to close out that match against Carlos. Following that, he lost that match. He lost a tight match to De Minaur, and he started this year losing 3 out of his first 4 matches at the United Cup. So he's been really working hard to get his way into form. It's been a long time since Taylor would have lost 5 out of 6 matches in a row. You go back to the 2 losses he had at the end of last year after winning that opening match at the group stages against Musetti. Take a look in. There's girlfriend Morgan. Physio Wolf. You know Wolf pretty well, right?
I do. Aussie. Wolfgang Oswald, who is such an important part of the team. Of course, part of the reason why Taylor didn't play so well at the start of the season at United Cup was tendonitis in his knee. It's hampered his off-season training. It's such an uncomfortable one because whenever you squat, you feel the pain, and of course tennis has so much of that. Here's your good friend.
Mike Russell. I worked with him for a year, and on his right, our left, Paul Annacone. Former coach of Pete Sampras, Roger Federer, among many others.
Not a bad resume to have. But I tell you what, as far as resume is concerned, I tell you that Mark Russell looks like a Formula One driver. He's got more patches than any coach or any player, so he's doing really well.
Well, you can see he's been doing really well. This is a matchup where Taylor Fritz 68%, and that's one of the times I actually agree with the win predictor. I think that's right about where I'd put it as well.
Always likes a chip return or two to Stan, and he'll do that off both the forehand and backhand side. It's been a real trademark of his throughout the course of his immense career. Well, we often discuss the serve. How good is this one? I love the simplicity of it.
It's simple action. He has good action getting up to the top in a hurry. It's not quite as abbreviated as Andy Roddick, but it has more of that abbreviated look as he takes it straight up. He gets to that top point, and for his size, he still gets good leg drive, which allows for that motion to maximize his peak spot. And of course, the higher you can get the ball and the more you can drive up, you're going to get it from a higher vertical position, and it opens up the cross-court angles to shorten the box angles, as well as having just the overall snap and the power to rain it down the tee. So he has all the serves. Take a look at this knee bend here. It's a really good knee flexion.
Ryan, I was doing a little bit of homework on the serve, and it was interesting to me. The depth of your knee flexion is not as important as how quickly you explode out of it.
Yeah.
So you can have a lesser knee flexion, but if you're quick out of it, you'll get more explosive energy.
Well, that would make sense, as you know, the jump is the important part, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's
vertical hip displacement is the technical term, and Wolf, you know all about that. His physio. It's 2-1 first set. It was an epic match here last year. Did Taylor Fritz? I was on the Margaret Court Arena, if memory serves. I did it against Gael Monfils. Fritz's loss to Monfils. It was in the third round. Beat Brooksby and Garine before Monfils played probably one of the best matches, certainly in the second half of his career. He was relentless just when we thought he might let up. Did the exact opposite. It was pedal to the metal.
Well, sitting down there courtside, obviously at Stan's age and having played such a long match, sometimes it's difficult to recover, especially in the early goings. How's his body looking as he's moving around?
Yeah, he looks pretty good. It's clean. He had trouble with one second serve return that jumped over his head. He didn't seem too sharp blocking that return back, but he's certainly hitting the ball very cleanly from the back. And sometimes, too, when players are fatigued, you kind of look at their serve, they lose a bit of margin. They lose a bit of leg drive, but he's actually started off really well. It's interesting watching Taylor. It's just so much easy power coming from all parts of the court, and obviously that'll be Stan's predicament, trying to negate some of that power and turning defence into attack a reasonable amount of times.
Well, Taylor was telling me at the United Cup that when his knee starts to give him trouble throughout the match, it can affect his explosion on his serve, and he feels like he starts to all-arm the serve without getting that leg drive. So we'll see how far in the rear-view mirror that knee problem is as he works his way into this match. Another clean hold for Wawrinka.
Just on the Taylor Fritz serve, and I'm here courtside, pretty much on the baseline where Taylor's serving. I love the, he's got that very deliberate ball toss, very strong left arm, gets in a great position, and then he delays the right arm. It catches up quickly at the end, so it's sort of this easy action that promotes into a really fast hit and a big snap over the ball. It's a very good, I mean, he's a big man, that helps, but it is a very, very good service motion. And when he drops into the court, he falls just inside the baseline, and I'm always looking for that because that means it's right shoulder over left, not right shoulder around left. He's not stumbling into the court. He maintains his position throughout the serve. Great looking motion.
Yeah, that's so true, Wale. I think it's oftentimes overlooked the end of the service motion when someone maintains that posture and finishes in a way that they have that strong stance at the end of it. I think that's a key component. You want to be powerful.
I think in a weird way, the changes that Carlos has made to his serve at the start have helped the finish.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing when you throw a ball or when you hit a ball. It's easy to try and help it and see if you can get your body motion getting going. But the more that you do that and you get out of control with your upper body, you start to lose consistency.
I saw Fritz do a lovely video on the serve when he was at Eastbourne 2 years ago, and it's obviously a shot that just comes so easily to him, and he just showed how he could serve platform or step up and it would be the same result. Feels very comfortable doing both. That was a brilliant serving tutorial. He understands the technical side of the game very well. Some players who are natural players don't describe the technical side well, but he's a real student of the game. It's 3-2. Quite an ironic camera shot. The girl sitting directly behind Stan is wearing an RF hat, because he became the oldest player to reach the men's round of 16 here at a major ever since Kenny Rosewell. Time. He was 44, and that's unbelievable. Been a good start so far for Stan on serve. Boy, has this guy played some epic matches in Oz. How can you ever forget the match against Djokovic 2013? I think it was around a 16. 5 hours and 2 minutes. Of course, there were no 10-point match tiebreakers back then. Stan snuck it out 12-10 in the fifth. I think that's Stan's parents that we saw there.
Well, he was not able to finish it off there, but you can see concerted effort here to be aggressive with the first ball strike. Even on this ball, he's slightly backing up, and he notices the open court. And I like the move, even though he didn't get the payoff at the end.
Quickly, these guys motoring through their service games, both serving in the 70 percenters. 77 for Stan, 71 for Taylor. Just wondering if conditions are pretty lively down there. Well, I thought with the roof closed it might be a little cooler.
Yeah, I think it's actually really pleasant, probably 24, 25 degrees, but they're just powerful players, aren't they? I mean, Taylor's got power in all quarters. And I was just going to ask Ryan the question, if Stan can get a few of these returns back into play, do you think his best bet is to just play big and try to expose the movement of Taylor, or do you think using his backhand slice, kind of change it up a little bit, can have some benefits?
Stan beat Kopriva in the opening round. It's good depth. Wally's already mentioned the previous round. He beat the Frenchman Jaya in 5 sets. Fritz beating another Frenchman, Valentin Royer, in his opening match, and correction from me. First round, Stan beat Esler Gerre. Kopriva lost to Taylor Fritz in the second round. Taylor's girlfriend, just to the right of hers, Mike Russell's wife.
14, that's it.
Already up to 7 aces in the matches, Fritz.
That was a good look there on the previous point. Stan worked the point and got a big forehand crack at it. Couldn't quite find the line. Feels like Wawrinka's got a lot of the crowd. Wally, what are you sensing down there?
Yeah, about 98% of it, I think, except for Taylor's family and friends corner in his player box.
I thought we saw the leads. Who's the guitarist for Guns N' Roses? Just had a blank there, Wally. You're gonna have to help me out. Slash. I think we saw him in the crowd there. He's got an appetite for destruction. There he is.
This is danger zone early on. Last game with the old balls, Wawrinka's been serving really well. You can see early on the misfiring on the forehand side for Taylor Fritz. 6 unforced errors already.
Wawrinka will know is that Fritz almost never serves in volleys, so his chip return, it's always an option.
And that's a great point, Robbie. At the United Cup, I called a lot of his matches, and Magnus was talking to him a lot about his chip return. That's beautiful stuff. And right on cue, they were talking about the length on that chip return, just getting it past the service line through the court, get yourself an opportunity to get back in the point, and then start asserting yourself with your big ground strokes, which is exactly what he's doing there to set up a second break point opportunity.
That's unlike Stan to leave that backhand just landing so short.
It's a tough balance when someone's been making mistakes, so you don't want to miss the return. It makes you want to go a little bit more safe with it, but then leaving it too short, as you said, it's a rarity for Wawrinka's backhand.
Advantage, Fritz.
.210 easy power. Not even close to redlining that serve. That is a scary thought.
Well, Fritz likes the T serve in this ad court. He's developed that wide serve a lot, but that's still the one he likes. Sometimes he pulls down exactly as he did there on the T serve and doesn't quite get the same action and snap on it. All this makes me think is how great Carlos Alcaraz's drop shot is. So many other players try to play it with regularity and just to get it to a spot, but Carlos does it all the time. It's so difficult. Guys move too well. If you leave it up at all, it'll make you pay.
Just so easy on the eye.
Isn't it funny, you go back to that break point where Stan was pretty determined to get the ball back in and make him play there. He's down game point, he goes for it. These are all the decisions you have to make, and then you have to execute. He probably wishes he had that break point over again. Not much you can do about that. That is 214, so the accuracy is still there. Nothing changes about his motion, just a bit more explosive power. It really is a brilliant serve.
Up to 9 aces.
Fritz leads 4 games to 3.
Good contest. That's a great picture. Olympic gold, 3 majors, 3 different majors. That's what's so cool about what Wawrinka has been able to achieve in his career.
Time.
Well, new balls here. It's always tough to shake off a game where you nearly broke and had a good second serve look. So point of emphasis here for Wawrinka.
Well, there's not many players who have won more majors than they have Masters 1000. Stan's one of them. Just the one Masters 1000 that he won on the clay in Monte Carlo beat the monogrammed maestro that is Roger Federer, his fellow countryman in the final. And the other 3 finals he contested. Lost to Nadal in Madrid, Roger in Indian Wells, and Djokovic in Rome. Of course, the famous post-match speech by him in Indian Wells after he lost to Roger. He broke down. Pretty emotional week for him it was. I don't know if you guys remember it, but it was pretty funny when he swore at him on live TV.
Yeah. Yep. Some of those moments will just live in your memory. They went really big on the second serve there, but Fritz has a nice compact backswing, so that comes in at 178 Ks. But Fritz with a nice little U-turn on the forehand side, he's able to get that ball directed in the corner. Now, critical moment here for Wawrinka.
Taylor's a big frame. It's just interesting watching him return serve. Even when Stan hits a quality serve that gets genuine bite and lifts up, Fritz is tall enough and strong enough, even up around shoulder height. He kind of smothers it with 2 hands on the backhand. Doesn't seem to present a problem for him.
Good hold with the last game of the old balls.
4 games on.
Excuse me, what am I talking about? First game with the new balls. I thought they were going for a change of end there, Ryan.
That's okay, Robbie. We've all been there for a moment, but Wawrinka is stepping up and playing big boy tennis here. He was knocking on the door in the last Fritz service game. Fritz has relied heavily on his serve to hang in there in this match. He's at 9 aces, no double faults, 70% first serves.
I've got to admit, I didn't see this playing out quite the same. I thought Stan would start a little slowly, be heavy, be fatigued, because I called his last match, which was a 4.5-hour epic with a lot of emotion. But he's actually come out moving well, and I would say he's striking the ball 20% better than he did in the previous round.
Well, Wally, I got the pleasure of doing a couple matches at the United Cup with Wawrinka, where he got 5 matches. And that's one of the beautiful things about that format for the event, is even if you lose those matches, you can get guaranteed matches throughout the event. And that's what he was able to do. So even though he went 1-4 in the event, he had 3 matches that went 3 hours plus. And that's a lot of preparation to get in the legs and get in your body before you get into a major. And so I think that this is paying off, or this is the payoff for all that work.
Another speedy hold for Taylor. And we're on serve. We've only been playing for 29 minutes. How extreme his grip is there.
Yeah, pretty Western. I don't think it's easy to not to realize how Western he is with that grip over there.
I think that's so far west. Yeah. I think we should call it a Hawaiian.
That's Hawaii. At what point do you get so far west that it just starts to get into a different continent?
I mean, that's not too far away from like an Alberto Barasategi grip.
That's
Remember
way
that guy?
over there.
I mean, it's way over there,
Yeah.
right?
But the amazing thing is how much extension he still gets. You know, the tendency with that Western grip is you want to pull down and get an overt spin.
Time.
It's been a hot one under the midday sun and late into the afternoon. Of course, it's early evening now, 6:15 local time. The roofs are closed because of the heat stress index being so high that for the safety of the players and their health, matches on the outside courts were suspended until the temperature dropped, and we're getting pretty close to that now. So a very simple serve, but uses a lot more of his upper body, does Stan.
Well, it's interesting, all the topspin that Taylor gets on the forehand. Close to 3,000 RPMs. I think because he hits the ball through the court, it's easy to assume he doesn't get a lot of topspin, but it's actually not the case. Forward and outward trajectory and revolution. People associate with high spin always with that looper, the one that clears the net by 6 to 8 feet.
Yeah, exactly. Take away the wide one in that deuce.
Said take away the wide serve on the deuce side. He feels as though Fritz is targeting the short angle serve on the wide forehand. So I'd expect to see Wawrinka anticipating.
It's very interesting that they recognize that serve out wide on the deuce side, because we have the luxury of pulling up some stats, and you can see the tournament so far, there's no doubt that Fritz favors that serve out wide on the first court. A little bit more, 60-40 is the split between tee and wide.
Well, that's what I was saying a moment ago, when he's a natural server to the right-hander's forehand side. He hits that off one better than he used to, that's for sure, but he tends to always favor toward those right-handed forehand courts. And that's his pattern he likes to build. He'll use the other side as a change-up.
14 left.
That's the problem. He's got the ability to hit all 4 corners.
It's relentless too, isn't it? Everything's up over 200, 208.
12 aces now in 6 service games.
I'm going to have to do a deep dive to see the most aces that he's ever served in a match soon, and we're only 11 games in to the first set. It's 6-5.
Time.
Full house here on Cain Arena. Men's 3rd round action, of course, yesterday at the start of the 3rd round. Have a think about this. 75% of the draw has already gone home.
It's amazing how quickly these tournaments thin out, how difficult it is to make your way through to this part of the tournament.
These guys are very much alive and kicking on serve in the first set. Wins earlier today. In this court specifically, Lorenzo Musetti coming through in 5 against Thomas Mahach. A win for American Ben Shelton. Luciano Dardari won, and so did Jannik Sinner. Those 2 Italians will play each other now in round 4.
39.
You know, I think Stan has come out here today with a mindset that Taylor Fritz is the #9 player in the world. There's no disgrace in losing to him. It's almost taken the pressure off him. I think against Gaia in the previous round, he knew he could win that match because he played much tighter. He was nowhere near as free as this. Might help him being the underdog.
Well, apart from that one game where Wawrinka had a couple break points, it's been pretty much a serving clinic.
Well, with you constantly mentioning the aces, I had to go quickly into the archives, Ron.
Oh, I can't wait to hear what you found.
And see how many aces. Oh, listen to this.
I mean, look at that energy. I mean, what can a crowd do for you if you want to know what crowd and how big of a factor that extra man? I mean, look at this.
Announced at the start of the season that this year would be his last on tour. And the tennis fans here down under are very knowledgeable. They know that this could possibly be the last time they see him. They're hoping that's not the case. Fritz, most aces in a match, 32. In fact, it was right here back in 2023 against Nicholas Basilashvili. In the opening round, 32 aces. Next best was 29. That was last year at Wimbledon. It was against Pechi Perikor. In fact, also last year at Wimbledon, he served 27 aces against Gabby Diallo. Those were in back-to-back rounds. Stan's mum and dad, front left.
Yep. Good to have them down here supporting their boy on as he finishes out his last Australia campaign.
It's Taylor Fritz at his ground stroking best. And coach Mike Russell knows that.
2-1. Fritz.
Taylor's girlfriend looking very stoic. All business out here.
Well, you get the feeling that Fritz needs this tiebreaker, but Wawrinka needs it a bit more. Just the way that he had to play so deep in the fifth set in that match. Obviously, he's responded pretty well, but I think Fritz has got a little bit fresher tank.
4-1. Fritz.
But the way he's been serving, Wawrinka getting both of these points is absolutely crucial. A double mini break with Fritz already now at 13 aces in the opening set. That would feel like a done deal. So Wawrinka needs both of these.
Well, I've got to admit, I like the slice. He's a tall man, Taylor Fritz. That stayed below knee height, and that's the key. If you're going to play a slice, it's got to be sort of positive in the sense that you are dominating the ball and not reaching for it and floating it. But with that extreme grip, you've discussed the Western, and with his height, that was always going to be a difficult shot for Taylor.
I'm liking the energy from the corner. Magnus Norman, one of the best coaches in the business. Taylor's serve has been so reliable here early on. I mean, even the service motion and service locations he hit that isn't aces, he's serving at a high clip. This is the look here. Wawrinka's got to do something with the second serve return.
It's always been one of the best backhands in the business. It's hard, it's heavy, and it's deep.
Let for 6.
Fritz going way back on the first serve return here, giving Wawrinka a different look. He's about 2 meters full back behind his normal position right now.
Let.
He's very cerebral, Fritz. Wawrinka's been serving amazing throughout this set. He's won 18 of 19 first serve points, and Fritz at the crucial moments gives him a different look. 13 aces already. Can he find a 14th?
Over half of his first serves have been unreturned. Set point Fritz. And he improves that number when it matters most.
7 against 6.
Highly competitive opening set, but it goes the way of the American in a tiebreak.
Well, he's so clutch, and when he's playing his best, he just backs himself in those biggest moments. He's got that relentless confidence that we were talking about early on. Knows when the crunch time moments matter, and he's got to lock in, and he did so there at 5-all, just enduring a few more shots than Wawrinka could at the end of the set. Let's take a look by the numbers. As we said, Wawrinka behind that first serve points won at 95%, but when it mattered, his first serve percentage just dropped ever so slightly, down at 56%. Fritz was very aggressive. 20 winners, 14 unforced errors. A lot of those winners coming just with the one swing of the serve. As you can see, Wawrinka, he was the only chance to break there. He had 2 of them and he couldn't convert. One of them was a pretty good look at a second serve return. He couldn't quite make good on it. Taylor Fritz survives a grueling opening set.
Yeah, a set that really is the epitome of one-strike tennis. Very few long rallies.
Time.
Watching another unreturned sail by. It really has been the platform that the Fritz game has flourished off of that first serve.
Second set.
Serving at 75% first serves, and that's quite astonishing, especially when you think how big the Fritz serve is. He's not just rolling it in there, setting it tight to the lines. It was a good set from Stan, even though he lost it.
I think Taylor might be hoping for a bit more warm weather, playing his matches under a closed roof. I mean, his serve was just untouchable in that set. There was that one little opportunity for Stan, but constantly over 200 and accurate. It's going to be tough now for Stan after that set. It was tight. There wasn't much in it, but if he just loses a little bit of belief, against Taylor Fritz, he could be in a bit of trouble.
And energy, I would say as well. I'd add to that. Well, he's been out here for 51 minutes, and basically he has to start from scratch again. The scoring system in this sport is crazy if you think about it, because literally Wawrinka is starting all over again. He's in the same position as he was at the very start of the match. So the 38 odd points that he won in set number 1 count for naught. And I've often said the person who invented the scoring system in our sport is either a genius or he is the devil in disguise.
I think I've thought he was both throughout the course of my career. Taylor Fritz had a theory growing up that you should never win a set 6 love. He thought it was a bad omen.
Let. First service. First game, second set.
It's not easy to break the Fritz serve, and we know he's got one of the best serves in the business, but it's the variety and the accuracy and the pace that is so impressive. So let's take a look at the serve throughout the tournament so far, Ryan.
Well, this tends to make you believe that he does favor the one side. He's got about a 19% differential on both the deuce and the ad court. The 19% being in favor of the right-hander's forehand side. Some of that could be matchup dependent on who he's playing, but I think a lot of that is he likes to hit that slicing, snapping motion as the one that brings the control in. He does go the other way, not without accuracy, but he does just have that slight favoritism.
The thing that's so difficult too is his serve, because it's a great motion and he's a tall man, it hits the court and it starts to lift. So it's not coming through at 208 waist height. There's that vicious forehand with the full Western grip, but it rises off the court, and for Stan as a single-hander, it's complicated on that backhand side to make a telling return.
Stan getting the crowd going again. He's played 64 matches at the Australian Open, 6th most of any man, and you can see how much they appreciate everything he's brought over the years.
pressure points so far. No surprise. Slightly tilted in Fritz's favour. Nice way to bring up a break point.
Oh my God.
Right on the money. The beautiful brutality of the backhand setting it up.
How about this roar? Stan the man.
And were we just surmising what might happen if he lost a bit of energy and belief? He does exactly the opposite. And after that mighty roar, he came back and spoke to his coach, and he was calm and serene. Amazing match player.
And Rolly, I think it's hard to quantify how difficult it is to win your first major at the first time of asking, winning a final. Of course, Stan in his career did it against the world #1. His first two from a set down. Both occasions, of course, here against Nadal.
That's tough to cover, isn't it? Line, hit with that sort of a venom. But Robbie, I think it speaks to just talking about that first major in 2014 and, of course, beating the #1 player in the world a couple of times to win his majors. Stan, we focus on the shots, you know, the beautiful backhand and the technique and just how good he is, but he's a bull. Like, he has an abrasive personality. He loves competition. He has a lot of belief. You know, he's technically so sound, it gives you belief. He doesn't fear any reputation.
You're so right. It was Djokovic he beat to win Roland Garros in 2015 when he was world #1 there, and of course he beat him again in 16 to win the US Open. So you can still have a lot of belief, can't you, Will? But to go out there and do it, there's great players. Andy Murray had a lot of belief, but it took him 5 goes before he could win his first major. Ivan Lendl was a mental giant. He needed a couple of cracks at it as well.
Well, and having to do it, and being from Switzerland and having the great Roger Federer just there and trying to, I guess, get out of the shadow in Swiss tennis for so long, and to be able to stay in your own bubble and just focus on your own development. And this is what he does so well. He's such a big match player. He understands the moment.
Such a simple yet effective serve. He's raced to a 3-love lead.
Time.
What a response this has been. Invested a lot of time and effort in that opening set. Understandable that at 40 years of age, the spirits might be a little low after losing that opening set, but it wasn't the case for the champion at Wawrinka. Is life is 10% what happens to you, 90% how you respond to it. You responded like a champion, 3-love already.
Can you make an agreement with me right now that you'll just text me that every morning, the 10%, what happens, 90%? I mean, how good of a quote is that?
Listen, Ryan, I think maybe a tattoo on the inside of your car.
Is that right?
So you can just read it when you get up.
All right, I like it.
Yeah.
Just like Wawrinka has right there on his left forearm. What does his say? Fail better? Something to that extent? Something about... So, you know, we're kind of saying it half jokingly, unless you guys are going to, you know, give me a few drinks, then take me to a tattoo parlor at some stage. I don't see it happening this evening, though. But Wawrinka, he put it right on his forearm there.
Yep. I'll tell you what it said now.
Game,
Let's see if we manage to get a shot of it as well. There's not much that we can't access with our camera crew, Ryan. But I'll tell you what it is, look out for it. Ever tried, ever failed. No matter. Try again, fail again, fail better.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good as far as being original with the quotes you'll put on your forearm, and that'll fire you up.
It's a quote from the Irish author Samuel Beckett.
And Ryan, of course, Robbie has a tattoo. You won't see it when he's fully clothed. And it says, it's important. It's nice to be important, but it's important to be nice.
Is that next to his Justin Bieber tattoo?
Left. Second service.
Boy, Fritz is starting to get a little flustered here. You know, just you can sense the crowd starting to really get behind Wawrinka. They have been throughout this match, and now that he's given them an early break here in set number 2, they're really digging in.
I don't know if I'm imagining it, but a couple of times when he's reached for that wide backhand, he's just reached under his right rib.
Such a good play against Fritz. I tell you what, the fans are fired up.
Left. First service.
Another serve placed with perfection. Swiss precision. 4-1 Stanleys.
Wawrinka leads 4 games to 1.
chance to win the Ultimate Australian Open Finals experience. Great to see the ATM honouring teams win. 5 combinations, exclusive dining experience, and more. All proceeds to the Australian Tennis Foundation. Simply scan the QR code on the big screen or join up on the website.
Time.
Well, if you're joining us for the first time today, a very good evening. My name's Robbie Koenig, delighted to have Ryan Harrison alongside me, Wally Masseur's courtside, to watch Stan Wawrinka in action against Taylor Fritz. And of course, this tournament, Stan has spent a fair few hours on the match court. 5 sets in his previous encounter against Arthur Jair of France. Won it in a deciding set tiebreak. Rolling back the years, reminiscent of some of those epic matches that he had deep in this tournament. Of course, this was earlier now. We mentioned that match against Djokovic, round of 16, 5 hours and 2 minutes. Easy as you like.
Well, Wally, we've been paying attention to this court side. Would you say that Wawrinka is moving as well or better than Taylor at the moment?
I was just about to say that. He's got a real spring in his step. I mean, he's reading the play well and he's moving, but there's genuine power in his movement. He looks good.
Wow. And this crowd is packed, and they are cheering on their honorary Australian here, as Wawrinka has given them a lot to fire up about. The versatility. For those who haven't been with us the whole time, Taylor Fritz has been heavily dependent on the serve, trying to keep this match within striking distance in the second set. 15 aces, no double faults for the match.
Wow.
Wawrinka needs 4 against the 2.
Mark Russell and Paul Anacone, part of Team Fritz.
He's done that pretty well, hasn't he? Yeah. The big body of Taylor Fritz, he gets him going in one direction to cover the open court. He's gone back behind him on numerous occasions with great effect.
Well, early on, he was going open court a lot, and then as Taylor's had to adjust to try and take off early, now he's going behind him, just so smart and cerebral.
13 for Cain.
Now, if that ball had gone over, would it have counted, right?
As long as the racket was touching his hand while he made contact. If the racket had left his hand and it was in air on contact, then it is a foul shot.
Just checking on you. Let's have a close look here. What do you reckon?
That would have counted. He didn't let go until after contact. I think he still had a finger on it.
Yeah, VAR might have been in use.
Could have been.
Okay, Fritz with the break point. Such good one-strike tennis.
Well, Fritz likes to back up sometimes, and every now and then as a change-up, I don't mind it, but he doesn't move well enough, in my opinion, to start that far back and cover the open court. I think it's okay every now and then, but I wouldn't fall in love with it if I was in the Fritz camp.
Well, that was interesting. It was the one ball that probably more than any in the match thus far that Taylor has really flicked up a little higher in terms of clearance of the net, revolutions, and it jumped above Stan's shoulder. Now, that's a much harder ball to get over with the single-hander. Let's see if he applies that sort of spin on a forehand when he gets the chance.
We'll see if he adjusts forward here on the second serve return.
Taylor's hitting the ball pretty well off the ground, but I thought there was another chance for him just to fire one up high and heavy into Stan's backhand corner, but he chose to sort of drive through the court, ultimately just dropping it a bit short.
You just get the feeling that this crowd is ready to erupt. If Stan's able to get this hold on the board and make his way through set number 2, they are just right there behind him.
It's a brilliant hold. Invigorating the fans with his play. Stan leads 5-2 in the second.
Well, we're just having a little bit of a breather in what is such a tense matchup with Wawrinka and Fritz over in Rod Laver Arena, having a bit of a performance, getting eager for the evening and nighttime tennis at the Australian Open.
Silent prayer for faith departed. I ain't gonna be just facing the ground. Ain't gonna hear my voice when I shout it out loud. Come on! It's my life, it's now or never. I ain't gonna live forever. I just wanna live while I'm alive. It's my life. My heart is like an open highway. Like Frankie said, I did it my way. I just wanna live while I'm alive. 'Cause it's my life. All right, Melbourne, I'm gonna need to hear you sing. You guys ready?
How often do we talk about the perils of hitting a drop shot off a slice? As the ball goes down off your strings. Just when you hit a drop shot, you want a little bit of height so it lands softly.
Well, I'm just getting the feeling right now that Fritz isn't backing himself in the baseline rallies. He's becoming reliant on the serve, and as the rally carries on, it's Wawrinka who's feeling more confident.
A stand special. Sending the fans into a frenzy. What a way to bring up 3 set points. Tell you what, I think this is a dangerous scoreline, because if Fritz is able to get out of this one, which is very possible given how well he's been serving, a lot of additional pressure on Wawrinka, but set points to be had here.
13-14. Second set.
Does indeed get the break. An authoritative set to tennis from Stan. And we're at a set apiece. He wins the second, 6-2.
One set.
Well, early on there in set 2, he could sense the moment. He needed to get the energy going after that first set tiebreaker, and you can see the way the crowds responded. He got that early break, and he's continued to keep that momentum. It was a pretty flawless set number 2. Taylor Fritz is going to go off the court, get a full change, and try and reset.
Always such an exhilarating match of tennis where you get tiebreakers on the first set, and then you wonder how exactly is a player going to be coming into a second set. And for Stan Wawrinka, well, nothing really changed after he had a little bit of a close call with winning set number 1, and bounced back and got the job done in a way more dominant fashion. So set number 2, 6-2 for himself there. Fritz still having that first set as well, what felt like a buffer before, but now we're looking at set number 3 for them in a little bit, because over on Margaret Arena, we got our players arriving in our women's singles round number 3 to kick off the evening and nighttime session. It is Kalinskaya up against Swiatek, who was only playing just a couple of days ago. I mean, that's pretty much everyone, right? But Swiatek, it feels like, has been really putting in a lot here for us on this Australian Open animated broadcast. And she's second seed, so we'll see how she fares up. 31st seed, whether it's going to be a close one or if we're going to fill that discrepancy there in the top 30. We're going to head on back to JCA, though, continue what is such an absolutely thrilling and exciting match for the crowd.
I mean, how good some of the shot making. That in particular is out of this world. They got the fans out of their seats. It's always been Stan's style. Understated but confident. Familiar pose after hitting a spectacular shot. So what he was talking about, Fritz and his abdominal region, I think we got a shot of it, Ryan.
Yeah, let's take a look here, see what Wally was saying. That's a good catch by Wally there. He misses this shot and then kind of pulls up, and that looks like, yeah, ab. It definitely is something.
Yeah, he reached for it a few times in the first set, not quite as dramatically as that, so maybe just something that's getting a little worse as the match goes on. We'll keep an eye out for that.
Wawrinka quickly back. Taylor Fritz is taking a full change of attire right now. You get 5 minutes to do so, and he's got about 3 remaining.
Do you think this is more strategic than necessary?
Yeah, I mean, the conditions are, how are they down there right now, Wally?
Yeah, totally benign. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, with Taylor Fritz taking a little bit of an extended break there for himself, just doing a kit change, it gives us the perfect moment to have a look on over at Rod Laver Arena, a matchup that we will soon be focusing on. But for right now, we get to mention that we are going to be having Novak Djokovic coming up against Botic van de Zandschulp here, walking out on court soon to have their coin toss and warm up as well. But yeah, definitely a match that we get to look forward to when it does begin soon.
His 9th Grand Slam. Agassi is the champion.
A sensational 6 for Federer down under.
Novak Djokovic,
champion of Australia for a 10th time. It's a 2nd for Sinner down under.
Men's singles 3rd round action. Please welcome to Rod Laver Arena. From the Netherlands, Botic van de Zandschulp, and his opponent from Serbia, Novak Djokovic.
As warm a welcome as the weather today for the one and only.
This was often the DJ's choice.
Well, Wally, I'm looking at you courtside and wondering if that's going to, you know, if you're going to start doing the YMCA.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, I just have no moves whatsoever. I always left that to Robbie.
I could see that.
I'll tell you what, I left those moves to JL. He was the man on the dance floor. My doubles partner of many years. Stoic looking camp, and you can understand why. He might be worried if he's got a couple of injury concerns. Knee bothered him somewhat at the United Cup. Grabbing his right rib cage area, abdominal area. And it's a set all.
Wawrinka to serve.
All even. Becomes a 2 out of 3 set match now.
Foot fault there for Wawrinka. Fritz is now stretching at it again, touching that side.
It's definitely when he's forced to lunge to that backhand wing.
He's just been relentless on serve.
Okay, this is the cutest.
Yeah. Serve. You stay and don't run away. We're going to do photos facing that way. Yeah, thank you.
All right, April,
That
you win the
injury is starting to inhibit him to serve a little bit.
It's definitely come down in pace, the Taylor Fritz serve, as this match has gone on. At the start of the match, he was in excess of 205 so many times. But what I did like a couple of times in that second set, Taylor Fritz would serve a fault wide or down the tee, and Stan would hit it back. And, you know, I quite like that play, because it's basically saying, look, I've got that serve covered. Stan just imposing himself on the match.
Left.
You can see that the strategy from Stan that's worked so well in the second set. He's decided to stand a lot further back. He's not indecisive as to what he's going to do on the second serve. A couple of first serves, can't do a whole lot about those.
14 left.
Well, Stan's feeling confident about the way he's striking the ball, and when he's getting back up in the court, he's been able to turn the point around. Fritz hasn't been giving him too much to work with, but when he has, Stan has turned it around nicely.
Game Fritz.
And that's how good the first serve has to be, because if it's not,
One game on.
we've seen a big uptick in the second serve points won for Wawrinka when he's returning.
Fritz is
Look at that uptick from set 1 to 2, Ryan.
Yeah, incredible improvement there.
%16 improvement, if my maths is any good. And if you stick with us in the change of ends, I'll give you a nice illustration of what Wawrinka has done from the first set to the second set. hang it in the Louvre.
30-11.
Wow. A little bit of a score shot execution there. It's not often that you see that kind of shot played on a half volley.
Well, Taylor actually apologised after that, so maybe he felt it was a tad lucky.
It was.
Let. First.
Probably see one of those a year. French Open finalist was Magnus Norman. Nice way to close out the third game of the third set.
2 games to 1.
Well, part of the Wawrinka's success when returning is down to how he handled the second serve of Taylor Fritz. And we're going to do a quick comparison from set 1 to 2. So he's a little bit all over the place with the forehand and the backhand returns in the opening set. Not sure if he wants to go forward or go back, but in the second set, very definitive about how he wants to handle that second serve of Fritz. Going back 4 meters and then some behind the baseline. And of course, he made 100% of those second serve returns. And that helped him improve his win rate when returning that second serve from 55% to 71. Good.
And what a thrilling start again to this third set there. And we're going to leave behind JCA and their extremely animated crowd who is so beloved by Stan Wawrinka there. And look over at what is happening now across all of the courts. We know that JCA is in the midst of their match. However, over in Margaret Arena, they're in the midst of their first set for their game here. Game number 1 already going the way of Spian Tech. Soon to see what will unravel for them. And we get to look on in to Rod Laver Arena, which I mentioned just before is going to be hosting what is sure to be an phenomenal matchup for us. It's Novak Djokovic up against Botic van de Zandschulp.
I think it's a positive for Djokovic that he lost to van de Zandschulp in Indian Wells last year. Obviously, that should give the Dutchman some belief, but I think for Djokovic, it will focus his mind and almost just give him a little point to prove. You know, that was just something and one-off. This is Grand Slam now. This is what I'm about.
Cain, Djokovic.
There's the threat.
First game.
Question is whether he can keep control of the ball, Botic. He beat Pedro Martinez, did Novak, in the opening round. That was comprehensive, 3-2-2. Francesco Maestrelli was a little up and down. It was a little bit of a warmer day. I don't want to say that it was an inconvenience, that match, but it had moments in it where he knew he was going to win and didn't really need to plug himself in. That doesn't seem to be the case at all tonight. Raymond Slaughter looking after Botic. He's actually been with the other Dutchman, Talon Griekspoor, before, and Kiki Bertens he did a nice job with. Svitolina, Maria Sakkari was kind of a brief 3-monther, but Botic wanting somebody in July of last year. But Raymond only deciding that he definitely wanted to do it in December, so that's a new partnership. Novak just
love 15.
Setting a little stake in the ground here. If you're going to beat me, you're going to work for it.
It's a high tempo, isn't it, already? But slightly worryingly for Van de Zandschulp, the errors coming off his racket so far.
15.
He is predominantly on the outside gone tee in the tournament. Jerry Shung in the previous round lefty. There's probably a reason for that, but that is where he is directed an awful lot of traffic on that side. It's been a while since a Dutchman has been in the Sweet 16. And of course, this man has made a quarter-final of a major before. US Open back in 2021, lost to Medvedev on that occasion, but had to come through qualifying. Superb.
It's a very nice bit of variety there. When you think of Van de Zandschulp's game, sort of feel and finesse wouldn't be the first thing that comes to mind, but showed that he's got plenty there.
Game. Van de Zandschulp. One game more.
Good example of what carried him through to that last day visit at the US Open. Got a little stuck in the mud with his ranking because of the COVID kind of restrictions around players being able to move up, despite the fact that he was excelling on the Challenger Tour. Finally managed to push into the top 100 at the back end of 21. Yet to win a title, 3 finals, a couple of times in Munich. Last year at Winston-Salem.
Love 15.
Brutal loss in the final in Munich when he was looking for his maiden title against Holger Rune. Was up 5-2 in that third set. Also served for it again at 6-5. Had 4 championship points.
Wow, that's sharp stuff. The return flew off his racket. He was so quick to recognise the the opportunity to follow it in. This has been a strong little recovery, if you like, from being behind in his service game. Suddenly starting to feel it here. Roger, I know you love the physical side of the game as much as anything. He's a strong athlete, isn't he, Botic?
Yeah, he is, and he leans on the ball as well. It's a great heavy ball that goes down towards no back end when he gets it right.
Yeah, that was interesting to me. Botic was pretty far left there for the second serve. Was trying to intimidate as if he was going to run round and you know, attack with his forehand. But Djokovic is so secure, so accomplished with those slice second serves, isn't he? That's it'll be interesting to see how that plays out.
And that second serve is interesting, boys. I want you to keep an eye on the numbers there, because last time they played at Indian Wells, Novak did not do a good job behind his second serve. It was under 30%, and also on the second serve return too, one where you think he really can dominate.
It's giving him the tee again.
Djokovic played it a little safer this time with the second serve, didn't he? And somewhat got away with it because Van der Sand's got time to attack there. Just feel they're the sort of half chances. You got to, you know, you got to cash that check when you get your chance.
Really showing your age there, Flembo, with checks. I mean, surely it's showing your code for your Bitcoin.
Still got a check in the drawer at home somewhere. Checkbook. Forgotten how to sign my name though.
Cain, Djokovic.
John Blom could have said the same about that serve. It happens over and over
Djokovic
again.
leads by
Absolute
2
dart
games to
from
1.
Djokovic, 2-1. Just looking at John there, he might have got a little early 18 in, I think, somewhere. He does look like he's been out.
No, I can confirm he hasn't, because he told me he got some golf in recently, John Blom, and he played so badly that he's sick of it. So he hasn't been out there.
That is classic deflection.
Yeah, maybe
he's
done me there.
Yeah, he's gone out there and he's put in 27 today, and you're sitting here on air, nationally, internationally, defending
clearing his name.
Yeah.
Time.
Melbourne Park's been baked in sunshine today. And it has been more of a furnace than anything else for a large part of the afternoon. But these fans, along with the players, will be happy that the roof is shut out here. Comfortable night. Because the roof's shut, Roger, no real concerns about fitness for either of these two?
I wouldn't have thought so. That, you know, Botic's quite, you know, he's strong, athletic. I've watched his matches and I haven't never seen that be part of it. And, well, we know Novak can go the distance, don't we? And what it does as well, I mean, it takes away that mental stress of actually having to deal with the elements tonight. So that when both men knew it was going to be close, I think that was just a blessing for both of them. By the way, Petra, I would have liked it open.
15.
Yeah, no problem for you, Rog. And you'd like to see the physical battle as well, wouldn't you? The other thing it does for Djokovic, assuming he comes through, which of course is a long way to go. You know, he's here on a mission, isn't he? He's trying to get number 25. So you would think with the roof closed, conditions more comfortable, it makes this match slightly more manageable, but you would think will take less out of him for matches that lie ahead.
Bye-bye.
How old's this guy, 25? 26?
I think that's next month.
15.
Oh, well, is he still moving?
It's unreal. Flexibility, strength. Said it the other day, some people just change, play the game, others change it. Novak's changed it in so many ways, not just one. I mean, his return.
15, 14.
Still the best ever. Legends on the court, legends off the court. Ian Thorpe.
Torpedo. Coming in again, Van der Schanscoop, and just
30, 14.
attack the volley aggressively enough. Have a look here, you know, just did a good enough job there of attacking it with his feet and his legs.
One thing to say you're going to get up to the net more when you're coming out to play the big players, and it's another thing to accomplish it. Great effort. It's not done enough. This world.
Cain, Djokovic.
And apart from the fact that he won that point from outside of the court surroundings.
He's won it from
Djokovic leads
downtown.
3-1.
What a breaker serve that is.
He's got the room at the moment. And I was watching that ball through the rally. It was getting bigger because the spin they were imparting on the ball, it was actually just, it was getting bigger through the air.
Can we just talk about how classy the off-pace backhand down the line was, that he took the pace off? I mean, as you say, Roger, he's going fast, faster, faster, having dug in, and then he just has the wherewithal to nudge one to change the pace of it so that he extracts the error.
No one's ever controlled the ball as better than Novak Djokovic. For me, changes direction, changes of pace, steps. You know, he's got it under his spell.
Yep.
He's hitting the ball sweet, boys. It's coming up. It's coming so fast off his racket. And you know, you've seen a lot of Novak play. You know when he steps on the court and you can just see that the eyes are there and he's just totally dialed in. That's the appearance at the moment.
And it's so difficult when you fall behind, when Novak's in this form, to not fall back on just trying to blast the ball yourself and then making unforced errors. And it's a totally understandable sort of way to think.
Well, it's 9-0 on unforced errors. Djokovic hasn't made one yet. He's not exactly pushing the ball in the court either, as Roger says.
Oh, this is electrifying. This is absolutely mesmerizing. 20 minutes gone. Simply awesome from Novak.
Djokovic leads 4 games to 1.
That is superb tennis intelligence.
Well, that one he finally played on the right occasion, and being that Wawrinka was so far behind the baseline, expecting that Fritz was going to rip this ball, he hits this drop shot and Wawrinka is nowhere near it. He couldn't even put a racket on it. Very well executed and great decision making.
Just outstanding second delivery. .23rd ace. It's brought up 3 set points for Taylor.
Let. First service.
Not quite sure what happened there, but that second serve was 118 kilometres an hour, and then he was all at sea on the following shot.
2 set points have come and gone. Make that 3 set points have come and gone.
It's not tension, is it, from Taylor Fritz? I mean, he's the 9 Cs. He's such an accomplished player. Not nerves.
I think we can read his lips there. What do we have here? Chance for Stan to break back. And it's quickly snuffed out.
And Fritz is telling himself to wake up. Do you see that little pat on the face there? He said, come on, wake up, wake up. Let him off the hook a little bit there. Flirting with the line in that first one, and this second one he just pushes it a little bit wide. I've never seen a Taylor Fritz second serve come in at 118 Ks before. That's about as slow as I've ever seen a second from him.
And that's the second one for the game at that speed.
Just caught a piece of the line. He knows it.
I love that reaction from Taylor. He was like, I got away with one there. Wow, back edge.
That's top tier forehand strikes. All hands to the pump for Taylor Fritz in that third set. And he wrestles it away from Wawrinka. He's got a 2-1 lead now.
Fritz is a little frustrated with letting that 40 love slip back to face a break point, but he did a really good job there, staying aggressive. Let's take a look at the stats for set number 3. He did a really good job here behind the first serve. He hardly lost any points on serve at all until the later portions of that set. He was actually completely flawless through the first 3.5 games. Overall, very good though. 17 winners, 9 unforced errors, never got broken, faced the one break point. It was after serving at 5-4, 40 love. Wawrinka fought back to have the break point. But overall, we just saw a little bit too clutch there from Taylor. He didn't win a ton of return points, but he won the ones that mattered.
Yeah, it's an interesting career, isn't it, Van der Sandskoop? You know, career high 22 in the world. You know, you can't fluke your way to 22 in the world. This guy's a serious player, but I think probably just struggled to sustain that sort of ranking. You know, he's had his mental struggles, I think, as much as anything. There's been times where he's been a little disillusioned with the sport, and strikes me as a bit more of a sort of introverted character.
40,
There's no doubt when he's on, he can seriously play.
Game, Djokovic.
But you do get the sense that somebody like Novak feels that he could maybe break him down, and if he can break down the forehand as he seemingly is at the moment, things could get a little easier for the 4 seed. 5-2.
Yeah, 8 of Van der Sandskoop's 11 unforced errors have come off his forehand. That's a real problem. You know, Djokovic is too good, too sharp not to be picking up on that. He would have had that plan pre-match as it is, and it's almost just confirmation for him. Okay, hard, fast into that forehand corner, pulling wide, and you know, if I need a point, that's what I can focus in on.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point you make, is, you know, you can have all the data that you want in the world, but if your tool set isn't good enough to exploit, you know, the weaknesses that data tells you, then it's kind of worthless to you. I will always argue that the skill set's going to be far more valuable than any algorithm that you can go and get. Novak looking good, comfortable 5-2. Not so comfortable maybe for Van der Sandskoop. He actually just held his right shoulder at this end, more so after that last miss. I was watching him on the ad side, and he kind of put his kind of left hand there, and he's done it again on the way to the chair. Not a good sign.
You can just tell from the facial expressions a sharp pain.
Let's for service.
Oh yeah, he liked that. Stuck it straight down the pipe.
Well, he's joked of having the copyright on Alcaraz's tweaked service motion here, but for me, he's definitely got the patent, the copyright on this backhand. Open stand, sliding into the corner. Sensational. He's been doing that since the early 2000s, before it was even a thing.
13.
People used to slice that ball.
How good was the slice down the line? That wasn't a redirect. Let's take another look at it. It's got a fair bit of court to cover. Look at the depth. None of it was good enough to keep this man at bay.
Really made that.
15-13.
Yeah, you can't miss that lob.
Is that an unforced error?
I'm not a big fan of Botic's serve. The ball toss is so far in front. He gets himself, I think he can get more margin and better accuracy with the ball toss a little bit further back.
Yeah, the other thing that's pretty unique for me is it's interesting he's feeling his shoulder, but how far behind him his right arm gets. I mean, he must have serious flexibility in the shoulder. It's quite a unique service motion.
I mean, you literally feel when Novak's in this form, you could go on the other side of the court and put just a little coin on the court and it hit it. I mean, he didn't have a lot of room to get past the Dutchman there, but he doesn't need a lot of room when he's in this form.
Well, that definitely goes down as an unforced error. That was a rare, wild one. Maybe going for the statement finish to the set. It's not often he lacks discipline, is it, Djokovic? Maybe once a match.
Once a year. Well, certainly once a year at the majors.
Advantage, Van der Sanschel.
Perfect, Boot.
Juice.
Shaking his arm out, rubbing the shoulder once again here.
Come on, Boot.
Advantage, Van der Sanschel.
See, the serve speeds are sort of staying high, aren't they?
Yep.
I don't think it's affected his play as yet.
Cain, Van der Sanschel.
It's a little fortunate that Djokovic doesn't close the set out there.
Op die tweede kan je proberen om van iets verder te komen. Dan krijg je iets meer tijd. Hij gaat natuurlijk echt hard. Als hij dan naar je vooruit gaat, probeer wel in te stappen. Niet terug te gaan. Goed bezig, man. Klasse. Maar...
Can he use this second chance to good effect?
Left.
And that is 7 aces already in this opening set.
thinking exactly the same thing. It's sort of an easy 7.
That's just like a highlight reel. Is he flying? He's soaring.
30 love.
He's not just flying, he's in his own universe here. Djokovic. Of course he's made this. It's not that easy, by the way, a ball down that low, sprinting forward with 2 hands.
Doesn't even sound easy to describe, let alone do.
He's having fun, isn't he? I think I'd be enjoying playing like that. Does look like good fun.
$30-15.
It's amazing how much pace he gets on a serve. I know he's missed that, but was that 192?
Yeah, it's a very efficient motion, very heavy racket as well, isn't it? So you know that helps.
A little harder to hit that ball inside in. It's got not a lot on it. You've got to catch it on the way up.
Yeah, just dialing himself in again. Maybe a 2-point loss of focus after the big celebration.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to get into a dogfight after a set that has been, in the most part, absolutely exceptional. Second set point.
Yes.
Wow. Second double in 4 points. Again, missing Sin Long. You don't see that very often.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Because of the threat of Van der Zandschulp, you don't think the Novak necessarily is going to put in too many of the kind of off-pace first serves to start the rally. He just lost a little bit of rhythm on his serve. And you feel as though he's going to serve up a steady diet of pace. That's exactly what he's done.
6-3.
One of the quickest first serves of the set from Djokovic. 6-3.
Well, the roof is closed on the Rod Laver Arena, and Djokovic is looking pretty cool, isn't he? Slightly untidy towards the end of the set. He finished it with 7 unforced errors. That doesn't really do the justice to the quality, the level he played at. To the point at 5-2 when he had his first set point, he'd only made 2 unforced errors. Those double faults will annoy him, but ultimately didn't affect the outcome of the game or the set. He really went to work on Van der Sandskoop's second serve, you know, to Roger's point. They're meeting in Indian Wells. Djokovic struggled on his own second and struggled to attack the Dutchman. It's been the opposite in that opening set. He is looking very, very good so far tonight.
Yeah, as you say, just the last sort of few minutes, in many ways, that'll be a nice bit of fuel for him, you would think, as we head towards sets 2 and 3. The fact that he'll feel as though he can't lose focus, he can't afford to. But some of the shot making and the winners that he produced in that opening set,
combined with the movement and the defense, you know, these sort of countering shots, it was complete, wasn't it?
so many different ones on top of it. It wasn't just one sort of side that was working well. Had to flick it cross court, go down the line. Classy opening set from Djokovic.
Second set. Let's.
Oh.
15 love.
Get the sense here, Flembo, that he's going to just need a kind of hang on to his serve, try and stay with Novak for the opening exchanges of this second set. And just hope at some stage in the next 30 minutes there's a little bit of a drop-off, because if there isn't, you can only really see one outcome tonight.
Yeah, and seems to be feeling that bit of shoulder pain, so it's not the easiest position for Van der Sandskoop to be in mentally. But you're right, you know, early stage of this second set, he's still right in this match, so. Too good, isn't it? Try and keep the level high, try and get, you know, into the match, but
30.
Grand Slam level when Djokovic has won the first set, he's 339 and 6. The last loss coming in the final of Wimbledon 2023 to Alcaraz. So if I was Roman Schleuter, I wouldn't be telling my player that stat anytime soon.
Not if you want to stay employed.
What a hit that is. Maybe that's the way to go. Have a swing.
I mean, the thing is, you've got to get time on the ball to have a swing.
Yeah, true.
Behind the serve, he can generate a little bit of extra time. And as you say, he's pretty much got to go nuclear straight away. Green light.
But he now knows the level Djokovic is operating at. So in a way, it simplifies things. You're going to have to go for it. Any chance you get.
Yeah, because every rally now
30-14
that gets underway, you have to be perfect in it with your shot making, your selection, your depth, where you place the ball, and anything less, Djokovic is just pouncing on and making you pay.
And when Novak's in this vintage mode, where the ball's being hit so cleanly and precise, as you said, Patch, he's hitting it on a dime, there is, yeah, you've got to decide how am I going to disrupt. That's just the reality of it. Because once the ball's in play, I think all three of us would admit we feel like Novak's going to win almost every point.
Yeah,
and that's exactly how Botic would feel right now. He would feel like, how am I winning the point? So I think it's first strike tennis when he does get the opportunity. Easier said than done.
Yeah, as you say, easier said than done. I mean, Novak is a better tennis player. A lot of people will talk about hard work and all of these, but whether you can argue his hard work has made him a better tennis player, I'm not sure. Even if Botic did everything that Novak did from a diet point of view, from a stretching point of view, he'd ever move like Novak moves. He is a phenomenal athlete. And the unforced error count, which is now at 15 for Botic, we always look at unforced errors in tennis as kind of a failing of the player that has made the unforced error. And I don't understand, Flembo, why Botic hasn't done that more. I mean, that's the way you beat Novak.
Love 15.
Yeah, just do that, right? What an incredible point. Love that little change up, and the quality here recognized by Djokovic.
Let's.
And just to go back to your point, you know, unforced errors, forced errors, there's a subjectivity in those stats, isn't there? And you could argue that a lot of the shots that have gone down as unforced errors for Van de Zandschulp tonight are actually forced just by the fact that he's playing Djokovic. You have to come out your comfort zone. You have to go for more. You can't just roll it in the court and keep the unforced errors down.
Absolutely. Every outcome has its cause, and the cause is Novak's brilliance tonight. And not every predicament has a solution. Botic playing a couple of elite points in this game as he got two more.
Just making sure that one that landed long. Bit of extra wind. What a backhand it was down the line, back in behind from Djokovic. He's enjoying himself, isn't he?
Cain, Djokovic. Djokovic leads 2 games to love.
It's Juan Mata, Spanish footballer.
Yeah, he was here the other night, wasn't he?
Yeah. Not 100% sure if he's...
Can see how important this game is in the context of the match. Oh, brilliant.
Advantage, Glasgow.
She is beginning to enjoy herself. There's a smile.
It's a lot more fun when
Physio being called.
Love 15.
As Van der Zandschulp uses up more powder.
Yeah, he very clearly after that point pointed to his right shoulder and asked John Blom to call for the physio.
And that's the problem that we're seeing for Van der Zandschulp tonight. He's played 2 otherworldly points in the previous game. But you can't sustain that level consistently, but that is what it's going to take just to be competitive. Forget about winning. Almost surprised when it doesn't go back over. Rash, you've coached at the very highest level.
15.
I mean, is this as simple as we're trying to make it out? He just has to go massive and hope he makes enough.
Yeah, I think so. Serve volleys at the moment. I'm not winning the match like this, so why not have some fun with your game a little bit? Serve volley, winning into the forward half of the court. I know, as we said, easier said than done. But when the great players are in this mood and they're seeing the ball this well, the reality is it's only going to be up to them if you keep the same game style. They're too locked in.
He's revved up. He's revving the crowd up.
Djokovic
and he is
by
producing a masterpiece. 3-love.
One of the adjustments that Kalinskaya has made in this second set is she's kept pressure on Swiatek on returns. Has made every single return on Iga Swiatek's first serve in this second set. That has been constant. Big difference from the first at just 64%. That's just returns made. That is putting the ball, flooding the court with balls. And it has put more pressure on Swiatek when you constantly have to play those second shots. You don't get any free points. You know, that just adds a level of stress, and another opening for Kalinskaya here.
Swiatek managed to come back from 3-1 down in the second set.
As you said, the reality is everyone's got a skill set and everyone's got a range within their skill set. And, you know, a lot of players are a little bit nervous about getting out of their lane and trying those things because it's foreign to them.
Bit of an area of target. He's improved it drastically over the years. And just as he did there, gets through it nicely.
Just such a clean hitter of a tennis ball. Another forehand that melts into his strings.
It's 4 games.
It's 4-3.
This doesn't appear to be something to do with the physio. There might have been someone who said.
And at the moment, you wouldn't be surprised if it's Kalinskaya going through
15
to meet Madison Inglis in that last 16 tie.
I've watched a number of these matchups between Kalinskaya and Swiatek, and even the matches that Swiatek has won, it's never been as comfortable for her because of how well Kalinskaya drives through her shots and also creates those angles. Again, able to get on the outside edge of the ball and get it moving away from Swiatek. Lots of players from the ground try to just go straight down the court. Kalinskaya has found the formula in this second set.
And the onslaught continues. Nice little defiant shake of the racket there after that return from Botek. That was nice to see. Just based on that, it would seem that he's not going anywhere quickly. He had to go somewhere quickly there. Track that down brilliantly.
15-13.
He's an excellent mover on a tennis court. Really powerful, sliding into that ball, and that just allows him to change direction that bit quicker. He's already sprinting there before Djokovic plays the shot, reading the play nicely as well.
Fifteen, 14. Cain, Van der Sancho.
With the delay, did the medical timeout,
Djokovic
just
leads
distract Novak for a
3-1.
moment.
Yeah, maybe that combined with moving to a set and a double break up, you see your opponent getting treatment, the mind, you know, could easily wander.
And on the other side of that, it's not easy even for somebody like Novak to play 2 hours of perfect tennis. 60 minutes are clicked up on the clock.
Fifteen line.
Definitely not out of the woods in terms of the pain that he's feeling in the shoulder.
Third-Schiller. Thirty, 15. Thirty.
Yeah, still shaking the arm, the shoulder out. I don't get the impression that his speeds are down, his ball speeds, but he's maybe in pain and uncomfortable producing those speeds, so it's got to be constantly on your mind.
That's about as delicate as you can hit a drop shot, especially straight down the court. Really didn't look for any angles there, but ball had very little forward propulsion once it hit the court on the other side. A little bit of genius of his own. Can't repeat the trick.
And I'm going to give Djokovic a lot of credit for Van der Sandskoop. missing the drop shot that time, because he chases every drop shot with such intent. The fact that he got to the previous one, which I agree with you, was pretty much a perfect drop shot. Next time around, Van der Schanscoot's thinking it's got to be even better. And sure enough, he misses.
It's a great point.
Nothing better than when you play a player, you hit a drop shot and they don't even run for it. We think, well, that's on any time I want it. The opposite tonight. Djokovic has got to every ball.
Mistimed the forehand.
Advantage.
And then found himself out of position. A little marooned after that one. You could see he was thinking about going in. Just didn't hit it well enough. Tried to defend.
Cain, Van der Schanschoot.
Best forehand of the night.
Djokovic leads.
And best passage player of the night.
3-2.
Very business-like start from Iga Świątek, sending an early statement. More service mistakes from Świątek. 4 double faults now.
15 love. Love.
Novak here, Flembo, recognising he's got to react to what Bodik's doing down the other end.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see here, we spoke of his speed's not being down. They're actually up post medical timeout. 5 kilometers an hour on average on the forehand, and the same on the backhand. So he's clearly made a decision to just leave it all out there, go for it, play through the pain barrier.
Not only can Novak match Bodik when it comes to that, he can actually excel.
Master at work. Launches himself into the change of direction down the line. Perfect contact point. Statement forehand.
And I think this is what we're after, isn't it? Just a complete change, something different. And he's got the firepower. He's a strong individual, and he's got this heavy punch off his groundies. So this is good.
Return at 170 Ks.
This is big time ball striking from Van der Sandskool. I would argue he actually hits his forehand better when he goes for it like this. Feels like there's less errors coming off that wing nut.
Interesting reaction from Novak right in front of our commentary booth there, almost as though he was suggesting that Bodik has got his eyes shut and he's just swinging for the hills. Look at this.
Let's.
What it's done, this is what we were asking for. Be a disruptor. And exactly what's going on. Petr, you picked it up. Novak's, he's not comfortable because he's been challenged in a different way.
There it is again. It's like a gun going off.
Hughes.
The backhand actually earned him the right to hit his forehand this hard. Got himself a slower tempo ball that he could wind up on, and he doesn't struggle to generate pace, does he? 167 km/h forehand off a pretty slow ball.
He wanted to make Bodik aware.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Yeah, that looked like it was directed straight at Van der Sandskool to me.
And did Novak mimic Botik previously as well, his forehand?
He certainly indicated that he's swinging with his eyes closed. Well, that's
Djokovic.
again. Spicy.
Djokovic leads 4-2.
But that is how rattled this quality of play. The one thing I will say is the great players, no matter how much you light it up against them, respond. And that's exactly what Novak has done. And the tennis that we're seeing from Van der Zandschulp is not sustainable. There is no way the numbers stay.
15 love.
Quite a start to this service game. Finished off with that 10th backhand winner. And there's the 11th.
Swiatek is feeling it.
I think that's a calculated decision from Djokovic to turn this more into a direct confrontation and say, come on then, let's have it. Test the character.
The T15.
Just hope he doesn't do it to Rod Rashid courtside, though. That might get a little spicy.
There'll be some pushback.
Tom. 13.
Round boat.
I don't think this is a coincidence.
30,
Van der Zandschulp
40.
coughing up some errors here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, you can support either player, it doesn't matter, but you have to respect both players. Please don't make noise just before the serve. Thank you.
Djokovic wants the ball.
What a get that was. He thought Van der Zandschulp had missed wide.
He thought he'd won the point.
Yeah, he thought he'd missed wide with the volley.
Yep.
Not this one. This one here. And he just wasn't quite as sharply up to the forehand as a result. How about this for a get, though? Sliding backwards in the court.
Advantage, Djokovic.
What an answer that was, because Novak looked up and pulled off and actually said, you'll just play at my speed.
Yeah. Correct.
And that was a great response.
is absolutely scandalous. And this is like a boxing match right now. The stare from the Dutchman down the court to Novak was something else.
Oh, well played. Botic van der Zandschulp. Incredible.
Van der Zandschulp.
I thought Djokovic was is a bit of exhibition in him, wasn't there, with the volley, trying to finish with a flourish. Didn't really need to jump like that. But have some of that, a little one-hand punch. Whoa, whoa, careful. That was almost default. That was so close to a default.
Juice.
Yeah, John Blom's just having a word there.
A little surprised it isn't a code violation, actually. Oh my goodness. It's less than a meter from a default.
Advantage Van der Zandschulp. Van der Zandschulp.
And he's also given it back.
New balls, please.
This is tasty.
Djokovic leads 4 games to 3.
What would you do with these serves, Chanda, under this intense pressure?
Well,
really love break points down.
First and foremost, you need a first serve.
And a big winner like that to back it up. Toughing it out here, Anna Kalinskaya.
You know, there's certain times in a game where you just got to play the percentages. And first serve, first ball for Kalinskaya here.
So close, but could that be the knockout blow? Świątek with a double break, 4-love lead.
Wait, please.
Oh.
15 love.
Would have been spectacular.
Hostilities resume.
Love. 30 love.
Just feels like the levels of emotion have just decreased slightly. Maybe for the best. Djokovic back to business.
Yeah, the exhale game was the one to go to 4-2. Icing on the cake would have been if he could have broken to go 5-2 up. But it was a period in the segment of the match, Flembo, that we got to understand just how Van der Zandschulp has done a good job in the past against Alcaraz, against Ruud in Miami, and of course Nadal.
Yeah, there's no doubt he got under Djokovic's skin. Something in his box was getting under his skin there. Not sure what it was. Maybe looking for a little bit more from them, perhaps.
I think also above the box, he wasn't talking about the box level, he was actually pointing to something above it, above their heads. So I'm not trying to see what it is, but it's normally those few rows are their corporate seats.
The injury timeout definitely helped Van der Zandschulp, didn't it? The anti-inflammatories, the treatment, set 3-love double break. It looked pretty bleak at that stage. Played well since.
Nothing to lose at that period. Setting a double break down, it's kind of easier just to drop guardrails and let fly.
And
he certainly did that. Upped his speeds after the medical timeout, significantly off both wings. There's a little bit of alpha male apex predator going on out here at the moment, isn't there?
Big time. Djokovic trying to show Van der Zandschulp who's at the top of the food chain. Interesting to see Ramon Schleuter applaud that point. He obviously likes the mix, the variety, bringing Djokovic off the baseline. He has done it pretty well for the most part. Botic.
His depth on the return in his opening couple of rounds on the second serve was just out of this world. I mean, I know it's been a staple diet of his success over the years, but I mean, he was pinging the ball to the last third of the court almost every single time, Djokovic.
Advantage, Van der Sande.
Still seems overly sort of frustrated when you consider that, you know, he's a set and a break up.
This is some scary good tennis from Van der Sande.
Yeah.
I mean, not many players out there can sit in the range that he has done. And therefore, it's not on this man's racket consistently. Generally, it's on his serve, and he'll be hoping that's the same, because he's got a chance to serve for a 2-sets-to-love lead. Very few players bring the kind of haymakers that this guy brings out onto court.
So good from Kalinskaya. Back against the wall, maybe just swinging away, not expecting a lot, and came up with one of her best returns.
Is there a way back for Anna Kalinskaya? There's half a hope here.
Just before 9 p.m. in the evening here in Melbourne, and Djokovic will be looking to try and put this second set to bed.
There's more than half a hope. Double breakdown on the Kalinskaya, and a chance
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
to get back one of those breaks.
That was the return that Kalinskaya hit so beautifully. The previous point on that ad side. Swiatek went back there again.
And this is the thing that Novak will be more aware of than anybody else. In fact, hyper aware. It's very hard to play the type of tennis that Van der Sande has played when you have to make the ball.
Advantage, Swiatek.
Yeah, it was easier to return at 3-love, wasn't it, than 5-4. You're right.
Thank you. Please.
Djokovic cruising through this game so far.
Cruised on serve since he sort of struggled and scrambled to safety in the 6th game of this second set.
Might not translate how big Kalinskaya is hitting the ball now and how quickly it's getting on Swiatek, combined with the depth, the pace, and Swiatek only try to defend.
Game second set. Djokovic.
In the end, it was comfortable. There was just a little period in that second set where Van der Sande made it really nerve-wracking for Djokovic. But 2-sets-to-love is the right scoreline.
Well, that was entertaining.
It really was.
That had a lot, that set. Djokovic 3-love up, Van der Sande still calling for the trainer, the shoulder pain. It felt like the match was going to drift away, but far from it. Dutchman fighting back, finished the set with 15 winners to Djokovic's 7. He really upped the aggression, and that got under Djokovic's skin. He responded by by going very alpha male, didn't he? Trying to really sort of almost intimidate Van der Zandschulp between points. Very nearly spilled over and got himself defaulted. I mean, can you imagine? Thankfully didn't hit the ball girl, and well, he was able to just sort of knuckle down and see the set out in characteristically solid fashion.
Credit to
backstage, because Stan the Man is working his final lap around the John Cain Arena. He's finally signed every autograph in the building. He's been enjoying and soaking it up, and fair enough too. And if you can get Craig Tiley to have a beer at this stage in the tournament, you are doing particularly well, I have to say. So the players are backstage. They're not too far away from arriving. Good crowd still in here to witness this match. Let's bring the players out onto the courts.
Round 3 women's singles action. Please welcome from the Czech Republic, Tereza Valentova. And please welcome her opponent from Kazakhstan, Elena Rybakina.
Elena Rybakina making her way out onto court, gearing for this one, and it's a fascinating draw.
Wow, he went for a
15 all.
Little residue left over from the second set.
Yeah, there's no love lost here between these two. I have no problem whatsoever with that. There's no sort of unwritten rule that says you have to get on the court.
(40-15).
Promising start on serve.
Klasse boot. Come on.
Game, Van der Zandschulp. First game, third sets.
Really keen for the Dutchman to keep throwing big haymakers, to be honest. That would be a great way to take on this set as well. See if he can keep rattling the cage up the other end.
I just wonder whether kind of Novak going into that mode that he did, because he was a little worried that Van der Zandschulp was going to be able to maintain the level for a little bit longer than he would have liked. It's just kind of infused the Dutchman with a quiet determination here.
Yeah, I agree with Roger completely. He's got to keep going for it. If you look at the games played since the injury timeout, Van der Zandschulp's 5-3 ahead from that moment. So he's playing the right way. Just dripping in quality. I mean, I'm sitting here 100% sure he was flicking a lob there. Novak kept us all guessing. Just gets down with this ball, gives himself time and options, and that is a beauty.
Incidentally, you weren't the only one that thought he was hitting a lob. So did Botic. He was on his way back, which is why that space opened up.
Something that maybe can be hard to appreciate. You know, players of this level, the disguise on the majority of their shots, you know, to keep opponents off balance, to keep them guessing. That's what Djokovic has always been so good. You know, the footwork, the preparation, always giving himself the option to go pretty much anywhere on the court with any given shot.
Game Djokovic.
Both get nice quick toe holds in the set. It's been a bit of a feature of his opening couple of rounds here that get to the third and there's a lot more stretching going on.
Love 15.
Nice mix on the second serve there. Took a little bit of pace off it, 152 kilometers an hour, shorter in the box, and got it to really jump up on Djokovic.
Fingers crossed he's okay. And this may just diffuse the situation as Van der Sandschlup is at the net, just checking on his opponent. Novak not looking down the court at the moment.
He reached for that right ankle straight away. I think he's given Van der Sandschlup a nod here as if he's okay, so fingers crossed.
Oh, no, I'm not going to lie, that was pretty Arctic cold though.
Yeah.
The frost hasn't thawed between these two. Usually he'd be given a thumbs up on the ground that everything's okay.
I don't think Novak's got any interest in making friends here.
It was almost a forced I'm okay.
Yeah.
It didn't really want to give it.
Game Van der Sandschlup.
We're pretty sure the physio was called prior to him falling over on the court. So I don't think this is for the ankle. This is for something else for potentially Novak.
We had a good practice. I was able to eat a crab in the evening, which I don't allow myself to do usually. During tournaments, I'm just eating everything like no fat, you know.
That is boring.
Yeah, so yesterday I wanted to go wild and I ate a crab. It was really good.
Well, maybe you can have another one before you're playing next round match. Iga, congratulations.
Same for aces as well.
So the two best parts of her game, without question, the serve, as you've already mentioned, and the backhand. And to start this match, to miss that kind of a backhand and throw in a double fault, to lose the 2 points in this game, you know that even someone like her is nervous.
So an early breakpoint opportunity for Valentova.
You also, with Rybakina, the one forehand, the shot that breaks down at times is the forehand, and she has a tendency to go cross court with it a lot. So Valentova's done her homework early.
That's a great start for the 18-year-olds.
What a choice to return of serve. What do I know? I often tell players that I have coached, if you're a little bit nervous, like, return serve first and have a bit of a swing on the return. It's just that sometimes when you're playing against a really, what's well known as a great serve.
To what's a normal level, there was a point there in the second set where both players were playing at their absolute maximum. I mean, it was a joy to watch. It was super intense. It was frenetic.
I don't think it will take long to get back up there as this set builds again. Roger, I've got to check in with you courtside. You must be loving this needle between the two of them.
Yeah, I've been involved in it a bit with one of my players. But, yeah, look, I think it's healthy. You know, you see there, Novak doesn't like being disrupted. Most of the best players in the world, they've got control of the situation every time. They run the way the court is operated when they walk out there. Generally, it's on their time and their control. But when they get pushed, they don't like it. Doesn't happen very often. And I like the fact that Botic has the firepower to deliver those blows and sticking his chest out. Why not? He deserves the right as much as Novak on this court tonight.
And it's worth recognising that in the last 2 years in the first round, Van de Sandskool has had some pretty tough draws, hasn't he? Played Alex de Minaur on this court last year, so it's not his first time out here. You know, he's got some familiarity with the surroundings.
It'll be interesting to see what happens here. I'm not entirely sure Novak's going to be ready to go. 25 seconds left. Still got to get his sock on. And a few running repairs. The Melbourne wave, as they call it down here. And he might get saved by the crowd here in terms of the clock, because everyone's distracted. They're going to try and keep this going until John Blom decides that he's going to have to call them to order.
say, the treatment did sort of run right up until
Roger's coming to you. Oh, that was flexible.
I didn't get out of the chair. I just...
Well, you're too famous. People don't know you're in there at the moment, so stay down. Stay incognito.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Each player's had a MTO.
Thank you. Love 15.
He's got some afterburners, hasn't he, Boddick? I mean, you don't think he's going to be there and suddenly he appears.
Serious mover, yeah. I sort of hesitate as I say this because of the level Djokovic has and still does move at, but not that much between them in terms of movement here, is there? He is rapid.
Please.
It's made his day.
Love 30.
A little wayward with the first volley. That shot he didn't miss for the first hour of this match. Is he wavering?
Love 40.
And that's why you don't want to give Boddick any chance, because you're never quite sure. He's got a forehand that could knock a building down.
Thank you. It's enough now. Thank you, it's enough.
Be very interested to see where Novak goes here after that forehand return on this side from Van der Zandschulp. The great ones, well, they can test you once again. Don't instantly change direction, even though that feels as though it's the wisest thing to do.
Well, he knows it's the more erratic wing, doesn't he? So into the forehand, regardless of what's gone before, and gets his miss return. 2 of the 3 saved.
Van der Sancho,
The
please.
risk was
3
taken.
games
A
to
bit of
1.
good fortune applied to the significant pace.
Die had er anders ook wel gezeten. Klasse man, perfecte move. Hele goede play. Terecht beloond.
Bit of a nervy second serve, wasn't it? 138 kilometers an hour.
Any of these players on any given day.
And it's great because that has been the case for many years now. And it's just so exciting when you come into a draw and go, oh, who's going to win? And everyone goes, I don't know. I mean, pick 10.
Yeah, I mean, people have asked me, they're like, who do you think's going to win the tournament? And I say, well, you'll see Jannik and Carlos possibly in the final, and that's probable. But with the women, it could be 8 players. And that's what makes women's tennis so exciting. Victoria Mboko, who won a title last year in Canada, beating a lot of top players to win that tournament in her first WTA 1000 event. And so, you know, those are players that are knocking on the door, and there's young Eva Jovic, who's coming through the ranks, a young American. It's Svitolina on the other end of the spectrum.
Control this match, but it's really not easy the way Van der Sandskoop's hitting the ball. Bazookas off both wings. But that's 2 forehands from Djokovic already in this game. You know, he does want control once more.
We're going to focus on forehands and backhands and serves in this game. But the reaction from Novak after he lost his serve was perhaps the most important part of what potentially could be a recovery here for him.
Oh. 15-40.
It's a real skill from a mental perspective to get the rebound break. Medvedev has done it, I think, 8 times after dropping serve 12. And Novak almost did it there.
30-40.
I thought it was a boomerang break down here.
We're broadcasting to an international. I didn't want to make it too local.
Fair.
Oh.
That was character. Of course, there's a lot of skill built into it, but more than anything, it was his reaction to adversity that got the break back. Just refused to drop his head.
Here, women and spies.
Cain.
Grand Slam Oval. It's been packed today. People getting into the shade and then just cooling off this evening.
Safe to say there'll be a few bevies going on out there, and for those around the world, bevies is short for beverages, and a lot of Aperol spritzers, a few beers out there, I'm sure.
Oh, I wouldn't know. Haven't been out there.
I know.
Too busy. We'd be too busy working.
Let's head out there after this match. I think it'll still be
I was
alive.
just saying, I've got to keep going.
Yeah.
Set. Cleaning the lines.
Third Sheila.
It'll be interesting to see for the remainder of this match with the way Van de Zandschulp's hitting his forehand return off the second serve. We know that's a serve that Djokovic likes. You know, he likes to slide it to the forehand, usually with a bit of pace on it, but will he adjust and go mainly backhand?
For Sheila.
You would expect another stern examination of that forehand in this game if Djokovic can get some good returns back into play.
New balls coming into play as well. That has the potential to just shake things up again.
Yeah, on the one hand, helps the server. On the other hand, when you're as great a returning as Novak is, it can help you because you can ping the ball back a little quicker.
And it'll also, in the rally, potentially allow Djokovic to just get the ball skidding that little bit more into the forehand, maybe get one or two more errors, like the ones we saw in the first set from Van de Zandschulp. When he's rushed there, that's when he's more liable to missing. Big test here for Botic Van de Zandschulp.
Smoothly done.
15 love.
Has come back from 2 sets to love down a couple of times. It was interesting, the opening point, that he went 3 times to the backhand after what had just sort of happened in the previous game. He thought he might just give it a very early test.
Agreed. I was a little surprised.
It's also seemingly the shot that's hurting him more than the backhand.
Fully expect Djokovic to be peppering the forehand corner for the remainder of this game.
Thirty, 15. Forty, 15.
Thirteenth ace.
Central leads 4 games to 3.
And a 4th game on the board in this 3rd set. Good contest right now.
What a time to find those serves, those aces. Just mishit a forehand, bit of shoulder pain seemingly, and then well, 3 strikes at the ball later and he's through the game.
Time.
Hard to imagine that he is bidding to become the oldest player in the Open era to win a major the way that he's moved tonight, Novak. Fresh face. And trying desperately to get through these opening rounds here in Melbourne this year without too many complications. Unstressed in his opening couple of matches, not dropping a set, first time since 2019.
That almost hit you two in the bunker there. Colin, why did you flinch? I mean, come on, mate.
Just for dramatic effect, Rog.
He gave it a clout, though, doesn't he? He can be. This is a dangerous period for Novak because Botic gets hot, obviously not there, and he's up in the count.
Yeah, that one last forehand, the pace of an F1 car, but the directional sense of my wife.
She's not listening or watching, is she? I hope
nothing I wouldn't say to her face,
okay,
Colin.
Well,
30 years of marriage.
I just messaged her.
Cain, Djokovic. 4 games all.
Serene progress.
Deze weer. Deze weer. Snel ritme. De laatste voorhand is wel goed. Kom aan, Boot. Deze.
I don't speak Dutch. I'm not going to claim to know what's being said, but I like the way it's being said from Schleuter. Do you know what I mean? He's direct, isn't he? He's clear.
Yeah, his interview, he said, I know that a lot of people think I'm a nice, happy, smiley kind of guy. He said, but when it's time to be serious and confront a player and tell them some home truths, I'm more than willing to do that.
Yeah, and I think
don't confuse that with being obedient, my nice personality.
And as a player, particularly in the heat of the battle, you want clarity on the message. You don't want to feel that there's any doubt in your coach's voice. It's like, no, hit your forehand like that and that's it. And yeah.
Novak was looking for some guidance on his return position and movement. This is rapid in terms of sheer pace on the serves and the forehand, and in terms of how short he's managing to keep these points.
Cain, Van der Zandschulp.
Swing and a miss from Novak, and Van der Zandschulp lands exactly where he wanted to. 5-4, third set.
He's sustaining a very high level of tennis. Continues to be a real threat to Novak Djokovic in this match.
And what I like also is he's not flustered when he misses one big. Just gets on with it. He knows he's taking big cuts of the ball.
Time.
"20 years in the spotlight for Novak. Those lenses trained on him. Every word spoken, everyone dissected. It's not easy being the lighthouse for men's tennis as he has been. It is a privilege and a burden. No question about it. And he's had a bullseye on him every single time virtually he's walked out onto court that entire time.
Important exchange. Djokovic winning that opening point, just so a little more comfort in the game. I actually feel like he might be better off targeting the backhand at this moment in time. It's less of a threat. Almost caught out by a slower second serve there, just didn't quite get up to the ball.
Yeah, he was a lot closer to the baseline on the break point when he took the risk off the slower second serve.
I don't think now is the time to back up. I think he's got in Novak's head a little on the second serve return, so stay up there and keep crushing it.
Let's. 40 love. Game.
That will keep him honest. And there may be just a single big point, whether it comes in the next Djokovic service game or in the breaker, that he needs to keep Van der Zandschulp honest. Smart serve at 40 love.
Yeah, great mix, wasn't it? All of a sudden, 175 km/h second serve. Very little margin for error now for the Dutchman. Got to keep going for it, though.
15 love.
Just felt to me in the final game of the second set on the Djokovic serve that Van der Zandschulp just went a little bit safer, enough to make the difference. 5-all here, he's just got to keep the foot on the accelerator. Didn't really accelerate there, did he?
And this is interesting. I'm going to be interested to see what sort of pace he has. Those first two were both sub 200 Ks first serves. He has been getting obviously bullied on that second serve. That is his area in general across his career, that he doesn't post great numbers in general, above 50%. Same tonight, down at 41. But you don't need great pace if you can find that angle. But going above 200 does run the risk of you missing. That one at 211. And he can't hide his second serve. He would have been a relieved man to see those LED lights go red.
Yeah, just a hint of side spin on the ball that maybe just kept the slice wide of the line.
Amazing defense, amazing. So much good tennis in that one rally, particularly from Novak with the short backhand. But Botic's still alive, 6-5.
Well, Van der Zandschulp doing Djokovic things.
6 minutes on court. She takes the opening set, 6-2. Well, it was
easy to understand. It's 37 now. Geez, a long way back, Rude, isn't it? Look.
Love.
Zat er goed bij. Kom maar.
Missed it wide. Not only did he get there though, but he got something on it.
15.
Another example of the remarkable movement from Van der Zandschulp. Just couldn't get enough hook spin on that forehand. Maybe questioning why he played a drop shot in that moment, on that point. You would expect Djokovic from this moment onwards, the rest of this set, to really lock in and be as disciplined as ever, wouldn't you? Van der Zandschulp's got to be up and down, isn't he, with the way he's going after his shots. So you would think Djokovic will be giving him as little as possible now. Roger, that looked a little tense to me, that forehand.
Yeah, and look, there is tension out here. There's no doubt about it. He knows he's on the edge. If Otik gets onto right here, if he has a cut of the ball, he can bring his set point up very quickly.
Serve to the backhand is safer in terms of keeping the geometry in his favour here, but does he go and test the forehand again?
Well, you have to praise the effort from Van der Zandschulp, the movement, the defence, but Djokovic, he should have finished the point. Too safe with the overhead. This one coming here. Let it bounce, but didn't really go after
30, 40.
Should have finished that volley as well. And he's paid the price.
Thank you. Many thanks. Thank you.
Can he capture the set here?
Please.
You don't become the greatest of all time without understanding how to play under pressure.
It's remarkable. 193 kilometer an hour with the serve. Absolutely rips the forehand, having looked a bit tense on that wing. And that is directed at the few individuals in the crowd that are trying to rattle him between first and second serve.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please, I need to say this politely, but please, any noise during the point, is distracting. Please, any noise during the point is distracting. Any noise between the first and second serve is distracting. Please, try to be quiet at these times. Thank you.
This is amazing. I mean, that was like AI tennis.
Yes.
I'm almost speechless how he's managed to win that point.
And the
return was a rocket.
The reality is these great players, it's going to be on their racket. They're going to win it or lose it on their racket. They will not let anyone else have the say. How good.
What a competitor this guy is.
Advantage, Djokovic.
Even at 38 years of age, he still wants it so badly. This is what makes him tick, isn't it? This atmosphere, this opponent coming at him, bringing out the best in him.
So good from Botic, but no cigar.
Cain, Djokovic. 6 games all, tiebreak.
The sniper's accuracy on serve to finish off the 12th game.
Just gone up a couple of levels in here. Just quietly. It's going to be on.
You know, all holds of serve have the same value on the scoreboard, but they don't have the same value in the mentality of the match. You just wonder what that might have done to Van der Zandschulp before this breakup.
into your seats as fast as possible. Thank you. Djokovic.
Coach hated that backhand, didn't he? Sleuter. Quite get up and own the ball.
And a rare losing record in breakers last season, did Novak. Any other season that I can find in, not even recent time that he had a losing record, was back in 2011. Can't have been by much. Makes it interesting when he sets up for the next time if he has to hit a second serve on that side. But it may feel as though Djokovic is going to hit the kicker, which he ran round and crushed the forehand to get the break in this third set. He won't want to risk getting another double.
Djokovic.
Let's go, man. En weer je ritme. Let's go. Come on.
Pinned him in that backhand corner. Second
Djokovic.
miss in the net from Van de Sandskoop. And just as I thought a couple of games ago, it's the less dangerous wing now. Keep the ball there for Djokovic. There's far less chance of a winner flying past you.
Would have been the dagger if it had stolen that point.
3-2.
How about the reaction
Djokovic.
from both players? This from Djokovic, and actually Van de Sandskoop did well to stay alert in the point. That could easily have drifted past him.
Some pass, wasn't it? Because it was a beautiful approach shot.
Chose to open the point up, didn't he, with an inside-in forehand. He was on the run from that moment, but still, he should be making that final forehand. Goes down as an unforced from Djokovic, and they change the ends on serve.
Djokovic.
Can't really criticize him for moving forwards. He took the bull by the horns. Just couldn't quite find the right volley. Just wonder on that occasion, could he maybe have just, you know, attacked it with his feet, punched it through the court. It's easy with hindsight.
And that is one of those moments where a player pays the reputation tax.
I don't think he expected that ball to come back over the net.
And then when it did, and he realized he had to do something with it, and who was down the other end, it became a whole lot harder.
Djokovic.
An absolutely thrilling set of tennis. Djokovic with triple match point. Tennis equivalent of being functionally extinct, you feel, when Djokovic is up in a breaker 6-3 with a couple of serves to come, but maybe there is some hope here for the Dutchman.
Set a match, Djokovic, 3 sets to love, 7-6.
Straight sets, but not straightforward. The handshake moment where disagreements are handled and respects paid. And the extra little bit of garnish, a 400th Grand Slam win.
Well, that was seriously entertaining. At 6-3, 3-love Djokovic, double break in the second. It did not look like it would be that entertaining by any stretch. You feared for Van de Zandschulp, who had the physio on at that time. Shoulder was giving him bother. 400 Grand Slam match wins for Djokovic. It really is incredible, and you know, the level he played at tonight, the level he was pushed to by Van de Zandschulp was so impressive. These guys threw everything at each other. It's great to see a player like Van de Zandschulp just leave it all out there. Ultimately, he's come up short. He'll be disappointed, but goodness me, did he play some high-quality tennis this evening.
102nd Australian Open win. It's been a good start to the season. But to be heading back to Europe. Novak extends his stay. And we've seen this celebration before, including the violin with the racket.
Yeah,
and it was meaningful, wasn't it? That handshake at the end there, that's the equivalent of the drive-by handshake in men's tennis.
Yeah. Look, these guys went at it.
Yeah,
I love it. That's what it's about, the competitors.
Couple of great competitors and champions going to chat to each other. Jim's with Novak.
Novak, it's great to see you out here. Congratulations on another fine performance. The first set and a half.
From their country and their past. You know, last night we saw Alexander Bublev win into the round of 16. He's the first player from Kazakhstan who's been in all 4 major fourth rounds. That is a big deal. Big deal to me.
I would think that the answer to that question would be yes for most players that would have a good understanding of the other players from their country.
I hope so.
Don't you think? I would think so.
Yeah, I genuinely hope so.
The baton gets passed along and the stories go from generation to generation. It's where things like the Davis Cup and even the Laver Cup, you sort of cross borders, but the Davis Cup's so important because the captain hands the stories down to the younger players.
I had the privilege as an 18-year-old to spend 6 weeks with Mal Anderson on a satellite tour. And it was the first time in my life I realised actually what hard training was. I was from the country, the bush, had no idea how hard you had to train to be a tennis player. Mal was the first guy to give me a wake-up call. I've never forgotten it. And I saw him in Brisbane just 2 weeks ago. Beautiful man.
Well, you are the most well-travelled person on the tennis circuit this summer. Started in Perth, went to Adelaide, went to Brisbane, then to Adelaide, now here.
They're all fantastic stadiums, by the way.
40-30.
You'd have a little soft spot for Memorial Drive, wouldn't you? The Drive now?
Yeah, more than a soft spot.
As a South Australian?
Yeah. I love Paddy Rafter's stadium in Brisbane too, at Tennyson, but no, Memorial Drive is very dear to my heart, and I think they've done an amazing job at upgrading that to marry in with the Adelaide Oval, the new development.
So Cilic holds.
Rödlitz,
Ruud will return and serve for this opening set.
There they are, the number 1 and 2 seeds in the juniors.
Advantage, Valento.
So just when you think, you know, there's no more, the conveyor belt just keeps bringing them over, bringing them back. Amazing. And they're sisters.
Yeah.
Of course, like the Pliskova sisters from Czechia as well.
Provertivas as well.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, the amount of time she's missed this return has really hurt her.
Advantage, Rybakina.
It's just that ability for Valentova to hang in those rallies time after time after time after time.
Yeah, but it's the return mistakes that are frustrating because you are in control of that in a lot of ways, particularly off the second serve.
And gets out of trouble, does Rybakina. It is 3-2 now into the second set.
Oh, that's going to go out of the stadium. It's gone onto the roof. Oh, it's come back down into the crowd and it's bounced off someone's head, I think.
Love 30. Thank you.
See, when your moment comes, when the big moment arises, sometimes you're just not up to it, Fitzy. That was dropped straight through. A bit of strife here now. Off 30.
Well, on the second point here, Roux served at the body. He went for that body serve again, which he's had great success with. He got it slightly wrong, and it went. It only needs to be half a metre out of alignment, and went straight into the hitting zone of Cilic's backhand. He wants to avoid that. Oh, and he does. That's accurate. Beautiful first serve.
Let first serve.
Oh.
First breakpoint chance, hasn't dropped a service game in the tournament so far. Big disparity. First serve, 83% of the time it goes in, he wins it. Just 36% when he gets to a second serve. So he needs a good first serve here.
Yes. Cilic.
Wow. Well, he's not a tall man by modern tennis standards, Casper Ruud. Just 6 foot on the dot, as you talked about. 183. And he gets good height, partly due to the action where he gets that ball right at the top of the throw. Gets that trajectory down into the court pretty darn well.
Advantage, Cilic.
He's been swimming upstream, hasn't he? In his service game, love 30, fought his way back. Third break point.
Well, Cilic deserves to be a little frustrated. He's fought hard himself in this game, and 3 break points, 3 unreturnable first serves. And he's due for one here on this court, on this side. Maybe the wide one. Yeah, thought everybody.
Set points. Well, if he can repeat what he's done on this side of the court. Strong position.
Advantage, Cilic.
Use. That's quite incredible. I've got a feeling he threw that ball a little bit further to his left to try and maybe seduce Cilic into leaning wide there. And at the last second, just used his wrist to redirect down the middle. That's what it looked like.
Advantage, Ruud.
Saved 4 break points. Set point number 2.
Well, he's pressed twice with the second serve here and serve doubles. Cilic has returned his second serve well in this game, not his first serve as much. So that's why he probably went for a bit more there. Huge game here. big swing either way in this early stages of this match.
Advantage, Rune.
Just about to tick over 9 minutes. Set point number 3. He finally got the big serve when he needed it. That's a good effort. A really good effort. Saves 4 break points to take the opening set 6-4. 51 minutes. Just the 1 break of serve coming in the 3rd game. Let's take a look at the statistics. The first serve percentage points won dropped dramatically. Just at the back end of that, it was up to 85 or 86%, and it was a strong suit for him. Other than that,
stats, aren't they?
well, I kind of feel that Marin needs to sprint more.
What does that mean? I would have thought he sprinted a bit.
He's done no sprinting at all.
Look, I can't relate.
Come on, Marin, do some sprinting.
I can't relate to that line in more ways than one. I can't.
He served 3 aces and Roots served 8, so that's a more helpful stat. But he's done no sprinting at all.
Oh, got over the top. Great wheels for Balantova.
And some 18-year-old fresh legs there. Just a rip up there. No problem. What a great shot here. What a get there just to get it in. Rybakina just didn't quite do enough. And to get it over her head, it has to be a good lob.
Let's pass.
Love 15.
So a little bit of a challenge here for Cilic in the opening service game. Always is when you've fought hard, had some opportunities. Those 4 break points last service game. Has he gone back even a little bit further
15
on the return? Or is it about the same on the second serve?
I think similar to when he changed the momentum of the match early in the second when he finally broke. But he has to get that first return right. It's a different type of hit from way back there. You've got to judge the distance. He's trying to get height and distance. Just overplayed that last one. Back he goes. Gee, that's a long way. But maybe, just maybe, it throws the rhythm a little bit of the server, and no more so than the ball bouncing of Marin Cilic here. He's really unusual how long this is That can throw the rhythm too. So back at you a little bit with that. That's giving him a problem.
15.
The flat forehand.
I'm on fire. 30, 40. Game. First game, second.
So